Mayor, we have a quorum.
Can everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Clerk, we have a quorum and call this meeting to order at 8 p.m. Please call the roll.
Councilman Schwartz.
Here.
Councilwoman Belcher.
Here.
Councilman Goldberg.
Here.
Councilman Organ.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Katz. Deputy Mayor G.
Here.
Mayor Pagan.
Here.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by resolution number 299-2023, sending a copy to the newspaper's official designated for 2024 by way of resolution number 2-2024, allowing a copy in the Township Clerk's office and posting on the Municipal Building Bulletin Board, and the mayor hereby directs that this statement be included in the minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good evening and welcome everyone to tonight's council meeting. Township administration present at tonight's meeting are Dean Kaczynski, our Township Manager, Doug Roussillon, our Township Clerk, Kristen DeNorcia, our Deputy Township Clerk, Thomas Rowe, our Deputy Township Manager, Scott Salmon, our Township Attorney, and Ron Goodman, our volunteer cable caster. For the public's information, we are currently holding a hybrid format meeting. We have people in person and on Zoom. If our Wi-Fi at the municipal building has an issue where the Zoom meeting drops, we will aim to retrieve the connection and restart the meeting. The next televised regular council meeting is April 2nd, and it begins at 6:30 p.m., with the public portion beginning at 8 p.m. March 21st and 28th are budget meetings that begin at 7 p.m. There will be an American Legion Drive public update at the Rhoda Community Center on March 27th at 7 p.m. It will be broadcasted on Zoom, but participation is in person only. Town Hall will be closed on Friday, March 29th, in observance of Good Friday. Council met in closed session earlier this evening to discuss the following: a DPW update, a library update, NJDOT, contracts, personnel, legal issues and opinions regarding items on the open session agenda, litigation, updates, and Oprah. Our first order of business is presentations, and we have teen interns leading together. Deputy Mayor G, this is you, right? Ma'am. Sure.
So we're going to share a brief video about, is it about both programs or just the one? It's about both, about two very special programs. The first is TLC, which stands for Teen Learning Community. It was an intern, well, not an intern, it was a program where high school students from several Teaneck students and some not from Teaneck, but high school students both in public schools and in non-public schools working together to tutor middle school students. An amazing, amazing program. I met with these students. They are brilliant. I sat with them at the last meeting and they did this post-mortem analysis. I would have sworn I was sitting with McKinsey consultants as they debriefed the program, what went well, what could be done better. And I'm just so proud of them. So you're going to hear a little bit about that program. And then the second program is TILT, Teen Interns Leading Together. Again, a wonderful group of students talking about opportunities in the community to lead. So let's share the video. There we go.
I am one of the co-founders of the program.
Sorry, guys. One second. Oh, it's because sorry.
Having a little bit of technical difficulties. All right, so while we figure out some of the technical difficulties, I'd be remiss if I didn't share how this all came to be. So I want to say it was sometime last year, Rabbi Friedman, who's in the room back there. Can you raise your hand, Rabbi Friedman? And Adina Lefkowitz is in the room back there. Can you raise your hand, Adina? Okay, so Rabbi Friedman reached out to both Karen, Organ, and I, and had this idea. I believe TILT has been around for a while, but the teen learning community is fairly new. They had this idea for creating this tutoring program for students in Teaneck. And so they brought us together. We had, I think, one or two conversations. The township was so happy to support in any way that we could. And so we provided that space, some space in the Rhoda Center where the students would come. I think it was about 5 or 6 o'clock once a week, right? And so the students would come and the middle schools, the tutors would come, the middle school students would come, and they would do the tutoring there on site. And so we had no clue how successful, whether it would be successful or not. And it was just wildly successful. We had so many students participate. And again, I wish some of them could be here. They were absolutely brilliant. I'm so proud of them. And the fact that these students, most of them didn't know each other, right? Some were, I think, from the first school, from Teaneck High, from schools all over. And it was so nice to see them all working together for what was really a great cause. Karen, I don't know if you want to add anything.
I think what made it so special was it gave our young people a chance to get to know each other and work together, even if they're not in schools together. So it was a wonderful idea and executed by Adina, brought to us by Rabbi Friedman. And I hope this sets them up for the future, for a future of getting along and understanding each other. The tutors were from high school, private and public, and the tutees were from middle schools. This year from public, hopefully next year from both. But thank you so much for this and for showing us that there are different ways that we can really get together as a community and learn from each other.
Doug, is the video ready?
And we apologize for the technical difficulties. This happens sometimes. Sorry. Thank you for being so patient with us.
Yeah.
Still to me, a lot of and in working together to create these projects, they will learn the values of collaboration, of unity, of communication, and so forth. It's so beautiful being in this. It's so beautiful seeing kind of the progression in the last 3 years. I want to say.
Apology.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody.
Okay, so I just want to take a moment to present the certificate of recognition to teen interns leading together, TILT, and teen learning community, the TLC. So Adina, if you would come up to accept this certificate of recognition. And then do you want to invite-
Check.
And then since I see one of our students are here. Kendra, right? So this is one of the tutors that volunteered her time to tutor our middle school students. So let's give her a round of applause as well.
Thank you. I just want to thank the town council for making space here tonight to celebrate our young adults. We are so proud of all of our students. Students, you represent Teaneck, the Teaneck we know and love. You deserve to be celebrated. We recognize your maturity, your values, and the time and energy you volunteer to the community. You prioritize unity, collaboration, working together, meeting new people, and celebrating our similarities and our differences. You are inspiring, and you should know that this recognition is because the town is behind you. TILT and TLC programs were launched with the support of the town council, the Board of Education, Rabbi Friedman, the administration teams in both public and private schools, Dr. Spencer, Teaneck Comes Together, and you, our students. With the support of the community, it was you, our young adults, that made it happen. Students continue to identify the voices that match your values, connect, continue to pave that path, continue leading. I will certainly follow. This is where we all find fulfillment and happiness for ourselves, our community, and our town.
Anyone on council want to say anything? No? Thank you again, TILT. Thank you to our students, our tutors, and thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. We appreciate you so very much. Our next order of business is work session items, and first up is miscellaneous. Does anyone have anything under miscellaneous? No, I have one thing under miscellaneous. I make a motion to nominate Joshua Rockland to the Hackensack River Greenway Advisory Board because he has served this board very well over the years, and the chairwoman is asking that he be reappointed, and the Personnel Subcommittee has already interviewed him, so I make a
Second.
motion to nominate him.
First from our mayor, second from Deputy Mayor G. Councilman Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Oregon.
Definitely.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes,
We'll see a resolution at the next meeting.
thank you, everyone. Next order of business is old business. Does anyone have anything under old business? No? Next on the agenda is new business. Anyone on council have anything under new business? No, moving along, communications. Anybody got anything under communications? All right, moving on. Committee reports by council liaisons. First up is the Shade Tree Advisory Board Annual Report, which is in the agenda. It's a good report. It's detailed. This is a wonderful group of volunteers. I'm the liaison to this advisory board. So Doug, thank you for putting that in the agenda. And next is the zoning subcommittee minutes, Mr. Schwartz.
In the minutes, in the packets, as well as in the agendas that were sent out, you'll find my report. Just a few quick projects that we're looking at, talking about, are discussed there. One is 100 State Street, which is a former mid-block building, or apartment building that was approved, that's no longer approved. And it looks, there's some self-storage buildings that are being proposed there. Those will be self-storage building that's masked and look like an apartment building. Beautiful rendering, and we're going to continue to talk with them. There'll be first floor retail on that site as well if it's approved. Second site is 827 Teaneck Road. That is the former Regina Steakhouse. Regina Steakhouse has closed down. The property is sold. There is a steakhouse about to open up there. This is more of a long-term plan for a approximately 5-story apartment building with parking on that site. These were our initial presentations, which will continue to be reviewed by the subzoning and then council over the year. And lastly, American Legion Drive. American Legion Drive plans and the Beverly Road lot plans have been sent back to us by the developer with a revised lower scale, including a farmer's market location, open space, and parking consistent with our agreement. We have a public meeting, the zoning committee is hosting a meeting to the public March 27th, 7:30 PM in the Rhoda Center Gym. The meeting will be led by our planner and our attorney, as well as with comments by the developer. So there is, we hope to see as many people there as possible. Lastly, and excitingly, the master plan update. The master plan will be completed by the planner in mid-March. As a matter of fact, the draft was just put out this morning. It'll be sent to the committee, which we just got, then submitted to the planning board for their review and the votes, which will take place between April and June, discussion and voting between either April, May, and June meetings. So a lot going on, nothing definitive by any means, but we'll continue the conversations and report back accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Deputy Mayor G.
Yes, the minutes for the ABCR meeting that took place yesterday will be available online shortly. I think they're still working through the minutes, but I'll just give a brief overview of what happened. We had Dean Kaczynski come and share a little bit about the empathy training. As I think most of you know, we are considering empathy training for our ABCR members and the train the trainer course so that they can continue to train others once they've received it. So still working out the details there. But we talked about that with Dean, and we were very grateful to have him give an overview on what that might look like in the timeline. We had a lengthy discussion about actually good and welfare at these meetings and whether or not there should, there should be a position on the length of good and welfare at these meetings. I think what was difficult or challenging to sort of get around is you want to make sure that every resident is heard at these meetings, right? But at the same time, you don't want to entertain hate speech or anything that makes any community members feel less than or undervalued. And so it's like, how do you manage that balance, right? Wanting to hear from everyone, but not wanting to hear hurtful comments. So it was a very a tough discussion and didn't land, but ultimately that the APCR members are working through how they feel about that. We had the pleasure of hearing from Scott Pleasance, who is our poet laureate. And then we also just want to share a reminder that Rabbi Siegel Street renaming is on March 30th. And so those who are able, I think would be a wonderful event to attend. And then finally on personnel, did one of you want to do the minutes for personnel? The personnel subcommittee met. We interviewed 4 candidates for the field advisory board.
3, 1 couldn't make.
Oh, sorry, 3 candidates. That's right. And so no final decisions there as we're still interviewing additional candidates, but we did indeed interview 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor G. Does anyone else have any committee reports?
Just a quick one, a reminder to the public that the library will be doing construction starting sometime this summer. We are looking for an alternate location, but just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Organ. Anyone else? Ms. Belcher?
Yeah, I just want to mention that the Affordable Housing Subcommittee met. We're working on what the requirements might be for the 4th round. The 3rd round we're in now. And apparently Plana has advised us that we have fallen short in terms of the number of affordable housing units. So we're working very closely with the planner to ascertain, what the plan will look like in light of the new affordable housing proposed laws that are coming down the pike. So we will have more information from our planner for our next meeting. And I just wanted to give that report.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Anyone else?
I just want to request again for the public, can we just make sure that all the subcommittee minutes are in the agenda packet and to the clerk so we can post them on the website so the town can see the information? And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Anyone else? No, moving on to the next order of business, council listed items. And first up is Ayers Court parking time limit. Councilman Schwartz.
So this was brought to me by a few merchants in the area, and I actually went there and checked it out. Ayers Court east of Queen Anne Road. So not down by where the large parking lot is between Palisade and Queen Anne, but between Queen Anne and further east where it's all apartments. During the day, there are no spots available the first 2 rows. But yet if you go there at 5 o'clock when the office people have left, it's open, which means it points to a lot of retail employees who don't want stickers, who don't pay for stickers, or in the part there's no parking available. So what these merchants have asked me, and the police department has reviewed it, so we're looking for 4 nodding heads, is to put a 9 to 5 2-hour time limit on parking in that area, so it truly could be for shoppers and not employees or merchants who want to spend all their time there and not go to more distant lots and give the retail customers the opportunity to park. So I'm looking for 4 nodding hands that we could turn over to our attorney for an ordinance for that parking. Heads, we're good? Mr. Attorney, thank you very much. I'll forward you what I have with the police, so you can start with that. Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Mr. Schwartz. Next up, Leadership Teaneck proposed schedule, Deputy Mayor G.
Sure. So, last we talked about Leadership Teaneck last September, I had shared a draft schedule with all of my council colleagues. I had asked for feedback. Hearing none, I went ahead and worked with Dean to draft this schedule. We initially wanted to start Leadership Teaneck in the winter, but we thought it would make more sense to wait till the spring. Better weather, easier for people to get out and attend. We wanted to make sure that this Leadership Teaneck series was well attended, and so we delayed the start of the 10-week civics course until April 1st. So again, this schedule with, I think my colleagues, all of you have it in front of you. This is a tentative schedule, which is why it was not released sooner. There are names on this schedule that have not been confirmed. We're still working the speakers, but this is a great time. If you have any feedback about the content, about the speakers, please provide that feedback now.
I'm just confused. I'm a member of the subcommittee. Last time we met was September. We had the meeting in September where we presented a very different schedule than this to the council, and we haven't met. So did I miss a meeting? We haven't met. I'm not sure how we got here if the subcommittee hasn't met.
So my understanding when we last presented the schedule in September and I asked for feedback and there was none, is that Dean and I were okay to go ahead and work with that draft and come back to council with a more tentative draft. So this is us coming back. This is me and Dean coming back to you with a draft schedule to the entire council, because the subcommittee of 3 cannot make a final decision on the schedule.
But again, the subcommittee hasn't met. This is not the same schedule. We didn't discuss, the conversation publicly ended. Here's the schedule, which is on the September 19th, page 16 agenda packet. This is very different. And it's been advertised as if this was done. So I'm really confused. Can we have a meeting of the subcommittee to review and bring something back to council that's, discussed and not one person?
So the reality is that the reason that we advertised it is because, and we didn't share a schedule because it's not complete. It's 10 weeks, right? We're still filling out the schedule. We advertised it because it starts on April 1st and we wanted to make sure it was well attended. It is now March 19th. So it was just a time issue of why we put out the press release. If there are any comments, given the time constraints, I please would welcome comments right now from all of my council colleagues. Rather than wait for another subcommittee meeting and then come back to a council meeting, I think time is of the essence. So please provide your feedback now.
My feedback is I'm requesting a meeting of the subcommittee, which myself, you, and Deputy Mayor Katz are members of.
Ms. Belcher.
Okay, I don't serve on the subcommittee, but it was my understanding that our manager was working with Deputy Mayor G on this, and they've really spent a lot of time on this. I remember getting updates during closed session on this, and basically it's the actual schedule that she's provided and Dean's provided is pretty comprehensive of the 10 weeks. It runs from April 1st all the way to the end of June. And it was my understanding that, if I remember correctly, we were scheduled to start in the spring. So I was certainly, I feel that we should move forward with it because I believe it's a value add to our community.
I have 2 quick questions. So this is not the final schedule, but it's close to the final schedule. And you're willing to accept edits, right? And comments.
Absolutely, always.
All right. So, we are getting close to April. Is there anyone else on council who would like to say anything or ask anything, Ms.?
So the last time this was done, Leadership Teaneck didn't have a public official on it, nobody elected to council. And I think that seeing that you had included yourself there hit a bunch of us, and especially the fact that this was publicized, and then we saw a flyer with your face on it that the town didn't draw up with your name on the list. was off-putting to some of us. I think if anybody should speak for the town, it should be the mayor. But more importantly, I think what makes the program so special is that it's not political at all. And there's no political face to it. So all the other people who are here are either township employees, county employees, people who have served before. I'd be more comfortable with that. And not having one member of council. It seems self-promoting almost.
Be straight with all of you. I really just want to see this program succeed. And I know you guys do too. Ms. Belcher, I think you were raising your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think if what's really stopping us from moving forward is the removal of a headshot, I think that perhaps we may want to just redo the flyer and just move forward so that our township residents can benefit from leadership Teaneck.
So just to clarify for members of the public, so I was planning to give an overview on the advisory boards. So I, along with my other personnel committees, interview everyone for the advisory board. So I'm very familiar with the role of the advisory boards, how often they meet, how they're composed. And that's why I had signed up. I volunteered to just give an overview. There's a problem with me giving the overview. I am not tied to that. Anyone can give the overview. I just thought it would be easier since I'd be there already, there every week from 7 to 9:30 p.m. I know there was an email suggestion that Ellie Katz do it instead of me. I don't think he would want to come for every week because I know he has a lot of international commitments. So that's the only reason I volunteered. But if someone else wants to volunteer, I'm not tied. If you have a problem with my face on the agenda for some reason, I can take my face off the flyer. I didn't mean to offend. And I did invite the mayor to speak and he said he was fine with me doing it. So if it's just me that you have an issue with, fine. I don't have to be on it. If all seven
Perfect.
of you want me
Then
off
I'm
it,
fine with the rest of it.
I am not fine with any member of the council, including Deputy Mayor Katz, presenting at all. This is supposed to be not political. And I actually didn't suggest that. And I still think that we should go back to the subcommittee to review this, and make sure that, you know, this wasn't what was presented to the council. So I'm a little concerned. And also Resolution 17-2023, the subcommittee is only Deputy Mayor Katz, Deputy Mayor G, and Hillary Goldberg. So I don't understand how we got to a schedule that was in September to this. So I'm okay with the schedule that was in September with no member of council teaching any of the classes.
So just to be clear, we have forums all the time. The council hosts forums all the time. We never micromanage the agenda. Who's going to host? We had a cannabis forum, which a member of this council hosted. There was never an issue with it. We had a development forum where a member of council hosted. There was never an issue with it. So I think we need to be crystal clear on who we have a problem with. It's not about
So-
me or one person. There's
So
there's
the
other
cannabis
issues at play here.
subcommittee, that dais was the 3 members of the subcommittee. Everybody was a part of it. The forums, the everything has been on. This isn't a forum. And again, the subcommittee is 3 people and 2 members of the subcommittee had no idea that this was happening. So the ask is that the subcommittee that was from 17-2023, like the council voted on the 3 members of council to be working on this and present it because that's the process, be involved in it. So I have no problem. I would love for Leadership Teaneck to start April 1st, but then I'm asking, 1, that the subcommittee actually meet and all members of it be part of it, and 2, that it be the schedule from the September meeting, and no member of council be presenting.
Just because we are running out of time, I don't think it makes sense when we have all of us here who make the final say on the agenda, on the schedule. All of it, one of us is out of the country. So I don't know how we're going to get him to do a subcommittee meeting. We're all here. Give your feedback in public where everyone can hear. We'll make the quick edits. If it's just you want Danielle's name off and there's a majority who want my name off, by all
No, this-
means, I'll take my
this
name
isn't
off
a-
the
this
agenda.
is-
Proposed solution, if I
My-
could just
my-
interrupt really quickly.
Go ahead.
I don't think
if-
it makes
if-
sense. Sorry.
I know. I'm just trying to come up with an idea to help move this along because we all want this program to succeed. If you guys want to have a quick meeting tomorrow, the 2 of you, and I know that one of our council members is not available, I'm willing to jump in so that I can maybe help move this along if council doesn't want to decide on this tonight.
No, but then the full council still needs to hear it. I'm willing to make the motion to allow the schedule from September 19th, 2023 meeting, which was in the agenda packet, and no member of council speaking, I'm okay with that because that was what was presented to the council and the public and there was no feedback. That's what I'm okay with and proposing if that's where we're at. But I'm okay with the program going forward. But there's a subcommittee and it's not one person and it's not one person and the manager. It's three people and two members have no idea what was going on until there was a flyer. So if we're
There's no
going to
fire.
discuss it now, then that's my solution is what was in the agenda packet in September 2023 and no member of council.
Oregon.
Do we need a roll call to move this forward? What do we need? Do we need
Yeah.
nodding heads?
It's a great
How
question.
do we,
Ms. Belcher.
I just asked a question.
Yeah, but Doug, Scott,
I would say in this case, this is not really formal, but just nodding heads of whether or not you guys want to have a informal subcommittee meeting.
Well, I'm happy to move forward as is, and I'm happy to remove myself if the majority wants me removed. But if the majority is okay with me giving an overview on who serves on advisory boards, it's not a big deal. It's not political at all.
I'm happy to agree with you if you take, if this moves this forward, as long as you take yourself off of it, then I'm fine with it the way
So,
it is.
so who would you want to do the overview and advisory boards? Is
Well, you
someone else?
said it's not a formalized thing yet, so let's discuss it.
Okay,
don't-
so you want to, but you just don't want me to do
I
it.
don't, it's not you. It's not personal. Wait, don't make it personal against Danielle G. I don't want anyone from council on it.
I have an email where you say that you want Ellie Katz to do it.
No, in that email, you said, because I've run twice, I should be on it. And I said, well, if you're going to bring it up,
Didn't say should.
if anybody ran a bunch of times, it was Ellie Katz. That was that conversation. It has nothing to do with you. It was surprising to see your name and your face there. It should not be political and we shouldn't even be talking about it anymore. Just have the program. It's a great program.
That was my goal. I said, let's
Great.
get feedback.
So then I
Belcher.
agree with you.
I just would like to make a comment. Each one of us has taken a leadership role on different forums. There was a cannabis forum, Councilwoman Goldberg, that you spearheaded, that you took the lead on, that no one of us questioned you on that. So
were on that
I'm not quite finished. There has been development forums. Mark is taking the lead on the Stop and Shop forum. So all of us have taken very important roles in leadership here. So I don't understand why Deputy Mayor G is being targeted.
You are all making good points. And again, I just want to reiterate, I want to see this program succeed and I would like us to move forward if possible. But Karen, you were going to say something or?
I wish I could make a motion. I would love for this to move forward and just not have it be political at all.
It's not.
That's it.
That's your opinion that it's political because I give an overview. It's not political. I'm not up for election. It was just practical.
Can the manager do that part?
Dean, would you be willing to step forward?
If you need me to do it, we'll work something out.
He doesn't live nearby. It's just cruel. We haven't had a vote about if the majority is against Danielle giving an overview on advisory boards. Can we get clarity on that at least?
I'm not against.
It's,
Well,
you know,
I'd like to see a vote on that.
What I would suggest, even, I think what's going on right now is I would suggest that someone make a motion. And if someone wants to amend that motion, they can try, but, they can do that. But, that's, I think, given what's going on, I don't think there would be clarity.
So then can I make a
nodding
motion to
heads.
move forward with the draft agenda as is?
Second.
If someone wants to make it, try to amend it, you're welcome.
so I amend the motion to move forward as is with no member of council presenting as in the past.
Second. Just to clarify, we had past members of council present, specifically Jackie Cates, the previous mayor. She presided over every single leadership Teaneck series that she was a part of.
I'm not sure she was on Teaneck, but are you okay with that motion?
I made a second to Councilwoman
Yeah,
Morgan's
we need to
motion.
vote on the amendment first and then, on the main motion.
So this is the roll call on the amendment. And that was a first from Councilwoman Goldberg, second from Councilwoman Organ, Councilman Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher,
No.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilwoman Organ,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G,
No.
Mayor Pagan.
No. So we're at a stalemate, 3-3. So now we vote on the original motion.
That's correct. Yep, that's correct.
And that was a motion from Deputy Mayor G, a second from Councilwoman Belcher, the schedule as is. Councilman Schwartz.
No.
Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
No.
Councilwoman Oregon.
No.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes. Again, we're at a stalemate, right, Doug? 3-3? Yeah, so we have to. do it
I
at
make a
3-2.
motion to put this for the next meeting.
I don't think you don't need to make, at this point, you don't need to make a motion for that. It would just, someone would just bring it up again at the next meeting.
So does that kill the program? Because the next meeting, it starts before the next meeting.
I don't understand why it's so important that you're presenting. Why, if we have okay with the schedule, just with no member of council presenting, I'm not sure I understand what the issue is.
Well, before we get into a tit for tat, and I mean that in a respectful way, is there any way, since we're having a budget meeting on Thursday, since we do have a quorum and it's been advertised for, that hopefully we have our 7th member, or maybe someone changes their vote after a couple people talk offline, and then maybe we can move forward with this? Can we discuss it on Thursday? Because we will be here again.
Yes, to move forward with our night.
Yeah, yes, you can. That meeting, the budget meetings were noticed for action to be taken. The action could be taken on them, so you'd be entitled to.
Is
to
everybody
attend.
okay with us revisiting this on Thursday in 2 days? Yeah? All right, moving forward. Next order of business is, we're still under council listed items, public gatherings, Councilwoman Organ.
So there've been a lot of questions for us and for the police department in the last couple of months about legal actions to take with public gatherings, whether on foot or in a car. And so I'd like to bring our attorney to the next meeting. I've discussed with him, either him or someone he feels can give us some answers of what is in our ordinances now and how we can fix or change our ordinance to be more inclusive for things that protect the public and protect the public's rights. And at the same time, adding on to that, what is actually in the ordinance as far as our council meetings go, as far as Teaneck residents possibly getting priority access or speaking first. And so before we start to rewrite ordinances, I'd just like to hear where we are from that. So if we could do that at the next meeting, please.
Not a problem.
Anybody else? No? Next order of business, Township Manager's Report. Mr. Kaczynski, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick announcements. The Bergen County, it's called the American Dream First Time Home Buyer Program. And they're going to be holding several free online Zoom workshops. I placed a flyer on the table. They're going to take place every Saturday in April from 10:30 in the morning until 12 noon. They're going to cover many different topics, to include understanding the home buying process, to keeping your credit on track. Again, the flyers are on the table there. This is a great program, free of charge, and I hope everyone that needs that sort of training takes advantage of it. Another program that we're running takes place on Thursday, April 25th in the township. This is at the Richard Rhoda Center from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. The flyer is on the table as well. It's called Disaster Shelter Training. And the township's looking for volunteers who are interested in learning the basic shelter fundamentals and the guidelines for setting up a transitional shelter in the event of an emergency, such as a power outage or any other disaster where we have to relocate residents. This training is going to be provided by the American Red Cross and the Teaneck Office of Emergency Management. And the volunteers will certainly work with our trained professionals here. So anyone interested, please sign up. And the information's on the table. You can also call my office to get the application as well. Some project updates, Mayor. We received the transverse rumble strip striping plan from engineering. That's going to cover the full length of Palmer Avenue, and we should be able to move forward with that plan in the next 30 to 60 days. We're also going to place newer LED stop signs at certain locations. Those stop signs are on order. I'm not sure how quick we can get them in. Once we do get them in, we'll certainly put them up. We're going to have a pre-construction meeting for the new North Voti Park prefab bathroom this month, and we should accept delivery of the bathroom later this spring. That will be at the north end of Voti Park across from the tennis courts. Also, the Voti Park shed and shelter by the splash pad is ordered, and we're waiting for delivery with that. That's also expected to arrive this spring. Again, that's just north of the splash pad. Our engineering department is working on several projects. One is the bike lane resurfacing plan, and that will cover from Teaneck Road to Glenwood Avenue. This is a grant project, and it's much needed for that area. The Herrick Park improvement plans are currently with Green Acres. They were submitted by engineering. We're awaiting comment from Green Acres before we can move forward and put the work out to bid. So as soon as we get those comments back from Green Acres, we will advertise it, get it out to bid as quickly as possible to get the work done. The Andreas Park pickleball facility is going out to bid, and the project should be awarded at the next meeting, which is, at the April 16th meeting. That's the second meeting of a council meeting of the month. And we're going to have a resolution listed on April 2nd agenda for the structural engineer and who will be overseeing the improvements. This is at the pedestrian overpass by Voti Park, and that will allow the bridge to reopen. So we'll have the resolution on April 2nd. We'll move forward with the contractor. It will be considered emergency work, and we're hopeful to get that bridge open within a couple months. The 2023 road resurfacing project will go out to bid the end of this month. I mentioned this in the past. Cedar Lane is going to be milled this year. Thank goodness, really, by the county of Bergen. That road really needs some special attention, so that will be done in 2024. They notified us last week that Teaneck Road from DeGraw Avenue to Cedar Lane will be resurfaced in 2025 or 2026. Another big project that we're doing is Palisade Avenue. That plan is under design, and that's between West Anglewood and the North End. We've submitted the plans to DOT, New Jersey DOT, for approval. We had to do that because this grant requires them to sign off before we can move forward. We're also going out to bid for repairs to the East Beverly Road parking lot in April, and we should be able to award that at the council meeting at or on April 16th. And this is the parking lot that, again, needs a lot of attention. We're going to be doing some milling, some paving, and really a skimp coat and striping there. And this is going to allow the farmers market who wants to move from the west side to the east side to move their operations there during the season. So that parking lot will look better and it'll be a lot safer for everyone. The environmental resource inventory is completed and now needs the planning board approval, adoption of it. The new field maintenance contracts going to be awarded this evening. This is what we spoke about for several months to maintain our fields. That'll be awarded this evening. We got an excellent price for that. And we're going to have an emergency pre-con meeting with them after tonight on weekly maintenance work that can be started on our ball fields. Now, this will take place from now until November. So we're excited about that project. Work at Teaneck Southern Little League, if anyone's been down there, is moving incredibly fast. They've removed the fences. They've skinned the entire field. They're going to be doing some drainage work and putting the foundation in. And they told me today that the anticipated project completion date is on or about June 1st. So they're moving very quickly with that. The last council meeting, I was asked about trying to divert traffic by ways along Country Club. We did reach out to them. The deputy manager, I reached out to them. We have not heard back from them yet. I'll keep everyone posted on that. The fire department put 4 new service vehicles on the road on March 7th. One is a fire prevention vehicle. Another one is a tour commander truck. The third one is a utility pickup truck. And the fourth one is a water ice rescue vehicle. The blessing of the vehicles took place on March 7th. Some of the grants we're working on and have recently been awarded We're applying for 1.3 million federal infrastructure grant that's going to allow us to do some drainage improvements in the area of Queen Anne Road from Van der Linde to Herrick, Larch Avenue and Kip Street. And we were just notified by Senator Booker's office that our request for funding through the congressionally directed spending was included in the fiscal year 24 package. So the town is going to be concentrating on the old Newbridge Road area to better manage stormwater and prevent flooding. So we're going to get about 565,000, and that should significantly help us out with much needed improvements in that area. This month, we were also notified of awards for the Spotted Lanternfly program, and that was in the amount of 20,000. New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, that was for 25,000. Bergen County Open Space, in the amount of 146,000. And we have a couple other important grants that are in the hopper right now. Something that just came out today that our police department is working on. The Office of Homeland Security, New Jersey Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness launched, they call it bleeding control kits. They're going to be issuing bleeding control kits to houses of worship that apply, and the kits are going to contain basic items to stop extreme hemorrhages and pneumothorax injuries. And so I've directed the police department to reach out to houses of worship and to let them know how they can get these kits. And finally, I just wanted to let the public know that after 40 years of service and years in government, I've submitted my notice of retirement to council this evening, which it's going to be effective July 1st. I'll, of course, have some additional comments or remarks to make as we get a little bit closer to July 1st. So I just wanted to let everyone publicly know. So that's it. Mayor. Thank you very much.
I am going to miss you so much, and I can't thank you enough for your friendship, your leadership, and your dedication to Teaneck and everything that you've done. You've helped so many people over the years. You've taught me so much. You've helped me. I mean, you've helped everybody who lives in Teaneck, and I'm happy for you that you're going to begin this next chapter of your life. But I'm also going to miss you so much. Anyone else on council? Ms. Belcher?
Oh,
No, I would just say ditto to that. We're gonna certainly miss you, Dean. You have represented our community so well. You have been truly a servant leader, and we know you're gonna return to visit us for sure.
Mr. Schwartz?
I'm going to comment over the next few months and make you cry then.
I'm sure we'll have lots of
I
time.
have 7 more meetings. So
Who's counting, huh?
plenty of time.
Miss Oregon?
I will have lots of time to do this, and I'm sure there'll be lots of tears from me. But just so that the public knows, Dean will be helping us to find his replacement. So he will leave us in good hands.
Ms. Goldberg?
I'm going to have a lot to say when we really get into this, and thank Dean for everything. And, you know, from this side, from that side, I know I'm sure I caused you a lot of service, but, you know, so we'll have a lot of thank you. Did you say yeah? Okay.
Deputy Mayor G?
I'm still in denial, and I think I'm going to use the next 7 meetings to try to convince you not to retire. I probably won't be successful, but you are so loved by Teaneck and all of us, and just so grateful for you.
We love you, Dean. We really do. Next order of business is Township Attorney's Report. Mr. Salmon?
How am I supposed to follow that? No, you know, before I start, I just want to say I do a lot of work in a lot of different towns all throughout New Jersey. You will not find yourself a better township manager than Dean. It's really going to be, I think, a challenge to find someone even, you know, half as capable as Dean. 2 things I want to mention tonight. I mentioned them at our last meeting, but now that you guys are going to be actually voting to adopt, there are 2 ordinances they will be voting on tonight. The first is the EV ordinance, and the second is the escrow ordinance. The EV ordinance is required by state law. It was a law that was passed in 2021 that requires all municipalities all throughout the state to put a certain infrastructure in place, essentially to require developers of new properties to dedicate a certain percentage of their parking spots to be EV capable, to be able to charge electric cars there. the number of spots that have to be dedicated depends on the overall size of the lot, and how many parking spots are at the development. It's only prospective, so it doesn't affect any developments that are already in town. It's just going forward. The second ordinance that you'll be voting on tonight is the escrow ordinance. So we have an escrow system in place for people, for applicants to the planning and the zoning board, basically pay for the cost of the professionals, planning and zoning board attorney, the planner, engineer, and all those things. This ordinance adds significantly more detail to that and gives the town a lot more flexibility. Most importantly, for if there is any development, in the town going forward, it doesn't just include the applicants to the planning and zoning boards. It also includes the developers that are working with the township itself, and requires them to pay for our cost of professionals. We do a lot of work for developers, reviewing financial agreements and developers agreements and all sorts of things. The township incurs a lot of costs for that when we're really doing work for them. And so this is a standard kind of ordinance that is, I've seen in all my other towns that I work with. There's no reason that we should be paying for these costs for these developers. And I will say, most of the developers come into town expecting to pay this. I know in one case, a developer just sent us I think it was a $20,000 check, because they just assumed that we had a system like this in place. We didn't really know what to do with it because we didn't have an ordinance in place. So we just had this check sitting there. This is going to prevent anything like that from happening again in the future. So in the end, it will save the township a lot of money over the long term. And though both of those went to the planning board deemed them both consistent with the master plan. And so now you'll be voting tonight to adopt both of them. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Our next order of business is our public hearing and adoption of ordinances. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the title of the two ordinances into the record?
Yes, sir. We have first up ordinance number 4-2024, amending section 8 of chapter 33 entitled Fee Schedule and Escrow Trust Deposits of the Township Code for the Township of Teaneck by detailing the fee schedule and payment provisions applicable to applications for development. Ordinance number 5-2024, authorizing and encouraging electric vehicle supply/service equipment and make-ready parking spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The public hearing on these two ordinances and these two ordinances alone are now open. Any member of the public wishing to be heard on any of these two ordinances can please come forward and state their names for the record. Comments or questions shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. Is there anyone in chambers who want to speak?
And
Mr.
before anyone else raises their hands on Zoom again, I just want to repeat so eloquently what our mayor said, that this public hearing is strictly just for the ordinances that we just read into the record, ordinances 4 and 5. So again, if you want to speak about ordinance 4 or 5, please raise your hand on Zoom and we will get to you. If you do not want to speak on ordinance 4 or 5, the general good and welfare will be up in just a few minutes. So please be patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Alan Sohn.
Alan Sohn, Teaneck resident. Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve in your stead on the planning board. We had a meeting and we reviewed those two ordinances, both ordinances 4 and 5, as Mr. Salmon had indicated. We had a remarkably thorough discussion about those two ordinances. We went through the details. Virtually I think every member of the board discussed both of those. I think again, escrow fees allows, as Mr. Salmon indicated, the developers to basically cover the costs of running all these meetings. And the ordinance on electric vehicles allows us to ensure that buildings have the facilities necessary to be future ready, so that they will be able to serve the increasing number of electric vehicles in the future. As I had indicated at that meeting, when this 2007 master plan was passed, electric vehicles were about 0.00001% of the number of vehicles. It was something that was not anticipated, but it has been changing. It will be increasing. And again, I think as a member of the planning board, as a member of the public, I want to encourage the council to pass both of these ordinances and approve them as is. And again, thank you for providing for a planning board that has really been remarkably effective in working through these issues. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Sohn. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak about these two ordinances and these two ordinances only? Seeing no hands, anybody on Zoom? All right, this public hearing is closed. Anyone on council want to say anything about these two ordinances? Ms. Belcher.
Yeah, I just want to say that it is good to see with ordinance for 2024 really putting placing some of the onus on developers in terms of a lot of the costs that is incurred or has previously been incurred by the township. So now we do have that ability to make sure that as a township, we're not really incurring as much expenses as we are. And I would also agree with Mr. Song that the planning board is doing an exemplary job in terms of moving forward. And I'm sure they're going to be really looking forward to the reviewing the next steps of what we have, coming down the pike as it pertains to things in development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Anyone else on council have any comments? In that case, I make a motion to approve both ordinances.
Second.
Councilman Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilman Organ.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes.
Ordinance is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next order of business is good and welfare. Any member of the public wishing to be heard at this time can please come forward and state their names for the record. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you are on Zoom, we ask that you please list your first name and your last name so our clerk can call on you. Also, if you are on Zoom, please turn on your camera when you are called on if possible. And I think I see some clergy in the room. Sorry. I'm going to call on the clergy first because I know we have some clergy in the room. And just in case they have to leave early, I'm going to give the clergy an opportunity to speak. And you don't have to line up. You guys could just raise your hand. So this way you'll be sitting comfortably. Please take your seats again. Sorry. Please take your seats again. And all you guys got to do is raise your hand and then I'll call you. But the procedure is we do someone in person, someone on Zoom, someone in person, someone on Zoom. And what we do is with the in person, we do this side, then someone on Zoom, then someone on this side, then someone on Zoom, this side, this side, this side. So there are a couple of members of clergy here. Do either of you want to speak or say anything before we go? Sir.
Elliot Schreier, Teaneck resident for 2.5 years, rabbi of Congregation B'nai Yeshurun. As likely everyone in this room knows, on last Sunday, March 10th, there was a protest held outside of Congregation Keter Torah, a local synagogue here in Teaneck. And I want to share with you some of the things that I and other members of Teaneck's Jewish community heard that day. I will preface my remarks by saying that I heard there were Jewish individuals holding Israeli flags who shouted profanities and insults at the protesters. Let me say publicly and unequivocally that those people don't speak for me, and I firmly denounce that vulgar behavior. But I also want to share with you some of what we heard. Last Sunday, I had congregants, lifelong Teaneck residents, who were not even attending the event in Keter Torah. They were going for a Sunday morning stroll on River Road. They were identifiably Jewish by ritual garb, and a number of protesters drove by them, rolled down their car windows, and repeatedly shouted, "Go back to Europe." And in one instance, even more directly, "Go back to Auschwitz." I have a friend who is not a Teaneck resident. He lives in Bergenfield, who has a teenaged son. I think he's 14 years old, who again was not going to the event in Keter Torah. He was going to play a football game with his friends in a public park. He was identifiably Jewish by his kippah. There were protesters who accosted him. They got in his face. They started hurling verbal abuse at him until he called his mother in tears. One of the Jewish security volunteers at the event was told, "We are still raping your hostages." I have a congregant who was called a Jewish dog. And perhaps most pointedly, I have a congregant who was asked by a protester, "Are you afraid yet?" Tonight, you are likely going to hear a lot about fair housing, civil rights, international law, legalities, illegalities, nuances, etc. But let us be very clear. To all those who taunted, "Go back to Europe" or "Go back to Auschwitz," to all those who asked, "Are you afraid yet?" that's not what any of this is about. This is about Jew hatred, plain and simple, and the ability for Jews to live in this town free from fear and prejudice, just like anyone else. If I may dare speak on behalf of myself and many of Teaneck's Jews, I will tell you that we are not afraid, we are not intimidated, but we are tired. We are tired of being regularly vilified and slandered and demonized, often from this spot, in this room, in textbook ethnic stereotyping, blanket statements about the Jews or the Jewish community or the Zionists when we're in the mood for a dog whistle. We too are part of this town. We too are Teaneck. We are tired of being treated like a nefarious other. We're tired of others deciding for us and dictating to us which speech about Jews is acceptable or unacceptable, as if the metric for unacceptability is when others are sufficiently uncomfortable, even after every bright red line of anti-Semitic speech has been firmly crossed and left far behind us here in Teaneck. We are tired of others flippantly dismissing our hurt and our pain. And we're tired of the whitewashing. We're tired of the sanitizing. Go back to Auschwitz has nothing to do with Palestinian children. And Jewish dogs and Are You Afraid Yet has nothing to do with civilians in Gaza. It should not be difficult for anyone, irrespective of one's views on the Middle East, to call out and denounce the hatred that is now regularly being directed towards many of the Jews in this town. And I call upon all members of council to exhibit the moral leadership to move this town forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Schreier. Are there any other religious leaders in the room that would like to speak? Rabbi Friedman?
Okay. Daniel Friedman, Teaneck resident since 1988, rabbi of the Jewish Center of Teaneck. I think tonight we can only begin by acknowledging our extraordinary township manager, Dean Kaczynski, for everything that he's done for Teaneck over 40 years, 26 and a half years on the police force. I met him when he was the deputy manager, the town manager. He has poured his heart and soul into this township, and I would like to make a suggestion to the town council that when Dean does finish his service to the town, that a Dean Kaczynski Day be declared to celebrate the 40 years, and I hope that you'll take that under consideration. There's one thing that I feel a little bit sad about in terms of Dean going, not just missing him, though I know we'll stay in touch, is that I want our township to be worthy of somebody like Dean Kaczynski. Dean is stepping down at a time when perhaps we're not living up to the kind of man of character that has served this township so well. And specific, what is going on to the Jewish community in Teaneck repudiates everything that people like Dean have done for this township to make it the proud town that was the first to integrate in the United States of America. And more specifically, the targeting of houses of worship. A week ago Sunday at the synagogue in which I was raised, in which I was married, in which my parents still worship, is a clear red line in our civic relations. We must reject targeting of houses of worship in any scenario whatsoever, as we must reject any form of violent confrontation. Jewish community of Teaneck is strong and will never be intimidated. We'll be proud as Americans. We will never hide our love of Israel as a fundamental part of our religious identity. I've had the opportunity to address the Jewish community, but I'd like to address our neighbors on this point as well. We respectfully ask that our neighbors understand that our attachment to the land of Israel is not a matter of partisan politics. It is not intended as a provocation to any individual or community. It is a matter of deep faith commitment, as important in my life and the lives of so many of my congregants as the observance of Sabbath or our commitment to prayer and Torah study. We can never accept, and we hope that all of our neighbors will never accept, that we are legitimate targets for harassment because of our faith and religious commitments. We see no reason whatsoever that we should have to choose between being our full selves as proud American Jews attached to the land of Israel in our souls and outstanding citizens who wish for nothing else other than to live as we always have, in harmony with all of our neighbors, even and especially those with different faith commitments. So let us be the town that is worthy of Dean Kaczynski. Let us be the town that is worthy of Adina Lefkowitz. Let us be the town that was the first to integrate our schools. Let us be the town that we know that we can be.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you, Rabbi Friedman. Are there any other religious leaders in the room? Sir, you're a religious leader?
Mayor Bagan, council members, Assistant Mayor. My name is Imam Muhammad Dawood. I'm also a New York City chaplain, licensed chaplain. I first worked as an imam over at Bergen Regional Medical Center. And as a as a Muslim religious person, human being, I remember I've been living in Teaneck ever since 1972, 52 years. And I remember being in this building back in 1972, and the issue of the day was the Vietnam War. This building has not changed. We used to have pictures on the walls. And I'm kind of sad to be here again. Islam is a Semitic faith, so is Judaism. No Muslim can be called anti-Semitic because Islam is a Semitic faith. But many of my Muslim brothers and sisters, particularly over at Dula Usla, we are very disappointed what's been happening, not just here at home, but in the Middle East as well. Human rights, equal rights, justice, due process of law has been neglected. We're human beings. We all got families. I remember back in 1972, 73, apartheid. I was right here with my father talking about boycotting oppression. Apartheid. I've been to Jerusalem. I studied at Mecca University, Saudi Arabia, Damascus University, Syria, Al Qarawiyyin University in Morocco, Akida, Arabic language, and monotheism. We don't like, many of our Muslim brothers and sisters, we don't like what's going on in the Middle East, and anybody that affronts houses of worship is wrong. But human rights, equal rights, justice, and due process of law has been neglected, not just on people who have been abused, but we have not been standing up for human rights, equal rights, justice, and due process of law. Genocide, yes, it's a problem. Over in the Middle East and here, no one should hate other people because of their faith at all. And we have to change it with our own hearts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Imam. Are there any other religious leaders in the room? Seeing no hands. Doug, someone on Zoom, please.
Umair Farouk, bring in Umair Farouk in. Please state your name for the record. Feel free to unmute. Please state your name for the record.
Umair Farouk.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Respected council members and fellow Teaneck residents, tonight I would like to share with you Chris Hedges' letter to the children of Gaza. The muffled calls for help from beneath the rubble. It does not stop, night and day. Trapped under the piles of smashed concrete, your playmates, your schoolmates, your neighbors, gone in seconds. You see the chalky faces and the limp bodies when they are dug out. I am a reporter. It is my job to see this. You are a child. You should never see this. When your father or mother hunts for food or water, you wait. That terrible feeling in your stomach, will they come back? Will you see them again? Will the bombs find you? Are these your last moments on earth? I try to tell your story. I try to tell the world that when you are cruel to people, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade, when you deny people freedom and dignity, when you humiliate and trap them in an open air prison, when you kill them as they were beasts, they become angry. They do to others what was done to them. I told it over and over. I told it for 7 years. Few listened, and now this. Reporters from all over the world are going to the border crossing at Rafah. We are going because we cannot watch this slaughter and do nothing. We are going because hundreds of people are dying. We are going because this genocide must stop. We are going because we have children like you, precious, innocent, loved. We are going because we want you to live. We have failed you. This is the awful guilt we carry. We tried, but we did not try hard enough. We will go to Rafah, many of us, reporters. We will stand outside the border with Gaza in protest. We will write and film. This is what we do. It is not much, but it is something. We will tell your story again. Maybe it will be enough to earn the right to ask for your forgiveness. According to Reuters, 70 US cities have passed ceasefire resolutions. As of March 2024, neighboring cities like Jersey City, Union City, Patterson, North Bergen, Ridgefield, and Wayne are just some of the cities that have followed suit. Since this council is so keen on passing resolutions, I'm shocked that Teaneck is not among those cities. Wake up, Teaneck. We can do better, and we must do better for the sake of humanity. Thank you.
Someone on this side, ma'am.
Heidi Fuchs, Teaneck resident for 52 years. I have served this township in multiple committees and leadership roles. My husband and I have raised our 4 sons here, and one has returned and serves this township as a member of TVAC for over 15 years. Thank you to Teaneck Police Department and to Dean for efforts in protecting this township and its citizens. As anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic, hateful rhetoric continues to uptick, especially in our township, I feel less safe for my family, myself, and my community. At the February 27th Town Council meeting, a known agitator's false narrative was allowed. His accusing the Jewish community of hosting an event that is against the law, stating that it violates civil rights and fair housing laws, was false. Without taking a moment to investigate the facts, a council member responded to the state that the Israel real estate event is in, quote, violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 1968, also violates New Jersey law against discrimination. We don't want any event held in our township that has the markings of any discrimination. We don't want to be on the wrong side of history. How ironic and how embarrassing for this council and for our township that an elected official who has represented all of the people of Teaneck would make such an ignorant and unsubstantiated statement. This was purposeful maligning of our community. This treatment of the Jewish community is abhorrent. The council member could have taken a beat, investigated the facts, and stopped the person who was proud to boast that he planned to organize a protest. That protest caused our streets to be unnecessarily shut down, our police officers to come out in full force and waste our tax dollars. The behavior at the last meeting, both by this agitator and some of our leadership, put thousands of Teaneck residents and our religious institutions' safety at risk. The council member could have taken the wind out of this agitator's sails. Instead, it fanned the flames of hate, bigotry, divisiveness, and anti-Semitism. The Jews of Teaneck will not tolerate false accusations and lies. The Jews of Teaneck will not allow ourselves to be terrorized and threatened. The Jews of Teaneck will not be intimidated or subjected to blood libels. The Jews of Teaneck will not be deterred. The Jews of Teaneck will not run or hide. The Jews of Teaneck will not be violent or agitate. The Jews of Teaneck will not threaten like those who invade our peaceful town. The Jews of Teaneck will not be baited. The Jews of Teaneck will not drive through red lights on our township roads and throw red paint on cars and citizens. The Jews of Teaneck are productive and contributing citizens of our township. The Jews of Teaneck are brave and will not stoop to the level of the agitators. The Jews of Teaneck proudly stand with our brothers and sisters.
Thank you, ma'am.
I, Hollander, please unmute, state your name for the record. I, Hollander, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Yeah, hi, this is Isaac Hollander, 18-year Teaneck resident. Before getting into the topic du jour, I first want to thank the town for starting yearly pothole remediation work. It seems like the potholes get bigger and deeper every year. At the corner of West Laurelton and Forest, there's a dangerous dip in the pavement. To my knowledge, fixes were attempted at least twice since I moved in, including during the last repaving, but the problem keeps getting worse. The problem is deep beneath the road surface, and patching doesn't do anything anymore. The town should consider fixes other than the Band-Aids that never actually address the problem. Someone is going to break a wheel or an axle. Now, regarding recent events. Our community has experienced protesters nearly every week. These protests are not aimed at changing US or Israeli government policy or plans. They are purely hate-driven, using offensive lies intended to make the local Jewish community uncomfortable. In other words, to terrorize. And the terror escalates each week with more cars, more people, more hate speech, more small crimes. We all appreciate the long overtime and weekend hours local law enforcement and public officials have put in over the last few months. But bottom line, this is an untenable situation and cannot be allowed to continue. A solution must restore public safety and protect people while respecting both the letter and the spirit of the First Amendment. My parents toured Europe after their retirement. In several cities, they had to pre-register in order to enter the local synagogue on Shabbat. Armed security guards, bag checks, the works. Now we are moving towards a similar situation. In addition to investments in physical security, my shul has a paid armed guard and volunteers from CSS. It won't be long before we graduate to bag checks and metal detectors. Churches have their doors open to the public all day. Unfortunately, synagogues, yeshivas, and other Jewish institutions have to default to a locked door, and they have to carefully screen people before allowing them to enter. I don't hear of any protests outside the AUCC, but somehow it's okay to harass people going into a synagogue? This is not okay. Private institutions now have to spend money on physical security, which means less programming for the community. And additional assessments to member families mean less money families can spend here in Teaneck at local businesses. This problem affects the entire community. Everyone in Teaneck must work together to get this situation under control. Generational PTSD is a real thing. My grandparents and great-grandparents all arrived in the United States well before the Second World War. But my parents had classmates who were refugees from Europe immediately post-war. I had teachers in elementary school with numbers on their arms. I heard first-person accounts. It is truly hurtful to see the Holocaust trivialized and genericized, but that's a topic for another time. The PTSD still exists 3 generations after the Holocaust. I am seeing serious people discussing plans for a quick escape from America should it become needed, getting passports and other documents in order. This is not okay. This is not normal. Thank you.
Someone on this side? Ma'am, in the back, sorry. Sorry, I saw her hand go first, I'm sorry.
My name is Nessia. I'm a Jewish resident and student in Teaneck. I love our town and I sincerely appreciate our diverse community. This includes my teammates from Teaneck's travel soccer team, my former crewmates on TVAC, and other thespians I met in acting camp, and of course, the teens who sit with me on the Teaneck Youth Advisory Board. When preparing what I would say tonight, I wanted to say that I'm not scared. I wanted to say that what people are saying about me, my family, and my community don't intimidate me. I wanted to say that after people called me murderer and terrorist while driving down Romer Avenue last week, I was able to fall asleep, not scared for my safety in my home. But the truth is, I am terrified. I am scared that anti-Semitism is becoming normalized here in Teaneck. I am scared that someone thought that their First Amendment right included hurling red paint at my car and shouting Nazi slurs and saluting the Nazis to me while driving past them. I am scared that words lead to actions that cannot be undone. As a teen who lives in Teaneck, I am asking the adults in this room to stand up to the community and say that this is not okay. This is not how neighbors treat each other. If you believe a law was broken with the Israel real estate event, go and file a lawsuit against the organizers. If you believe American dollars shouldn't be supporting the Israeli military, take it up with your congressman. If you are upset with the declarations that this Teaneck Council has made, take it up at the next election cycle. Thank God we live in a free country with courts and democratic elections. Use the outlets available to you. But please do not take it out on me. Keep me and my friends out of it. Keep our neighbors, both Jewish and not Jewish, out of it. Don't project how you feel about a conflict in the Middle East on us. Don't pretend you know me or you know any of us and that we all fit into some evil stereotype which gives you the right to bully us. Personally, I grieve for all of the lives lost in this conflict, both Israeli and Palestinian. It deeply saddens me to think about the suffering that this war has caused. And every day, I pray for it to end. But there is an ocean of difference between empathizing with Palestinian suffering and targeting an entire community through weekly harassment and intimidation. I am asking the council, the mayor, and every single influential person in this room to come up with a plan that ends the hateful language and actions that occur in this town every single weekend before it is too late.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you.
Yusef Awadallah. Yusef, please unmute. Hang on for a second for me, Yusef. Yusef, please state your name for the record.
Yusef Awadullah, Teaneck resident.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
I come to these meetings not to change your minds. I come to these meetings every month to hold you accountable. Hold you accountable not only for your actions as a council, but also your inactions. Listening to 5 months of this council promoting lies and Islamophobic rhetoric takes a toll on a person. I was very hopeful when one member on this council suggested that Teaneck, New Jersey abide by federal and international law, only to see her name being dragged through the mud by her own colleagues and members of the town for standing on the side of justice and equality. Watching councilwomen be praised as heroes for every lie that spews out of their mouth makes me embarrassed to be a Teaneck resident. The attempted shaming of community members for exercising their First Amendment right is despicable. I say attempted shaming because my community will never feel shame for standing up for humanity. Watching this council prioritize foreign interests over the safety, well-being, and happiness of its own residents is appalling. We cannot ignore the cries of marginalized voices silenced by resolutions to perpetuate inequality and discrimination. Yet our council seems content to stand idly by, indifferent to the suffering and struggles of those who they were elected to serve. Just because a lie is repeated again and again does not make it the truth. For those of you who are just tuning into the circus that we call Teaneck, let me summarize what this council has done in the last 5 months. One council member thought it would be a great idea to draft a resolution that in no way, shape, or form benefited the township of Teaneck or its residents. That resolution was voted on and passed by the entire council. The same council member lied about what she heard being chanted in a parking lot back in October. The same councilwoman was confronted about her lie, but decided to double down on her falsehood because why admit you were wrong when you're a government official? Another council member falsely attributed a quote to a town resident. The council member quoted that Muslim resident as saying that she was gonna, quote, blow up the town. Yes, I do mention this at every meeting, and I will keep doing so until we get an apology. And to Councilwoman Belcher, I would like to remind you of a quote: speak the truth even if your voice shakes. We stand with you. Thank you.
The gentleman in the hat.
My name is Martin Stein. I have been in Teaneck, a resident, for 43 years. First, just because someone, whether it's Rich Siegel or a council person, says that the event at Keter Torah was illegal, does not make it correct. That's what we have courts for. Last week, a group of agitators consisting mostly of non-Teaneck residents staged a disgusting Jew-hating demonstration, which has been described by Rabbi Schreier and others. I would just like to add that the 2 people who were arrested live far from Teaneck. One of them was even from Massachusetts. In this township, we are blessed and thankful to have a town manager, a deputy town manager, and a police department who are diligent and sympathetic and who look for ways to protect our rights. However, the current situation in Teaneck, and especially recent events, require and demand that we do more, and also, frankly, that we ask our public officials to do more. And therefore, with the deepest respect for Dean Kaczynski, Tom Rowe, and the police department, I would like to make a few proposals. First, if I run a red light, I get a ticket. If I drive with an expired registration or I block traffic, I run the risk of getting my car impounded. Protesters and cars should be treated the same way. Next, and very few people, I assume, know this, Chapter 31B of the Teaneck Township Code requires that anyone organizing an event of protest similar to what happened at Keter Torah must apply for a permit, which requires an application. The application includes detailed information about the organizers, as well as an agreement by the organizer to indemnify the town in the event of any claims or damages resulting from the event. No permit, no application was filed or received for this event. I ask that in the future, any organizer of a similar protest be required to comply with the application process. The decision as to whether or not to grant a permit is up to the town manager. It's very difficult to deny a permit legally. However, both the code and the federal courts allow the permit to be given with conditions as to where this event can be held. There's no excuse for having such an event at a synagogue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Allison Gurr, please unmute, state your name for the record. Allison Gurr. I'm sorry, I don't see your full last name. Please unmute, state your name for the record.
Yes, thank you. My name is Allison Gore-Arie. I've lived in Teaneck since 2006. That's 17 and a half years. I knew very little about Teaneck or the demographic when I first moved in, and I was delighted to realize how diverse our town is. As a religious Jew, I embrace the diversity. My husband and I want our kids to be surrounded by people who are different from us, as well as share our culture. We want our kids to interact with other kids at the pool at Voti Park, at martial arts, everywhere they go. We may have differences of opinion on some topics, particularly since October 7th. Nonetheless, we want to stay in this community, as do the diverse neighbors that also share the community with us. We all want to stay here. We all want to be here. We'd like to find harmony again. What's not helpful is strangers coming from out of town into Teaneck to spread hate and try to make the locals hate the other locals. It's coming from out of town mostly, I feel. It would be helpful and healing to see that stop. This is America. We're all permitted to have differences of opinion, but we don't need the aggression from out of towners. We should be left to fix our problems by ourselves, with each other, not with out of towners interfering. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir.
My name is Frank, and I've lived in Teaneck for 48 years. My daughter and her family also live here. My parents were Holocaust survivors and were very happy that I served in the U.S. Army for 3 years, including a year in Vietnam during the Tet Offensive. While they were familiar with fear in Nazi Germany, the last thing they imagined was fear while living in the U.S. When my wife and I moved to Teaneck, we were thrilled that we were able to afford a modest home and raise our children in the safety and comfort of a nice town, which over the years saw many religious schools, synagogues, and kosher establishments open up in Teaneck and the neighboring towns. This has probably led the anti-Semites to target Teaneck. I would be remiss in not mentioning a big contribution that the Jewish community has made to Teaneck. Their active membership in a disproportionate number to the Teaneck Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Donating to the Magen David Adom, the Israeli ambulance first aid organization in Israel that serves all Jews, Muslims, and Christians alike, was an endeavor that the Jewish community took upon itself to do good at a time when protests against people entering a synagogue here in Teaneck were subjected to harassment, name-calling, paint throwing, and people taunting them with cries, "Hitler was right." And are you afraid yet? The last thing I ever imagined was that when we contributed to Magen David Adom, my wife would caution me against listing our name for fear of some kind of retribution. My thanks to Mayor Pagan, Township Manager Mr. Kaczynski, the police and their chief, and the various other officials who have kept the Jewish community safe, despite some people, including a member of the town council, making groundless accusations against us. It also boggles my mind that while Christian clergy have supported us, and the Jewish clergy constantly reiterates that under no circumstances should we engage any of our attackers or do anything illegal, the Muslim clergy has been silent throughout, while the AUCC Muslim Community Center here in Teaneck is being used as a staging area for out-of-towners to gather for their marches against Jewish institutions and facilities. I'd like to see the council ensure that no marches of any kind can take place without a parade permit. If people want to walk with banners and flags on our sidewalks, that's their right to do so. But a parade permit should be issued with a $1,500 bond that would be forfeited if any marchers throw things, yell discriminatory phrases, or do anything illegal or unlawful. That would help defray the costs borne by Teaneck taxpayers for police overtime and other unnecessary expenses. The council must send an unmistakable message that any religious harassment in this town will not be tolerated.
Thank you, sir.
Bridget,
And sir,
Bridget, please unmute, state your name for the record.
and sir, thank you for your service to our country as well.
Bridget, give us 1 minute here. Give us 1 minute, Bridget. Bridget, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Bridget, please state your name for the record.
Bridget Jones.
We're having a hard time hearing you, Bridget.
Bridget Jones.
Did you say Bridget Jones, ma'am?
Can you hear me? Sorry for the technical.
I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you. Can you get a little closer to the microphone if possible?
Bridget? Sorry, Bridget.
Yeah, sorry, Bridget. We'll try to come back to you. Someone else on Zoom, Doug?
Yes, 1 second. I have Sharuk Awadallah. Sorry, all kinds of pop-ups here. Sharuk Awadallah. Please unmute, state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Shuruk Awadallah.
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Sharuk. We lost you, Sharuk.
All right, we'll do one more person
Yeah.
in the chamber, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Jasmine. I have lived in Teaneck for my entire life, and I am here to demand the immediate dismissal of council members Goldberg, Organ, and Schwartz. How dare you claim to represent this constituency while showcasing your thinly veiled racism at every opportunity? You all feign care and concern for every splitting divide in this town while actively fanning the flames to burn any semblance of unity to the ground. Councilwoman Organ, thank you for affirming my last statement.
Mr. Mayor, we don't
Yes,
allow
I'm sorry to
people,
interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt.
we don't
We'll
allow
pause your
people to
time.
call out
If you
individual
can-
council
If you
members.
can address me or the council as a whole.
I can address the council as a whole, and I hope that my time.
Yeah, we
Pause.
won't take any of your time away from you.
Thank
Please
you.
continue.
Okay, thank you, council members, for affirming my last statement to the council board with your back the blue sentiments you willingly shared in Teaneck today. Since 2020 obviously meant nothing to you, I will reiterate that using a Blue Lives Matter flag is a dog whistle, is a racist paraphernalia item akin to the Confederate flag. Just a few days ago, a 15-year-old boy named Ryan Gaynor was lynched by San Bernardino police in 2024. My people are being systematically slaughtered in these American streets. This is why I constantly come here and call out the microaggressions you and all your fellow white council members throw at Councilwoman Belcher and WG. Not to mention, I have not forgotten how you purposely misquoted a Muslim community member to insinuate that she was going to blow up the town. Council members also consistently make it a point to say that you do not care about any of our voices. 4 weeks in a row, you have mentioned to end good and welfare with a handful of people waiting to finally get a turn to make themselves clearly heard. Not only this, you have also chosen to accompany your fellow council people to commit domestic and international felonies by attending the illegal real estate sale of occupied Palestine this past Sunday. And thank you, Mayor, for ignoring people on Teaneck's call to shut down the event, by the way, and violating our First Amendment constitutional rights by blocking those who choose to engage with you on your public social media platforms, a strategy I'm sure you both have taken from your friend Keith Kaplan. We will be campaigning to ensure that you never hold such a position again, and we will see how you enjoy being censored. Councilwoman, you are particularly calculated with your chilling racism. Not only did you escalate the horrifying hate towards our high school students in the wake of the first walkout, you managed to show your face to co-sign fascist behavior in this town. You claim to have not heard any council member or neighbor supporting genocide, which is a serious accusation, and that genocides going on around the world are painful to watch. Never again means never again, and that you pray for those barbaric atrocities to end today, as well as hoping that Gaza and Israel will soon be free. But until you stop playing the victim and take accountability, you are destined to be everything you claim to stand against, a beacon for violence. In Gaza and the West Bank, over 31,000 people have been murdered by the hands of the IOF,
Thank you,
American
Miss.
socialists, and right-wing
Thank you, Miss.
colonizers
No,
of
pause
occupied
it.
Palestine,
Pause it so that she wouldn't
as
lose
well
her
as
time.
314
Thank
people
you,
in
Miss.
Lebanon and Syria.
3 minutes are up, ma'am.
There's another event
Ma'am.
that's going to be happening on March
Ma'am,
21st
your
at
minutes
7:30
are up,
p.m.
Miss. Miss, I'm
What are you
sorry.
going to do to make sure this
Everybody,
doesn't happen again?
everybody
Pat,
only gets
please
3
unmute.
minutes. Sorry,
Thank
everybody
you
only
for
gets 3
your time,
minutes.
and I will be emailing you all of my notes.
Sorry, everybody gets 3 minutes.
Pat, please unmute. State your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Patrick DeRoma. I'm actually a resident of Woodridge. I emailed my colleague, Christopher Noel, emailed the council about our attempts to get a complete streets policy in Bergen County. We were hoping to get a sign on for the letter that we sent. Just a little bit about what we're pushing for. We believe that we started Complete Streets Bergen to get safer county roads within Bergen. We basically believe that mobility is a right and not a privilege for only those who can afford a car. And so we are looking for towns to sign on in order to try and provide support for a countywide policy. Bergen we've been going to county meetings, and Bergen's county commissioners have stated that they're really looking for town buy-in, for towns to buy in before they move forward with any kind of redesigns of streets or new policies around that. And we noticed that Teaneck has moved forward on their own with various bike lane resurfacing, as was mentioned earlier in this meeting. We believe that car dependency is a public health issue, from pollution to crashes to mental health to the physical health of residents. And so we are just urging the council to sign on to the letter in an effort to try and push the county forward in helping to make streets safer for pedestrians and for cyclists, and not only those in cars. And that's all.
Pat, thank you for calling in. Please send me, I'm the town clerk, Doug Clerk at teanecknj.gov. If you could send a little snippet about that so we could start evaluating.
Sure. Can you just repeat that?
Clerk, CLERK at teanecknj.gov.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Pat. Someone on this side? Ma'am? Oh, sorry, second row. Yes, you, ma'am, yes.
My name is Miriam Berman. I've lived in Teaneck for 29 years. Well, first I want to thank law enforcement, the council, the town. Microphone. Oh, here we go. I want to thank the law enforcement, the council, and our township manager and staff for all their efforts. We feel like we are living in a bad episode of The Twilight Zone, but I can't imagine anyone being able to conjure up the story of what has been going on in our town in the United States of America. I raised my children here in Teaneck, and now my children are attempting to do the same. I can't imagine how a young mother I know felt on March 10th, stuck on the north side of Newbridge Road with a preschooler and infant, not being able to cross the street to go home because 1,000 people were marching and screaming for her and her children's demise. I think about this when I go to sleep at night and when I wake up every morning, and I am sure that the perpetrators are thrilled to hear that they are affecting me in that way. I appreciate immensely how wonderful law enforcement has been in their actions to keep us all physically safe. As seen on March 10th, unfortunately, this is necessary. We are very lucky and we don't take it for granted for a second. But at this point, we also need deterrence. I request that every act of violence, large or small, every act of breaking the law be dealt with by law enforcement and the perpetrators held accountable. I so appreciate that you, our council members, regular citizens, have decided to give of your time and energy to take responsibility for our town. I know that a number of you sitting before me must be feeling affected the same way as I am, and I assume that all of you care very much. The vitriol might be directed at the Jewish community, but it affects the lives of everyone in the town. We have to figure out together what can be done because something must be done. I am not a lawyer and I don't know what action can be legally proposed, but our elected representatives have the responsibility to find out and act. And I am glad that we have just heard that it's on the agenda. It would be preferable if something could be done before the next planned protest that has been scheduled to take place outside a synagogue in a residential area in less than 2 weeks. One of our founding fathers, John Adams, said, and I'm quoting the relevant parts of his words, should the people of America once become capable of that deep simulation, meaning fakery toward one another, which assumes the language of justice while it's practicing iniquity, and displays charming pictures of candor, frankness, and sincerity while it is rioting and insolence, this country will be the most miserable habitation in the world because we have no government armed with power capable of contending with human passions unbridled by morality. Well, it seems here we are. We need to stem the growth of the power of those who traffic in iniquity and, in this case, outright insolence, or our Constitution will no longer function. We cannot let them cynically use the Constitution in order to destroy it and the American way of life. As much as our town's experience is one manifestation of what is happening in many places in the United States, I implore our council to serve as an example to the rest of the country and find a way to prevent this constant escalating attack on the people of Teaneck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss.
Jesse Leon, please unmute, state your name for the record. You have
Good
3 minutes.
evening, Jesse Leon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm a Teaneck resident. I live on Warner Place. My camera is on because I am me, and I'm not ashamed of that. And I'm not ashamed that you see my face. First and foremost, I'm disappointed to see that there is not another chicken ordinance up for debate. You know, I suggested that maybe we can get one before hatching season comes. Hatching season is fast approaching. And I would love to have some chickens in my backyard this summer. I know a few other people who would also love to have some chickens in their backyards this summer. Maybe you guys can make that happen on Thursday when you're meeting again. Feel free to reach out to me for any possible plausible language. I've written 4 different ordinances about this, and I'd be happy to put something together for you. I want to address, I hate that we're still talking about all of this because, like I've said before, we should be talking about boring municipal stuff like safe streets. And I fully endorse Pat's suggestion that we sign on to a broader Bergen initiative. But all of this, everything going on is it's too much, and we need to take it down. And there's no way to take it down but just to stop. We all have to stop. Every single one of us should stop. We should stop talking about all of these different things that don't relate to the normal functioning of the town that we live in. All of that is way above the town's pay grade. It's all nothing that has to do with what the 7 council members who are sitting there have to do with our lives. There is one thing that I just want to address. That being said, and sure, it's hypocritical of me, but I can't help but contrast, in my experience, the 2 different types of approaches that have developed here. You know, the community that has been protesting the land sale last week it was aggressive. It was angry. There was violent rhetoric, no actual violence, thank God. Compare that to this past Sunday when the Jewish community stood up and said, we don't really want to be bullied in this town. And they gathered in the park for about an hour and they danced and they sang and they said nice things to each other. And then everyone went home. You know, a few weeks ago or two or 3 months ago, Darul Islah invited a speaker who had actually denied the atrocities that happened on October 7th. Now, I don't know if he did it again while he was speaking at Darul Islah, but there's video of him denying what happened on October 7th, which is something that is so reprehensible to the Jewish community. And there wasn't a peep. There wasn't a rally in front of Darul Islah. There wasn't a rally anywhere in town. Nobody said anything. We all complained to each other, and that was it. I just think that we can be a little bit more respectful of each other's spaces, even if we disagree or find what other people are doing are reprehensible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Someone on this side, the gentleman in the back row.
Thank you, Mayor Pagan. Thank you, council members. I want to take a moment to say thank you again for your openness to your constituents of this town. We stand by you as you try to seek peace and progress through your efforts as you continue. I've been a resident of this town for now 2.5 years. As a resident, I am excited about some things. I'm excited for my kids to age into the educational programs that have been discussed tonight, the educational programs that currently exist. And those are some things that excite me, and not just in education, but there's a lot more that we've done as a town. And I want to thank you all for that, for the athletic systems that my kids are already enjoying and will continue to go on, from the travel teams that we've heard so much about. I have faith in this council. I have faith in our town that we will continue to progress in more than these justice areas, in technology, education, which we mentioned, environmental health, which has been spoken about as well, in gatherings and events as a community, as together. We are diverse, has been mentioned multiple times, and just seeing that really exemplifies for me why for the past 2 years I have loved to live in this town. So I wanted to thank you all again, council members, the officers that are here tonight, the officers that serve within our police department, all of our emergency folk as well. And I want to just see that we continue to go forward with progress as Teaneck, hopefully not just for the next few months, but for years to come. So again, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all for the work that you do for our children, for our people. And I did not say my name, if that's what you're going to say, so sorry. Thank you, David Mirsky, and live close by in Teaneck. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Isaiah Brown, please unmute. Isaiah Brown, please unmute. Say your name for the record.
Isaiah Brown.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I've been a resident of Teaneck for 4 years now. And I was a transplant over from the COVID era from New York City. And as the gentleman just previously stated, one of the many things that I found just enticing and attractive about Teaneck was the level of support, unity, and love that residents shown each other, and the activities and just the nature of which the community has coalesces around each other. So I just previously lost my wife in a car accident near to our house in Teaneck. And I've actually felt everything that I just stated, the love, the unity, the support from everyone, probably folks who are in the room right now and folks who are sitting on those seats on the board right now. So for me to hear the level of just divisiveness that is going on in our town right now, it's just disheartening. As an educator, I'm a principal over in New York City at a charter school. What I like to tell our young people is, regardless of what faith, creed, or religion or color that you come from, that we need to, as a community, just be able to love each other and work with each other in order for our society to move forward in the way in which we want it to be and to look. And that responsibility and that onus is on us, especially the adults in our community. So to hear that there are just dissension, and because of the dissension, this disrespect that we're showing each other, this Teaneck folks, again, I hate to use the word again, but it is very disheartening. And I hope that the board, and I hope that folks in the room and just anyone who is of influence, and just anyone who loves what we do here in Teaneck. I hope that we get to a point where we can work together and we can understand that even through our disagreements, that there is something that we all do understand, and that is that our community is a great community. That is why we're here. So that's all that I have to say. And again, I thank everyone for the support that they've shown my family during our trying times. It's been a horrible time, but we feel the support and the love that you guys have shown us. Thank you, guys. I'm complete.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. We are so terribly sorry for your loss, and we are always keeping your family in our prayers. Ma'am, you had your hand up?
Can you hear me? Esteemed Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Hannah Shields, and this is the first time I'm in this chamber, except when I got a ticket. All week I've seen posting from various block organizations and others alleging that a certain councilwoman was going to be attacked by the Jewish community for simply asking a question. It is ironic that people would say that, as the fact of the matter is that many of the Jewish community helped get that councilwoman elected. What we have seen actually occur in the effort is an effort to shut down Jewish voices by referring to us as white supremacists and oppressors, with people who appear just as white as I do, using buzzwords like privilege and racist to describe an entire group of people, to bully and push their warped agenda both online and in this chamber. That is in fact, the essence of bigotry. No one seeks to attack anyone. But when one engages in public service and holds office and one does something questionable, one sometimes has to answer for their behavior to their constituents. When a Teaneck resident made blatantly false allegations and defamatory comments about the Jewish community at the last council meeting, they were repeated, amplified, and legitimized by a council member who raised her concerns and asked the township lawyer to look into it. At face value, one might think that the council member was surprised by these comments, had just found out about the event, and was genuinely concerned and asked a legitimate question. However, an accidental Oprah request for the email communication showed that the Teaneck resident who made the defamatory speech had emailed the council with the same sentiments 2 weeks prior to the date of the meeting, and was responded to by the member of council asking for more information about the event. This resident, in his various emails to the council person, identifies himself as a self-hating Jew, a goddamn Jew, a hater of the Jewish community, specifically a hater of the Orthodox community, and someone who not only doesn't believe Israel, a UN-recognized country, a close ally of the United States, should exist, but seemingly condones the horrific terror attacks of October 7th and refers to the attack as people taking some action on their behalf. To quote one of the emails, "Full disclosure, I am against any Israeli real estate sale here or anywhere, and I am absolutely and unapologetically against the state of Israel, period." Another gem from the email is, "Maybe you will care that having the sale at this time is an invitation to violence." The agenda of the resident who sent the emails was clear. There was 2 weeks in which to do the research. There is a township attorney at your disposal. The opportunity was there to dispel the false allegations and set the record straight. The opportunity was there to stop this in its tracks. But instead, the choice was made to respond to the same person's further inquiries about how to ensure the opportunity to speak, with instructions to make sure he arrives early. Then to amplify his voice and give legitimacy to his false allegations from the position of counsel. And then to add insult to injury by praising the very person who has been targeting the Jewish community with riots and protests for months, a person who continually posts Hamas edicts on Instagram and praises violence. The result, a blood libel on the Jewish community.
Thank you, Miss.
Golan Elias, please unmute, state your name for the record. Golan Elias,
Can you hear me?
loud and clear.
Good evening, council members. My name is Golan Elias, and I've been a resident of Teaneck for 14 years. During that time, my family and I have lived a relatively peaceful life. That isn't until October 7th, 2023. Since October 7th, my family and other members of the Jewish community have been impacted by hateful protests and rallies right outside the chambers that you're sitting in front of the synagogues that we attend, and in front of our homes. People are no longer focusing on the events abroad. They're focused on the destruction of the Jewish people and terrorizing the Jewish community of Teaneck. I was walking by one such rally when I saw a single Jewish elderly man standing alone holding the posters of some of the hostages being held by the terrorist organization Hamas. He was being yelled at, cursed at, and water bottles were being thrown at him by participants of the rally. When I walked by and tapped him on the shoulder, I startled him, but told him it's okay, I'm Jewish too. I stood with him for some time, speaking and holding one of the signs. As we spoke, I asked him, "Why are you doing this all alone?" His response brought shivers down my spine. I am 72 years old, and if I don't stand up for my people, who else is here to do it? When I think about those of you who have stood up for the Jewish community over the past 5 months and 12 days, I would be remiss not to thank the township manager and 5 of the council members who have fought not only for the Jewish community's right to live here safely, but for all residents to live here in peace. I come tonight to ask the other council members to stand up with your other members of council against all hate and make non-controversial statements during your speeches after good and welfare. Firstly, that you stand with and support the Jewish community who is experiencing hate both within Teaneck and from our surrounding communities. After all, both of you did push for the Peace and Unity resolution for all Teaneck residents. And secondly, that you condemn the drive-by rallies that flow through this town on a weekly basis that cause fear in our residents and unnecessary work for our town, police, fire, and emergency services. Finally, I just wanted to mention that, tonight's announcement about the township manager was a shock, but obviously, I want to thank him for all of his years of service. I don't know where we'll be without you, but hopefully we will be okay. And I ask those council members, I know that sometimes these conversations become heated, but please watch your language as there are children and youth watching and in the room with you. Thank you very much, and may we all stay safe.
You, sir. Mr. Berliner.
Has over 8 decades of service to Teaneck. So thank you. Remember, yes. If I can reclaim my time, please, from the clapping. Remember March 10th, 2024, where you were and what you were doing the day that friends, neighbors, and elected officials welcomed hate and ignorance into Teaneck. Where were you? Where were our community leaders protecting community institution? Where were the clergy standing strong together up to hate and protecting our spiritual home? Where were the organizations who represent the pillars of our community, the best that we have to offer? Do they not care? Should we not care? Where were we? The mob that gathered in Teaneck across from a Jewish institution was not there to stop a real estate event, demand a ceasefire, call for humanitarian release of women and children being held as hostages, protest a resolution, or promote peace, unity, and understanding. They were there because I was there. You are here. Israel exists, and a synagogue provided the thin veil of an excuse. I was there to witness them calling me, calling you, calling all of us murderers, Nazis, fascists, rapists, pedophiles, baby killers, genocidal maniacs, and effing pigs. I saw the mob grab a man holding the flag of the state of Israel he was carrying as he was walking on the sidewalk while they stood in the street, entitled to the same public space for freedom of expression. I saw the police have to pull him out. I saw an Israeli flag ripped in half, thrown in the street, and driven over. I also saw when the police refused to pick it up at the repeated request of citizens and a council member. I saw a friend, while standing on private property with permission, told by police to quiet down, move away, while responding to vile comments because it would make his job more difficult. I heard the chants of "say it loud and say it clear. We don't want no Zionists here. Go back home. We are coming for you," and the dog whistle from the river to the sea that hopes for an Israel devoid of Jews and has turned into the anti-Semitic slogan of our day. I saw the signs calling for a return to the 1947 borders. I saw the water bottles thrown at cars, had spit hurled at me, and an unidentified red liquid sprayed at citizens. I'm aware of the reports of damage to homes displaying Israeli flags, balls of red paint thrown, and weapons displayed by passing cars at peaceful, lawful protesters. I saw the picture of an individual giving a Nazi salute with a broad smile on his face in our town. I experienced the waving of hands painted blood red, mocking me and the hostages. Those aren't the hands of resistance. Those hands represent the 2000 lynching of 2 Jews in Ramallah by a crazed mob while being protected in a police station. After murdering and mutilating the bodies, the mob threw them out of a window and held a victory celebration. Say those names, Vadim Norzich and Yosef Avrahami, and show me that Jewish blood isn't just a prop. Everyone's First Amendment right to say venomous and hard things in the public sphere should be protected and defended. That also means that we have a duty to listen. When you let people say the quiet part out loud, many unfortunately will. But let me share what else I saw. I saw people continue to come to Keter Torah and not be afraid. I saw groups shadow the caravan and mob as they blocked traffic and paraded through our town, carrying American and Israeli flags. I have hope from the young people who came out to protest and demonstrate against the hate and assault they witnessed.
Thank you.
They saw and understood that this is their town,
Thank you,
their
Mr.
community,
Jacobson,
and doesn't
please
represent
unmute.
Teaneck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner.
Ari Jacobson, please unmute. Ari Jacobson, please unmute. Ari Jacobson, please unmute.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Loud and
Yes.
clear, Ari, 3 minutes.
Okay, can you see me on the video?
Yes.
See me on the video?
Yes,
Yes, sir,
Ari,
we can see
you
you,
look
sir.
great.
So we'll go ahead. My name is Ari Jacobson. I've lived in Teaneck for 21 years. I admire the counselors for enduring the slings and arrows of outrage at these long meetings. Teaneck, the eyes of the nation are watching you. And that's what a Black mother in this article told her daughter the day Teaneck voluntarily integrated its schools 60 years ago. The nation is watching to see whether this experiment of diverse living can succeed. Jews were blamed by many for integration. Now we are blamed for supposed separatism. To those many Muslims and Jews who peacefully wish to share Teaneck, we have much in common. Just today, I read a Muslim scanned the sky last week, seeking the new moon of the holy month. And I studied in our Jewish books how Jews do the same. But the visitors who harass us weekly are showing false courage. They are driving to the communist Chinese consulate to protest 1 million enslaved Muslims, or the Russian one over the 500,000 Syrian dead. Theirs is the false courage of men in white robes with pointy hoods. Those who embrace the false charges of a self-hating Jew consider Torquemada, the leader of the Inquisition, terrified about reports of his own Jewish heritage. He ethnically cleansed the Jews, and in doing so forever, debased the name of Christianity. The eyes of the nation are watching you, council and the town. Will we show the courage to protect the harassed Jews of Teaneck, that on this Sunday we had to tell our children, you can't go outside by yourself. People from Patterson are coming. They know how to get here. We have the right under the Constitution to bar these harassing, unprotected, unconstitutional, illegal rallies disguised as First Amendment. If we do so, our grand experiment of Teaneck will succeed. The eyes of the nation are watching you. Thank you.
Miss?
Good evening. My name is Paula Eizelt. I'm a Teaneck resident, the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, and a filmmaker who has used my art to fight for social, racial, and reproductive justice and equity, like the many Jews now and historically who built justice movements in this country, including Teaneck, New Jersey. My personal commitment to justice and diversity is why my husband and I chose to raise our family in Teaneck, New Jersey, a town with a rich history of civil rights activism where icons like Theodora Lacey call home. So given my background in Teaneck's ethos of diversity and inclusion, I was shocked to my core when on March 10th, I experienced firsthand a hate march, which intentionally intimidated and psychologically terrorized the Jews in this town in a way that rivaled Charlottesville. Even worse, this march was inspired by inflammatory lies and misconceptions about Teaneck's Jewish community that were spread at this last council meeting by a self-proclaimed ex-Jew and known agitator to the Jewish community. And he was then given a platform and credence by Councilwoman Bletcher. I want to remind the councilwoman and everyone in this room that tokenism.
Please, if instead of addressing or calling out individual council members, if you could address me or the council.
Okay, sorry. And this agitator was given platform by the council. I want to remind the council and everyone in this room that tokenism is a form of racism. Let me now describe what I saw, heard, and experienced personally at the Teaneck Hate March, whose target destination was a synagogue. My first interaction was with someone who tried to force me to say liberate Palestine and wanted me to agree to say free Palestine. I said I was for peace. I want everyone to be free, and they told me to get the F out of there because that was not their goal. Here are some other things I heard, and I have video evidence for every single one of these instances. I heard baby killers. How many babies have I killed today? Not Joe Biden, but me. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be an Arab state. Resistance is justified. There is only one solution, an intifada revolution. When a man asked for peace, he was called a Nazi. A woman said at the head of the rally, this neighborhood is Gaza now. I saw upside down triangles like this flashed at me. If everyone knows what this is a Hamas sign. You can Google it. It's a Hamas target sign, and it's a sign of violence. That's what was being flashed. Nothing of these had anything to do with the false claim of real estate. It was simply to intimidate and spread hate and target American Jews. There is a phrase, when people tell you who they are, believe them. These protesters were very clear about who they are and their views. They view Teaneck as a battlefield for the Israel-Hamas war, and they hold the Jews in Teaneck responsible for the actions of a foreign government. And their declaration of we don't want Zionists here is the mirror of their desire to remove Jews in Israel from the river to the sea. I would like to close by quoting the Jewish American Zionist, Emma Lazarus, whose words are often appropriated and weaponized against her and her people. Until we are all free, we are none of us free. I implore this council to officially condemn this hate march, hold a day of learning on anti-Semitism, and empower this town to return to being our neighbors' keepers.
Thank you, Miss.
Keith Kaplan, please unmute.
Keith Kaplan, Teaneck resident. I didn't
One
plan on
second.
going to the protest last week, but a friend called me. Her husband was out of town, and despite the fact that protesters from other communities came in and there were barricades on the residential blocks, they had moved them and started driving down her block, scaring her family. Who does that? Police put up barricades. What I heard at the rallies that they were screaming, the taunting to visibly Jewish residents. Someone screamed at us, your hostages are dead, over and over. It was reprehensible. It's not how I imagined life in Teaneck should be. We are better than that. When people asked about the event, I told them it was an informational session. There were tax implications, how you buy land as a resident or a non-resident, etc. Most of the people I spoke with said, of course, that's a necessary thing. Anyone who's bought a house in the Dominican or Europe or anywhere outside this country knows you need to understand tax implications, legal issues before you go and move. But to see a council member, someone who professes to have real estate experience, raise absurd claims of violations of law about a private event in a house of worship, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Let's be clear about what we heard. There were calls by elected officials at government to shut down a private event in a house of worship. It's so far out of bounds. We know that if any local government could take that kind of action, the same government could take a similar action against any event in any church, any mosque, any synagogue. The First Amendment, which we all hold dear, would be a dead letter. Protest an event if that's what you want, but don't call for government censorship. We know what that comes with. And speaking of that council member that did this, when the 61 Church Street application was taking place, a member of the council, Denise Belcher, showed up saying she represented others in a groups before the Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Kaplan, we're
This
just going to
is
pause you for a
a
second.
member of council. I'm speaking to council about a member of council.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This council member showed up at meetings saying that she represented others, and she made comments to Board of Adjustment members who that council member would then replace if she did not like how they voted, and did vote to replace them. A complaint has been submitted under section 35-1.1, alleging allegations that require compliance by local government officers and employees under section 48-9-22.5. Also, section 48-9-22 for annual financial disclosures. And the local finance board says officials are prohibited by law from using their positions to secure unwarranted advantages.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
$2.4 million.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Ms. Horowitz.
Good evening. My name is Emma and I'm a Teaneck resident. On March 10th, 2024, I went to an event at Congregation Keter Torah here in Teaneck. I went with a couple of friends, one Jewish, one not Jewish, and I enjoyed the event, which was a marketing event in which I can confirm I witnessed 0 transactions and there wasn't even the possibility of one occurring there. On the way out, my friends and I watched the protesters for a few minutes. Members of that group had a lot to say, all of it hateful and disgusting, but one phrase in particular will stay with me for the rest of my life. They yelled, "Go back to Germany." I never thought I would hear that in my lifetime, because you see, once upon a time, my family actually was from Germany. My great-grandparents lived in Berlin in the early 20th century. They had a nice life with 2 sons, and they took advantage of everything Berlin had to offer. In the early 1930s, my great-uncle had to leave Germany because he couldn't get a job as a professor due to Nazi race laws. He immigrated to America, but my great-grandparents and my grandfather stayed. As the 1930s wore on, it became clear that staying was no longer a safe option. My grandfather and great-grandmother left as refugees with just what they could fit in a suitcase. My great-grandfather refused to leave because he was a war veteran. He had fought for Germany in World War I, and he liked living in Berlin, and he thought it would all blow over. He would later be shot on a death march between concentration camps. My grandfather spent the rest of his life nostalgic for the life he had to abandon in Germany before things got bad, but he was always grateful for the freedom and safety America provided, and I have always been grateful to have been born here and to have settled down here too. But fast forward to 2024 in Teaneck, that sense of security has been shattered. It is clear that the safety and security of Jewish life in America is in serious jeopardy. The targeting of our community is appalling. Even hate speech is covered by the First Amendment, but just because some things can be said legally in public does not mean that they should. This is not the Middle East, and we have to share the space. We are all entitled to live here safely and in peace. That is what our country was built upon, and that's what I'm asking for today. Telling me to go back to the country that committed an actual genocide against my family and against my people does not free Palestine. Cursing at grandmothers walking in the park will not free Palestine. Giving Heil Hitler salutes outside a synagogue will not free Palestine, and neither will calling for the eradication of the Jewish state by any means necessary. Driving down Queen Anne Road, honking and cursing at Jewish people as they mind their own business will certainly not free Palestine. I hope our entire council will condemn these protests and their organizers in the strongest possible terms. I want to know that the endorsement of the lies heard around the world during the last meeting was a mistake and is now regretted. I want to hear from every single member of this council that the type of harassment, hate, and intimidation being perpetrated on this community is unacceptable, and that each of you finds it morally reprehensible. This is not a difference of opinion about world politics. It's anti-Semitism, and we're your constituents too. Thank you to the Teaneck Police Department, and of course, Township Manager Kaczynski, whom we will miss so dearly.
Thank you, Miss.
Cage Kesha, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good evening. My name is Saya and my last name is Chasia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
I was at the protest on March 10th, 2024. I am an Albanian American, and America is my land, and Albania is my homeland. We have not expelled, not a Jew or Nazi. We all protected them, and Nazi couldn't catch anyone. Now I'm proud of my origin, but I'm also proud to be an American. Right now, my country, most of us are standing by Palestine. It's showing us apart. It's breaking our heart to see the massive genocide that's going on. So even we have a government that's so corrupted back there, we still are protecting Palestine. Please, I make a call to Mr. Michael Pagan to sign the ceasefire resolution. It wouldn't matter but it would tell the world that as a mayor, you stand up against the genocide. In our movement here in America, I can move in every inch of this land because I'm American, and I'm also moving with other Muslim and Jewish brothers and sisters who are standing against genocide. On that day, I noticed that the police was only on the synagogue side. I called them and I said, why aren't you protecting the Palestinians and us too? They said most of these rules are coming from the mayor. Please, mayor, do not discriminate us. We're all standing on the right side of the history. Also, I noticed that a lot of Jewish trucks with loud music, violating the local codes with the music, hurting our hearing, were blowing off the FN words and sticking the middle fingers on us. I again called the police and I said, this is disgusting. I've never been in a protest where the Jewish people could come and stick the middle finger. They said that they would do something, but they did nothing. Please make sure that you end this, you stand on the right side of the history, and you honor yourself and the others. God bless America, and I hope that the Palestinians and the Jews will find some peace in the future. Please stand up and say no to the genocide. I thank you very much. Have a good night.
Someone on this side, ma'am.
My name is Rachel Cyrilnik. I've been a Teaneck resident for the past 14 years. First, I want to thank the township employees and members of council who work so tirelessly to ensure our safety and township services. Over the past several months, the Jewish community in Teaneck has been targeted. Extremists from other cities have come to the places where our children play, ride their bikes, and buy a slice of pizza to intimidate and spew reprehensible tropes. But last Sunday should be seen by all as a red line. All the alarms should be ringing after the abhorrent and hateful protests at a synagogue, which had all the characteristics of a pre-Holocaust harbinger of hate, danger, and violence. Why should I have to avoid dropping my 8-year-old son at a play date for fear that driving through Teaneck will be traumatizing and scary for him? How should I answer my children when they ask, why was I hardly functioning last Sunday? Why should my 11-year-old son, who's the best spotter in our family, always finding cardinals in bushes and missing items in our house, have to notify his parents that he spotted anti-Jewish graffiti this morning onto a stop sign on our block? Why should I wake up worrying at night because I fear that our safety may be in jeopardy in this country as it has been for generations that came before us in other places? Imagine groups marching through Teaneck calling for another race or ethnicity to leave, saying rape of their sect is a form of resistance, saying their kids can't live here happily if they have to share the streets with these other people. We don't have to imagine such a scenario because it has happened in another dark time in American history. Our country must now reckon with how it condones and enabled hate. Now is the time to stand strong and say we will not tolerate it again. Instead of fanning the flames of hate that led to this darkest day yet in Teaneck, our town's elected officials should be condemning hateful, intimidating, and anti-Semitic behaviors in the strongest terms. Our detractors claim that their issue is with Zionism, not Judaism, yet their lies, Jews are selling stolen land, and their slogans from this march, from the river to the sea, globalize the Intifada, and go back to Auschwitz. Yes, let that one sink in for a moment, underlie the clear reality that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. If it weren't the case, then why would these extremists have returned back to Keter Torah this past Sunday when nothing was happening there except regular prayers? Jews need Israel as a safety net to prevent the atrocities of the past from repeating. They have the right to live in their indigenous land, and that is really the rub at the heart of the Informational Real Estate Expo. Our detractors do not believe that Jews have a right to live in their ancestral homeland, and Jews in Teaneck have the right to support that. It is a key component of our religious values and our First Amendment right. It is time for that protects that. It is time for peaceful residents of this town to take Teaneck back, crack down on hateful rallies, say no to events targeting the Jewish community, hold our township leaders accountable to create a safe, tolerant, diverse, and vibrant Teaneck that we've known before.
Thank you, Miss.
Hello, Kaplan, please unmute. Hello, please unmute.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Hi, my name is Hillel Kaplan. I've lived in Teaneck for 26 years. Before I proceed, first, I just want to offer my condolences to Mr. Brown. I thought his comments were very moving and very sorry for his loss. I also want to thank our Township Mayor, Dean Kaczynski. I'm very sorry to hear about his retirement, although I'm happy for him. I appreciate his efforts, and a belated public thank you to him for his help in 2020 when my home was severely damaged by a township tree. I'd also like to thank Chief McGurr and all the officers of TPD for their professionalism in keeping everyone safe in what are clearly very trying times. I'm going to go a little bit off my script because I don't want to double up too much on what people have said, but on the car rallies, they're aggressive, they're dangerous to pedestrians, they're dangerous to other cars. Whatever we can do to curtail them and deal with them, I would just ask the town to do their very best to do that. At a minimum, honking when there's no dangerous situation that you need to alert someone to is against New Jersey law. So please do something about that. Secondly, on protest locations, as has been said, the Jewish community has very consciously not protested in front of the AUCC. I've watched videos online of people staging from the AUCC and then driving to the protests. It's really just it's a red line that I wish they would reconsider their approach to. And then the other thing I want to talk about is, and I wasn't at the last meeting, but I listened to it afterwards, names. There was, including from the dais, there was a lot of emphasis on saying names. So I wanted to say some names today, including the women that are behind me in the Zoom background, hopefully that you can see. There are 14 Israeli women remaining in Hamas custody as hostages, along with many other men, and of course, the Beavis family, including a 1-year-old. So I want to say some names around that, but I want to read something first from the UN's report on the sexual violence by Hamas on October 7th. 2 quick paragraphs from that report. You can Google the report, it's available online. Paragraph 12, based on the information gathered by the mission team from multiple and independent sources, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred during the 7 October attacks in multiple locations across the Gaza periphery, including rape and gang rape in at least 3 locations. Paragraph 71, the mission team reviewed incidents of alleged sexual violence related to hostages in Gaza. Based on the firsthand accounts of released hostages, the mission team received clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment have occurred. So with that, I'll just read a few names. I know I'm running short. Namalevi, 19, Nodar Gamani, 26, Romy Gonen, 23, Arbel Yehud, 28, and many, many more. We want them back. It's got to stop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Someone on this side? Mr. G?
Good evening, Kwan G, Teaneck resident. In times of division and tension, it's imperative to seek understanding, empathy, and common ground. Here in Teaneck, where many ethnic communities coexist, recent strains have left many feeling uneasy. However, it's precisely during these moments that we must come together as neighbors, friends, and fellow human beings, not push away into our various silos. Our shared humanity transcends religious and cultural differences. I truly believe that at our core, we all desire peace, security, and harmony for ourselves and for our loved ones. It's crucial to remember that while our backgrounds may differ, our aspirations to make Teaneck a special place to live should unite us. Communication is key. Let's engage in open, respectful dialogue, listening to each other's perspectives with genuine interest and empathy. By fostering understanding, we can break down barriers and rebuild bridges of trust and cooperation. Acts of kindness and solidarity speak volumes, whether it's organizing interfaith events like Cheryl Hall, volunteering together for community causes like the Youth Advisory Board, or simply reaching out to offer support to one another. Let's demonstrate that we are stronger together than we are apart. Education is a powerful tool for dispelling misconceptions and fostering appreciation for diversity. Let's commit to learning about each other's traditions, histories, values, recognizing the beauty of our differences and the strength in our diversity. Above all, let's lead by example. Attacking our elected officials on social media, hurling insults during protests, fueling the flames during good and welfare, and singling out council members as a result of petty beefs, as I saw here tonight, is conduct unbecoming of the seat and is not productive. Let's demonstrate that compassion, tolerance, and acceptance are not just ideals, but guiding principles that shape our interactions and relationships. As we navigate these challenging times, let's remember that love and understanding will always prevail over hate and division. Together, let's work towards a Teaneck where mutual respect, cooperation, and harmony reign supreme. And it starts up there on the dais. Join Teaneck United, Safe Streets Teaneck on Facebook if you want to help make our community a better place. And also, we still want some chickens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Rachel Kaplan, please unmute. Please unmute Rachel Kaplan.
Hello.
3 minutes.
Yeah, hi. So my name is Rachel Kaplan. So obviously, as many residents of Teaneck, I was concerned about the illegal estate sale taking place at the synagogue. So I wanted to document it and observe it on the day of. So upon research, indeed, that event was breaching international and domestic law and was also discriminatory because only Jewish people were allowed to attend. So selling occupied land in the West Bank is illegal, not to mention that is during a genocide. On March 10th, people gathered at the armory and marched down to the location at the estate sale that happened at the synagogue. Pro-Israeli counter protesters walked down as well on the other side of the sidewalk. They were screaming hate speech and biased insults. The real estate was hosted at the synagogue, and that is why people protested there. And it's the first time a protest takes place at a synagogue, and that is the reason why. It is not to go against Jews, but Zionist racist colonizers who think it is okay to advertise and sell Palestinian land during a genocide. This is not against Jews, but against Zionists and the genocide taking place in Palestine. People are entitled to their First Amendment right and to protest. Now, people are making it seem it is a conflict between Jews and Muslims. It is not. It is not a hate march. How could it have been? The only hate I saw was from pro-Israeli people screaming and insulting, things that I can't even repeat right now, but it is very much documented and everybody can go on social media and see what I'm referring to. The worst is that the clergy and the people tonight have come on here and made lies about what was said of what the pro-Palestinians were saying that day. Just like the government of Israel has lied over and over again about their role in the genocide and the rapes, for example. I want to debunk what the person before me has said because it has been proved and debunked that those women were not raped and they were definitely not getting raped. However, many Palestinian women are being raped as we speak. There are video evidences of the violence and Islamophobia statements that have been portrayed that day. Even one of the council women was there standing on the side of the counter protesters by the side of the synagogue, yelling and screaming at the cops and at the pro-Palestinian protesters. That same council woman has been using her social media to divide the community further. She's supposed to represent all residents, yet she is clearly motivating hatred towards Arab Muslims and Christians. I urge that the council look at her social media and to end this propaganda aimed at fueling the hate towards Arabs and people of color. Before Israel was born, Muslim, Jews, and Christians lived peacefully in Palestine. Teaneck can also be that only if the Zionist propaganda comes to an end. I also want to say that the car rallies, how can they make you feel unsafe when people are just flying the Palestinian flag? How is that scary? Clearly, you're trying to make it seem that
Thank you.
Palestine
Thank
is
you for your comments. Thank you, Miss. Mr. Yuck. It's 3 minutes. I usually stop people at 3 minutes because everybody gets 3 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Yuck, the floor is yours. Thank you for not interrupting. We didn't interrupt you, so please don't interrupt anyone else. No, I didn't. When you went beyond 3 minutes, Mr. Yuck, the floor is yours, sir.
This is a council meeting, and I'm going to talk to the council about something else. I'm Dr. Philip Yuck. I'm a Teaneck resident for 45 years. In August 2023, the Coalition of Neighborhood Associations for a Better Teaneck was formed. It is dedicated to improving the quality of life for all Teaneck residents. We are the East Tea Neighborhood Association, the Northeast Teaneck Block Presidents Association, Southwest Teaneck Neighborhood Association, and Northwest of Cedar Lane Neighborhood Association, which I represent. but tonight I am speaking on behalf of the coalition. We are proud to live in our diverse Teaneck community where so many different religious, racial, and ethnic groups live and work together. We are deeply concerned about the future of our town and the effect that overdevelopment may have on our quality of life. In particular, tonight, we want to address concerns about the AINR designation of Stop and Shop and the 2 municipal parking lots on both American Legion Drive and Beverly Road, all of which have been declared to be areas in need of redevelopment and slated for significant development with the loss of our municipal lots to apartment buildings and a massive multi-level parking garage. You, the council, now know that there is a public meeting scheduled for March 27th at the Rhoda Center at 7:30 p.m. in which a revision of the original redevelopment plan is to be presented to the public. Our understanding from communication received from a member of the zoning subcommittee is, and I quote, along with our planner, clerk, rec department attorneys, and developers set Wednesday, March 27th at 7:30 p.m. for the next public meeting on American Legion Drive. We are under the impression that the zoning subcommittee does not possess the power to call a public meeting, but only serves to report back to the council. We also know that not all council members were informed of this planned meeting and that they only learned of it after it had been scheduled. Shouldn't the council have been the entity to schedule the meeting, or are we mistaken? That said, if this meeting is to proceed as planned, we ask that the town publicize it heavily and repeatedly, utilizing all methods at its disposal. Past meetings have been poorly and sparsely publicized, leaving the impression that the council doesn't really want the public to be fully informed. We have complained to council members and to the township manager in the past and have encouraged greater publicity for these events. This meeting is but 8 days away, and to date, those signed up have received only 2 accurate nixels. We believe that this project, should it in fact proceed, will have a major impact on all residents in town. In the interest of openness and transparency, we believe and request that each and every home should receive written notices of this meeting, along with a detailed explanation of what this project is all about, and the same for any future meetings in order for you to truly hear what the residents want. Additionally, there should be multiple robocalls and nixels sent. Finally, we encourage the council to adhere to the promise to make no decisions on future development until after the new master plan is approved.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Yuck.
you, and let them.
Thank you, Dr. Yuck.
Michael Klatsky, please unmute.
Hello, good evening. Can
Loud
you
and
hear me? Mr.
clear, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone on the council. Good evening, Township of Teaneck, and everyone else who's watching. So tonight, I heard a lot of voices from a lot of different people, but I want to direct a comment to the council. I sometimes see council members at Bryant Elementary School. When I see them at Bryant Elementary School, I'm reminded at the times when they speak to the council, to everyone in town, and talk about how they haven't heard about any incidents, anything that makes Jewish people uncomfortable in this town. There is nothing that makes me so more incensed and angry at hearing that. When my daughter tells me that she's afraid to go past Teaneck Armory because she's taught in school that the soldiers at the armory are Israeli soldiers who are out to kill the mothers and babies. That's what they tell the kids in this town. I'm so upset. I'm so incensed to be told that this is not happening in this town. Shame on you. Shame on you, Teaneck council people who say this to us all. Now, I want to talk about other topics as well, because in addition to this horrible feeling that you bring to us, our town needs safer streets, and you know it. You've done nothing. You've talked about a master plan. You've talked about different things. It's time to take action. When I walk across the street with a 4-year-old on Cedar Lane, on Teaneck Road, on Queen Anne Road, it's taking our lives in our hands. And all you talk about is nonsense. It's time to pass a resolution in support of the Bergen County Complete Streets Ordinance. Do it. You know that this will actually save lives in our town instead of talking about nonsense thousands and thousands of miles away and telling people in Teaneck that, oh, people who drive past the town saying that you should go back to the gas chambers isn't real. Open your eyes. Look in reality. Look, do you live in a different universe than the people who live in the township of Teaneck? Shame on you all. Have a good night.
Mr. Sohn?
Alan Stone, still a Teaneck resident. Again, I want to say farewell to Dean. Again, after last name. Just almost getting there. I was here by all 7 of you then come out, and that explicitly stated that innocent civilian law was aired. I was here on October 30th when a peace resolution unanimously that resolved that, quote, the Township Council of the Township of Teaneck supports a humanitarian solution to minimize the loss of innocent lives, supports the Teaneck Jewish community, the Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim community, and will work to ensure their continued safety in the wake of increased hate crimes, and will work towards bringing the entire Teaneck community together in order to reach a place of peace, unity, and healing. Despite those calls, over the past 5 months, anti-Semitism has become normalized in Teaneck to a degree that I could never have imagined. It is impossible to believe that I would hear shouted on March 10th outside the synagogue that I have belonged to for those 30 years. Hitler was right. Go back to Auschwitz. Rape is resistance. To see protesters proudly giving a Nazi salute. I've heard classic anti-Semitic tropes being normalized, that council members are tools of the Israeli government, controlled by Bibi Netanyahu or are stooges of the IDF, that Jews are weaponizing anti-Semitism, that the Jews or the Orthodox control Teaneck. There are lots of slurs that have been directed at me and others, but none hits me more than being called a Zionist. For that, I say thank you. On average, 3 times a day for the past 50+ years, I have prayed for a return to Zion, the home of my children and grandchildren. I am a proud Zionist, as are thousands of Teaneck residents. That is my slur of choice. Here in Teaneck, we need to decry hate speech and choose dialogue. On October 17th, before the meeting started, I spoke with some of my Muslim friends and said that we need to start talking. I've broken bread and had some of those conversations. There's lots of work to be done here in Teaneck, but the use of anti-Semitic rhetoric only makes things worse. I ask all 7 of you to do what you voted for unanimously and work for peace and unity, to support the Teaneck Jewish community, the Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim community, and work to ensure their continued safety in the wake of increased hate crimes. Just like the hate crimes that occurred here in Teaneck on March 10th. It needs to end. All of you need to put an end to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sohn. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Sandra Young, please unmute.
Hi, I'm on mute. Hi, it's Chandra Young, Teaneck, Irvington
3
Road.
minutes.
Yes, it's Chandra Young, Irvington Road, Teaneck. I just want to say, Dean, thank you for your exemplary work. And I do agree with Rabbi Freeman. We need a Dean Kaczynski Day. On January 10th, 2023, the council, you passed a resolution 17/2023. You established 8 council subcommittees: the budget, cannabis, zoning, parking, leaf collection, personnel, affordable housing, and leadership Teaneck. I understand that these subcommittees are ad hoc and they do not set dates regularly for meetings. However, it's now March 19th. And according to the township website, since January 10th, 2023, there's been no subcommittee meetings nor minutes for 6 of your subcommittees: the budget, parking, leaf, personnel, affordable housing, as well as leadership Teaneck. It seems like the zoning subcommittee meets regularly and the minutes are up. Cannabis had about 2 or 3 meetings and their minutes is up. I'm concerned about what Teaneck work is actually getting done. We're in budget season, but your budget subcommittee hasn't yet met. As I mentioned at previous council meetings, the Senate has introduced Bill 2347, which is concerning the development of accessory dwelling units, as well as Bill S50, which reforms municipal responsible concerning provisions of affordable housing. It abolishes COA. But yet there are no meetings and minutes on affordable housing subcommittee. Why? As a graduate of Teaneck leadership approximately 12 years ago, I'm happy to see that the program is reestablished. Thank you to Teaneck Leadership Subcommittee. However, I don't see any meetings. I don't see any minutes posted. Where's the transparency? I need to see those minutes as well as other residents so that we don't have to Oprah these things. Also, council, you want to state that the responsibility of certain activities is belong to the county when residents complain about county roads that need to be fixed. When is the last time any of you attended the county meetings, the commissioner meetings? They're listed. We need you to advocate for Teaneck residents. You need to be there. And also, as a Black Christian woman, I educated myself. On March 10th, I attended Kita Torah real estate sale. I attended it and I was allowed in as a Black Christian. Anyone that is interested in knowing about my experience can contact me. I have interviewed over 12 developers, mortgagers, and bankers, as well as a shipping company that was at that event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Vatsky.
Art Vatsky, Teaneck. And I'm going to thank the council for allowing this room to serve as a safety valve for the energy that we have within our township. The frustration that they feel, the reasons why things won't be solved here, but we have to work through the process. Things haven't been solved seeking peace for thousands of years. It's too big an issue to handle. But there's another issue I want to handle today, and it's a departure from what people have been talking about. I'll reveal it myself here. And the council knows it's about trains. It's about the trains that go by in Teaneck. You've all received the email that I sent this morning? Do any of you have a copy of it that you could share with me now? May I have it for a second? Please? No? Yes? It's on your phones. Can I have it on a phone? I'm just trying to not repeat what's there, or maybe some of what's there. In that email, I sent you a map, okay? And I sent you a warning, okay? Most of the information that I've been able to collect at Teaneck and elsewhere has all been based on a single train accident like that in East Palestine, Ohio. A single train. All right. Palestine, thank you. All right. What I'm trying to say is, I'm collecting, what everybody showing? Yes, she's showing the map, okay? That's those two outside lines of the evacuation area that thousands of us live in. And God forbid, a derailing takes place, which could happen. Not one train, not two trains, but 3 trains can be involved. I haven't seen any record of this. We are a bomb within a bomb within a bomb, okay? These trains are going by all the time, and Teaneck is unique because we have these 3 rails, 3 opportunities for derailing or an involved derailing, and we need help. We need help from CSX. We need help from state government, from county government, and from the federal government.
Thank you, Mr. Vatsky.
My time is up, and
Thank you, Mr. Vatsky.
thank you.
Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Lisa Hassan. Lisa Hassan, please unmute
Yes.
whenever you're ready. Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank everybody for their time. I am just appalled at the propaganda being spewed by even people that are supposed to be our leaders, congressional leaders spewing propaganda. It's appalling. We need to come together as a community, sincerely, facing anti-Semitism, not just anti-Semitism. We are facing Islamophobia at its worst. And the one person that stood up and tried to call for an investigation, everybody seems to be attacking her. Councilwoman Belcher, we stand with you. Do not fall into the bullying. Stand tall, stand proud, represent your whole community as you took your oath to do. As for those who keep saying about their rights and they're living in fear, and what about the children of Gaza? How do you do a synagogue sale and then act like people are attacking Jews? There were people from Ceasefire Now, Jewish Voices for Peace, and hundreds of other Jews standing with the Palestinians. This is not a Muslim issue. This is a humanitarian crisis that we are in. And Oregon, Schwartz, and Goldberg are the ones that initiated the
If you can, ma'am,
divisiveness
please
in this
address
community,
the entire council.
attacking our children from the high school that were protesting, exercising their First Amendment right peacefully. Mayor Pagan, you still have not condemned the actions of the councilmen and women that were attacking those children, empowering them to be in that synagogue, inciting anger and hate with the peaceful protesters there, blowing kisses. Miss Oregon, we saw you. We
Miss,
saw you
please, if you
there,
can
and
address
then
the
you
council as a
pout
whole.
with the flag. Reflect on what you are doing to this community. Reflect. Enough propaganda. Everything that was said by every single speaker in this group today was about how they fear, how they have their rights and they should be protected. We should all be protected and we should all feel safe. And as for the gentleman that was naming the women being held in captivity, there are thousands, not just in captivity, being bombed and under the rubble. And they have names. They have names. And they didn't even make it to their 1-year-old birthday. And remember Aaron Bushnell. And never again should be never again for anyone. Tikkun Alam should mean something. Enough. Cancel that next sale instead of spewing and hating
Thank you,
and spewing
Miss.
hate.
Thank you, Miss.
Unify this.
Sir.
Hello, my name is Spencer. I've been living in Teaneck most of my life. I grew up here. I went to school here. This is what I call home. And I just want to point out the inherent irony of a real estate sale selling stolen land on stolen land. And I think there's a lot we can learn because I think the earth we stand on right now does not belong to us. It belonged to the native and indigenous people of this country. And we stole it and we sold it. And the same thing is happening in Palestine with the genocide. And I think it's time we actually change history and not repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Nuri Khan. Calling in Nuri Khan. Nuri Khan, please unmute. Please unmute Nuri Khan with your hand raised. Going to Chris Noel. Chris, please unmute whenever you're ready. State your name for the record.
Here we go. Hello. Yeah, Chris Noel, Nowell, Fort Lee. I'm a co-founder of Bergen County Complete Streets, along with Pat DeRoma, who spoke earlier. So yeah, I mean, I'm just strongly requesting that you sign the support letter urging Bergen County commissioners to adopt a countywide complete street policy. You know, that would increase safety, access, and mobility for all road users, especially pedestrians and cyclists. And, you know, some people hear complete streets and think, oh, you know, bike lanes. But really, there's so much more. There's a huge range of approaches that can be used to calm traffic and increase safety and access on our roads. And I come to Teaneck and I pass through Teaneck often, especially on my bike. I learned that there's 9 county roads that pass through Teaneck. 2, Teaneck Road and Cedar Lane, are by far the most dangerous in Teaneck. According to NJDOT data, between 2001 and 2021, Teaneck Road had 179 pedestrians injured by cars and 4 pedestrians killed. And Cedar Lane had 157 pedestrian injuries and 4 people killed. As you know, towns just don't have jurisdiction over these county roads. You cannot make changes even if you want to. So you have to ask the county, but because they don't have a complete streets policy, they don't have the tools. And if they had a policy, they would have to consider the viability of pedestrian and cyclist improvements. But they can set the bounds of this, right? So if it would cost, say, like more than 10%, to include pedestrian and cyclist improvements, then they can just decide, okay, we're not going to include those. So they decide that. But without the policy, they just don't have the tools. And so the tendency is still to prioritize the flow of traffic at the expense of pedestrians and cyclists. And the Anderson Street Bridge is an example of this. So their plans don't offer an option with bike lanes at all. And the thing is, people really want to walk and bike. When the weather's nice, you see lots of people out in the parks. But the roads, the conditions are dangerous to begin with. But cars are getting larger, the horsepower is increasing, the front ends are like battering rams. People are driving more distracted than ever. And so we need people to be safe and feel safe. And not only that, but a complete streets policy, getting people out of cars could help reduce air pollution, increase public health, increase the sense of community. Studies show that it's great for business because it increases foot traffic. So I just strongly urge you to consider signing our letter of support to go to the county commissioners. And I'm sorry for all the turmoil that's happening in Teaneck.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Thank
Okay.
you. Anyone else in chambers? Ms. Angel?
Hi, good evening. My name is Maxine Angel. I live in Teaneck. So I just want to say thank you so much to Town Manager Kazinski for his outstanding service to Teaneck. He will be missed greatly and will leave an irreparable hole much larger than any pothole on any street in this town. Good evening and happy spring. Thank you to the Town Council for its tireless commitment to this community, and to the Teaneck Police for putting in so much overtime, especially lately, especially tonight, so that we can have the chance to say what needs to be said. And thank you to the many Town Council members who are so engaged this evening, no matter what is said. Unfortunately, not all members feel the need to so much as look up at constituents, and it's definitely too bad, and it's definitely noticed. So this past Sunday was glorious. My kids could not wait to get outside and ride bikes with friends, but unfortunately they couldn't because there was yet another car rally to disrupt our lovely town. It's hard to keep track. I've lost count of how many there have been. Will this be a regular occurrence when kids are playing outside in our beautiful parks throughout the spring? It's long been documented that it is not the severity of punishment that deters behavior, it's the certainty of the consequences. The harassment of residents of Teaneck continues because it's allowed, and on many levels because it's welcomed, because there have been issues in Teaneck for a while that we do need to confront that make Teaneck open to this type of ongoing harassment. Any community or elected leader who employs tactics to create chaos, sow discord, and promote disruption is unfit and should be called out as such. There are countless examples of this type of behavior from members of council for quite some time. Accusations of racism or bigotry when reasonable questions are raised only promotes further division. I'm not here just to criticize. I have a suggestion. Simply say harassment is wrong. Full stop. If you would do this collectively, and if you would consistently enforce the reasonable, long-standing laws and ordinances already on the books, then this would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angel.
Glenn, please unmute. Glenn, please unmute.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Mr. Glenn, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My wife and I are residents of Teaneck for over 33 years. We started looking for a home right after the Philip Pinnell incident. It was clear that the riots the Teaneck community experienced at that time were totally out of character for our diverse, beautiful town. Teaneck was unfairly accused and singled out back then as it is today, and we must defend ourselves just as vigorously. As in towns across America, Teaneck residents have the right to speak and be heard, but we also have a responsibility to each other to speak right and to act appropriately. I'd like to spotlight for our mayor and the council as an example, the town of Orland Park, Illinois, and its honorable mayor, Keith Pacal, a decorated veteran. A masterclass on how to run a township meeting. I encourage you to Google Village of Orland Park Board of Trustees. Look for the 1 hour and 10-minute video dated February 5th. You can watch it 48 minutes in, so you might learn by example what it means to vigorously represent our country and the appropriate stance on putting forth a township ceasefire resolution. I want to highlight the police and public servants in this town who are, in a word, amazing. I personally thank our officers every time I see them, but to anticipate the evolving crisis of lawless demonstrations on our streets, they need training and support, and need to embed within the demonstrators to make sure our residents are safe. Protests within earshot of houses of worship should be blocked. Residential streets should be protected from protests. Cars driving below the speed limit and caravans that block access to residents and emergency vehicles should be ticketed, as should be horn blowing, which is only for emergencies. I applaud Council Member Horgan for her stated initiatives, better late than never, and implore the council to act quickly and creatively to directly counter the abuses we observed at demonstrations. We have large green open spaces where demonstrations can take place peacefully, as my neighbors and fellow residents stood up for Teaneck in Votee Park this past Sunday, March 17th, in a model of a demonstration filled with pride for our town, pride for being Jewish Americans, waving American flags, and filled with Jewish pride for the nation of Israel and how it is prosecuting the war against terrorism for its own sake and the sake of the civilized world. Further, I would ask the mayor to investigate and pursue all remedies as to whether there was collusion between the conspiracy theorists who spoke during the good and welfare at the February 27th council meeting regarding the event open to the public that was held at a local synagogue, and the member of council who read prepared remarks intent on slandering and smearing the town's Jewish residents and the house of worship, and did knowingly abuse her position on the council to incite the kind of violent speech and actions we observed on March 10th. Prayer services were interrupted, members were attacked, pursued, and were shot at with paintballs today, but who knows what tomorrow, if our town encourages these vile non-permit holding demonstrations to continue with a blank check to flaunt our laws and dirty the rights of free speech in our country. Finally, I implore the township to expeditiously complete the rehabilitation of the Forest Avenue footbridge to Votee
Thank
Park.
you,
And thanks to
sir.
the township manager.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The gentleman in the last row. Oh, sorry about that. Before you speak, I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Sorry about that, because the meetings, they end at 11, but we have to keep extending it. 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Elchanan. I'm a Teaneck resident. I moved here a couple years ago with my family, originally from Brooklyn. It was hard to move out of New York, but Teaneck is a great place. Want to say first and foremost, thank you, Mayor Pagan and the council for being here and doing your duty during these trying times. Thank you to Dean Kaczynski. I only met you a couple of times in passing, and you've always been so kind and so genuine. So, and just wanted to share what everybody else is saying is it's bittersweet for us. I'm happy for you. You are Teaneck, and you will be missed, but we will move forward. I wanted to also share that I live near Fairleigh Dickinson and Phelps Phelps Park, and those places saved us during COVID. Going over the bridge, walking towards Alvey and Hackensack, Phelps, it was just beautiful. And I think it's just concrete examples of what this town is. This town has a lot to offer, and this town really helped my family get through COVID. I wanted to highlight some interactions that I had with council members. I sometimes go for walks during the day if I can. I work from home, and it's only me, so I go for walks sometimes. Two instances recently, I saw street signs knocked down, and I immediately reached out to one of the councilmen, and right away he said he was on it. And the next couple of days, both those street signs at different times were put back up. Another time, same councilman, I was walking by Lowell School on that bridge, the forward bridge, and I slipped on ice and I hurt myself. And I immediately reached out to that councilman and said, there's ice on the bridge. I don't want anybody else getting hurt. Right away, was on it. That means a lot to me. I also wanted to share another instance where both my sons were attending the town karate offered at the Rota Center, which is so amazing. It's so amazing to see all the kids there, all the families there, just there to see our kids learn and hopefully not learn how to beat us up in the future. That one night I was coming downstairs, and it was the same night as the Get to Know Your Neighbor get together. And
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry your time is up. Thank you, Doug. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Val, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Hi, yes, my name is Val Molchanova. So yeah, just for the sake of clarity, make no mistake, I utterly condemn anti-Semitism in any form, no matter the context, but I will not accept the redefinition of anti-Semitism as including anti-Zionism per se. I'm attending this meeting to voice my concerns about the ways in which members of this council have, one, been enabling and actively contributing to this intimidation of anyone who lawfully, peacefully speaks out about the ongoing genocide in Palestine, and two, who have displayed unchecked and consistent anti-Black racism toward their colleagues. I reiterate the call for the resignations of Council Members Schwartz, Organ, and Goldberg, and I stand in support of Council Member Denise Belcher. This council has been complicit in allowing one of its members to baselessly smear a Muslim community member with a dangerous Islamophobic trope, as a previous speaker from the community mentioned. One of the council members accused a Muslim community member of wanting to, quote, blow up the town, completely baselessly. This is, I hope I don't have to explain why this is an act of verbal violence. Furthermore, this council has been complicit in the defamation of Teaneck High School pro-Palestine protesters and in spreading dangerous misinformation about the protest against the sale of stolen Palestinian land, a protest which was organized in part by Jewish activists. I don't know why I have to emphasize this, but here I am. Activists, plural. Several people have spoken about Rich Siegel as if he were a man alone, aligning the many anti-Zionist Jewish voices at this protest and in the pro-Palestine movement at large. Yeah, so every one of you who is silent about the moral unacceptability of selling stolen Palestinian land, every one of you who participates in the intimidation and defamation of pro-Palestine protesters is passively complicit in genocide. You are complicit in doing direct harm to your community, in making Teaneck less safe for its Muslim members and its Jewish members who courageously voice their opposition to Zionism. I've heard a number of people tonight ask why we're talking about something happening thousands of miles away, as if our tax dollars as United States citizens don't directly contribute to the funding of the bombing of the West Bank. Not only that, like, regardless of the sale of stolen land, which should not be disregarded, but like even bracketing that, we are all, every one of us, complicit as people who are pay our taxes to the United States government. And we have a moral obligation to speak out against ongoing genocide. I mean, the truth will bear out, as it has about, many genocides in the past. And you will ask yourself, what did I do to stop this? Thank you.
Someone in chambers? Sir?
My name is Rich Siegel. A little bit tired. I was watching the meeting mostly on Zoom for a while, and I was taking a bit of abuse and watching Councilmember Belcher take a lot of abuse too. For what? For doing her job, for looking into something that needed looking into? If anybody said, go back to Auschwitz, that's a disgrace. I oppose it, and everybody at our demonstration would oppose it. Okay, there was bad behavior on both sides. I had a lot of heckling delivered at me. They know who I am. If you don't want a demonstration at a synagogue, then don't have an illegal real estate event at a synagogue. I'd rather demonstrate at the Marriott anyway. It's redlined real estate. Whether we're talking about West Bank settlements or the real estate that they're pushing inside Israel. It's for Jews alone. The real estate event is for Jews alone. And they're selling real estate. And I know because I attended a similar event. I went undercover, I registered, I pretended to be a potential customer, and I got a real estate pitch. They wanted to sell me a condo on the West Bank. And when it was time for me to sign on the dotted line, I pulled out a Palestinian flag and I got kicked out. Now, on the subject of the real estate being for Jews and for Jews only, the first time I organized a demonstration against an Israeli real estate event was here in Teaneck in 2007. I've been doing it a long time. And I had a conversation with Rabbi Stephen Przansky. And he wanted to make the point that not only do they have the real estate event at the synagogue for religious reasons, but he had it in the sanctuary of the synagogue. Why? Because the redemption of the land is a religious duty. What's the redemption of the land? Putting Jews on it and getting rid of the Muslims and Christians. It's pure racism. That's what it is. That's why we oppose it. And we can look into whether or not it's legal or illegal in terms of anti-discrimination law, the federal law, New Jersey law, international law. Either way, it's redlining real estate.
Your time is
We
up,
don't
sir.
do that here.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Your time is up, sir. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Mr. Arumemi, please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Doug, for pronouncing my name right. Appreciate that. My name is Idonije Arumemi, and this is my first meeting, and I sat here and I listened, contemplating. Well, I had something I wanted to say, but then as I sat here and listened, I just want to say this: Teaneck, from what I've heard from everyone, prides itself as the first town to integrate willingly. And that's because of the people. But over the years, and I've been here for about 10 years now, and I haven't really seen the togetherness that a lot of people have said. There's a lot of divisiveness between the residents here at Teaneck. We all condemn hate. As a Black man in America, I condemn hate, whether it's Jewish individuals, Palestinians, Asians, doesn't matter. Hate is hate. However, I didn't see the unification within our town when it needed to happen. In order for us to move together, we must all realize, one, we are different, but at the same time, we share a common goal. We all chose to live here, by the way. Teaneck didn't recruit me to live here. As a matter of fact, I guess my wife did. And I'm happy to be here. I did experience something at Votey Park on a Sunday where I took my children and they weren't comfortable. And it struck a chord in me and it almost drove me to tears because, again, Teaneck prides itself in integration, but yet there's a lot of divisiveness. So I challenge everyone, both Jews, non-Jews, to reach out. Reach out to each other. Talk to each other. Help each other. Because if you're not doing that, then you are the problem. You are the individual that does not want unification. You're the individual that spews and continues to want divisiveness. And I've seen that displayed today in the panel, in front of everyone, where people are just going back and forth. As my time runs short, please unify.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Someone in chambers, ma'am?
Hi, Elle Kramer. I'm a resident of Teaneck for 20 years, and it's really been great up until recently. But I would like to invite everyone to a ladies' night out. We're going to have spouses and significant others join as well. I started it in Recycling Zone 2 4 months ago. We're Ladies' Night Out Recycling Zone 2. And we have up to 58 women now, Jewish, not Jewish, any color, any person of any sexual orientation, whatever. Everyone is welcome in every way to meet each other and to really bond on the most basic level. So I will give you, Mayor Pagan, my email. I'll email you. If anyone is interested in starting this in other parts of Teaneck, in other recycling zones, the best way for us to get together and to know each other is this most basic human, process of just having some wine, having some great food, and spending time together. So I just want to welcome everyone in Teaneck to do that, and I'll reach out to you, Mayor Pagan.
Thank you. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Breda Hirschman.
Ms. Hirschman, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear. You have 3 minutes.
Right, okay, thank you. First of all, I want to give condolences, sincere condolences. I don't know if he's still on, to Mr. Brown. And to thank Dean for the entire community for everything that you've done for these last 40 years and you continue doing. And thank you for the council for extending this so all of our voices can be heard. And I apologize if I repeat some of the sentiments that other people have said, but that's because our feelings are so intense. And I'm a 30-year resident of Teaneck, and we were drawn to Teaneck partly because of the reputation of the diversity and the town's inclusion, and because I value our town's diversity. I personally have volunteered for One Town, One Vote, have been involved somewhat in Teaneck Women Together, advocated for the Black Lives Matter mural and gone to communal gatherings there, for gun safety gatherings, for vigils
for terrible anti-Muslim massacres that happened, for example, in New Zealand. I've attended the yearly Martin Luther King gathering and have been involved in Get Out the Vote initiatives. And I personally chair my synagogue social justice committee and coordinate some our anti-racist book group. So diversity and inclusion is so important to me, and also in the Jewish tradition that values everyone but Tselem Elohim, in God's image. And that's why I was so disheartened when some communal leaders did not recognize the unique pain the Jews in our community felt on October 7th and afterwards. And people like me, as we've said, have felt abandoned by the anti-Jewish hatred and the lies. And I don't just do, we've already heard the threats against Jewish council representatives, the vile marches, and the intimidation that's taken place. The chants calling for the elimination and genocide of the Jewish people. And the use of words like occupation and colonization to describe an indigenous Jewish people defending a homeland that dates back thousands of years and has been recognized as a state by the UN distorts history. And it gives credence to modern blood libel. And I could go on, people have talked about it, but I'm pleading with our community to work on creating better understanding and healing, to fight anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish feelings, and bigotry, and for us to heal as a community. The tutoring initiative can be an example for other ways for us to get together, and let's work on that. I know my 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Lightman. I'm a Teaneck resident for over 30-something years. I'm just going to let you know I am not a speaker at all. I have been here since the beginning of this session. I don't want to talk about politics, international politics. I just want to be able to walk down my street and the town of Teaneck without having paint thrown at me or water bottles. I want to be able to service the towns of this. I service the early intervention children of this town, and I want my friends and I just want to be able to do our errands and go to work without having been told you can't go past Voti Park because you're Jewish. That's what I want to be not to be told. In this past December, I had to reroute, my friends and myself, who are therapists in this town, had to reroute our schedules because we couldn't pass Voti Park because we were told Jewish people should not be going there. Just to let you know, over 20 years ago, I used to go to the library every Friday. This is before cell phone. I got a call from a friend of mine in Teaneck saying, don't go to the Teaneck library because there are Muslims demonstrating there and they don't want any Jews. Just to let you know. I look at the sign and it says good and welfare. I haven't heard yet one Teaneck person here say they feel safe in this community. And that's the word, good and welfare. I've been listening the whole time here. I know we're done in 10 minutes. I also have not heard any Teaneck pro-Palestinian person that has said that they have had water bottles thrown at them, red paint thrown at them. I have not heard one person say that, not one, not one. You've had many people here. We're all saying the same thing, that we feel very difficult for us to be in this town when we are being harassed. That's number one. Number two, I have many, many Christian friends who have told me that I have told them that how I've been in this town. I happen to also work in New York City in Harlem, where I am an Orthodox Jew, wearing my Jewish star, and I don't feel that I feel safer walking around in Harlem than I do in Teaneck. I have never been harassed in Harlem as I have been here in Teaneck. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone on Zoom, Doug?
Ellie Berman, please unmute.
Thank you. My name is Elliot Berman. I'm a lawyer. I've lived in Teaneck with my wife for almost 30 years, and we have raised our 3 children here. I first would like to thank Township Manager Dean Kaczynski, whom we will all miss, and Deputy Town Manager Tom Rowe for all that they do for the residents of Teaneck. I would also like to thank the Teaneck Police Department for protecting this township, and sadly, I believe that they have been forced to work more than before to do that. And I would like to thank you, the mayor, and the entire council for giving so much of your time to make Teaneck the best town it could be. I think you all will agree with me that something has to change. Teaneck should not be exposed to what it was subjected to on Sunday, March 10th, and the threat that anything like that will continue in our residential neighborhoods and outside houses of worship. Screaming in our Teaneck residential neighborhoods, "No Zionists here," is akin to another chant we heard on March 10, "From the river to the sea." While many claim that that chant from the river to the sea means different things to different people, it's difficult to comprehend that at a rally for Hamas apologists or sympathizers, one means it any differently than how it is meant by Hamas itself, which is that the entire state of Israel should be Jew-free. And now, on March 10th, the demonstrators are extending the designated no Jew zones to include the township of Teaneck. While I believe almost everyone here, at least those who live in Teaneck, will agree that many of the despicable chants on March 10th have no place in civilized society, I realize that in America, we must make sacrifices for the freedom of speech, and that uninformed, senseless, hurtful, and even vile speech is also protected. But I respectfully ask the council to call upon the township's attorney to find a way to return peace to the residential streets and houses of worship of Teaneck. The United States Supreme Court has repeatedly stated that government may impose time, place, and manner restrictions on speech in a public forum. Of course, that the restrictions need to be content neutral, but residential neighborhoods and outside houses of worship are not the places for demonstrations. The town green and other public places could be used. The US Supreme Court has said that noise, traffic control, and public safety are all content neutral reasons to impose restrictions on where speech may occur. As the Third Circuit, the federal appellate court in New Jersey has stated, quote, "The right to free speech does not encompass the right to cause disruption," close quote. This cannot continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Someone in chambers? No more hands in chambers. Doug, someone, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lori Fine. I've lived in Teaneck 18 years now. I've raised 5 children here, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I feel the need to speak up and reiterate what my neighbor here has said. It has become impossible to simply live in Teaneck. Every time I have to take my kids to run errands, to go shopping, to take them to a friend's house, we have to cross people honking and screaming hateful messages. And, you know, I come from our family is proudly Jewish, but also a mixed race family. My mother-in-law may she rest in peace, was Mexican American, and we enjoyed each other's heritage, and we just had the tamales from the freezer. Don't recommend that 2 years later. But we really we shared that, and it is possible for people to have different points of view, different backgrounds, different races, different heritage, and still love each other very much and get along. We do not need to allow Teaneck that people's desire for this expression to bleed into hatred. We don't need to allow this in our town. We do not need to make it impossible for all residents. It's not just Jewish residents who can't go to the supermarket without having to hear 1,000 honking cars of out-of-towners coming in. And this isn't something that anyone here wants or that anyone should allow. If people have different points of view, and I very vehemently disagree with a lot of the statements that were made here tonight about politics in the Middle East, but it's irrelevant to what we're really here about, which is to create peace in our own town, to allow our residents to enjoy our town and to enjoy living here, and to stop being constantly bullied and harassed and prevented from using the facilities in our own homes where we are raising our children and are just trying to live our lives, each according to our own beliefs. So I really strongly encourage members, every single member of this council, to take really seriously what does it mean to restore peace in our town, to prevent outsiders, people who aren't from here, from coming through with their honking and creating a dangerous situation and a harassing situation. I know that you are all very talented, smart people, and you are capable of this. So please double down on trying to keep the peace in our town.
Thank you,
you.
Ms. Fine. Yeah, Mr. Clerk, I make a motion to extend the meeting another 30 minutes till midnight.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Naomi Noller, please unmute.
Hi, my name is Naomi Noller. My husband and I have lived in Teaneck since 1999 for 25 years and have raised our 3 children here. And our married son lives here in Teaneck as well. I'd like again to echo the sentiments of thanks and with great gratitude to our town manager, the council members, our police department, and so many of our civic leaders for the support and protection that you're trying to provide to all the members of the Teaneck community at this time. I have been shocked, pained, scared, and dismayed by the unrest and hateful environment that has erupted in our town, in our really special town of Teaneck since October 7th. Very surprised and very unsettled. I never would have expected this of our neighbors with whom we have shared peaceful coexistence for all these years. I'm very grateful to our rabbis. You have heard from many of them tonight, but all of our communal leaders, our teachers in schools, our principals, the rabbis of our synagogues. What did I expect? What did I expect after the horrors of October 7th? I expected the Muslim clergy and leadership to shout loud and clear within minutes of hearing what happened on October 7th. I expected the Muslim leaders to tell their congregants and their neighbors that no one should falsely associate them with what the Hamas terrorists did. They missed a huge opportunity, the chance to say to their Jewish neighbors, we all have different beliefs, but none of us believe in this. None of us support terror attacks, murder, rape, kidnapping, arson. Please don't associate us with what they did, with what Hamas did, just because we're Muslim. They are a terror group. They are not us. We align with you, our Jewish neighbors. We know you have relatives in Israel. We know you are in pain with them, and we are in pain with you after hearing what happened today. We align with you against Hamas so that our Muslim brethren in Gaza and the children of Gaza can finally be free from Hamas terror. The loss of civilian life in Gaza is on Hamas, these terrorists who hide behind civilian human shields. What a lost opportunity had the religious and educational leadership of the American Muslim community stood up on day one. We would be a more united town and county today. We're still waiting to hear these voices who call to their members of their mosques and schools to treat their neighbors with empathy and respect and to demonstrate peacefully. Leaders who say that there is no justification for insults or harassment.
Thank you, Miss. Anybody else in chambers want to speak? Seeing no hands. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Steve Fox, please unmute.
Steve Fox, resident of Teaneck. I want to first commend Dean Kaczynski for all the wonderful work that he's done and will continue to do until he hits his well-deserved retirement. I don't want to repeat too much things that were said, but I do want to say that the insinuation that a Jewish real estate event, an Israeli real estate event, was geared towards only whites and Jews is so slanderous and so ridiculous. Honestly, anybody who wanted to buy real estate or look into real estate in Israel is welcome to do it. People in Israel, in every city, can buy real estate, can live in real estate, in any real estate. The insinuation itself is bad enough, and the credence that it was given that we have to look into it with the town attorney is even more ridiculous, because that thing should have been shut down right away. I want to tell you that 1977, roughly 40,000 of the 70,000 residents of Skokie were Jewish. And that's why that town was targeted by Nazis to demonstrate there. And they used their First Amendment right to demonstrate. But guess what? The Jewish community, the survivors, all came out in force to counter them. I think the next time that there is a demonstration against Jews, against Israel, if 1,000 people come out, we need to send 2,000 to counter them, to show that we're not going to be harassed, we will not be intimidated, that this is our town, and that people coming from the outside have no right to do this to us, or to try to intimidate or call names, or more than that, delegitimize the legitimate homeland of the Jewish people in Israel. I wonder, those people who keep talking about the lives were killed, people were killed in Gaza, and we all mourn for civilian deaths, but not one person has blamed Hamas. Not one person has said that Hamas started this war. Not one person has said that the billions of dollars that was poured into Gaza, billions of dollars, instead of making the life better for people, building a wonderful civilization there, it was used to build terror tunnels and millions of dollars of weaponry. So I want to know one more thing from the council members. What will you do to protect the Jewish community from the next demonstration? Where will you put them? What will you say to them? How will you contain them? We need that much from you, and we deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Someone else on Zoom, Doug?
Lillian Lewis, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say three things. First, I want to say I am Lillian Lewis. Lived here 41 years now. I had 3 children, all went through the school system, and one of my daughters still live here in Teaneck. I want to congratulate you, Manager Dean, on your decision to retire. You know, you're still in able-bodied and sound mind, and God bless you. And I pray that your next chapter of your life, be a blessing to you. Secondly, I want to speak to the councilwomen who have an issue regarding the leadership program. And I please resolve your issues before Thursday, so that on Thursday you can vote yes for this leadership program to begin on April 1st. Thank you. And lastly, I pray for the peace of Teaneck. Good night. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Someone else on Zoom, Doug?
Taubes at yu.edu. Please state your name for the record.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Michael Taubes. I'm a resident of Teaneck. I'm the rabbi of Congregation Zichron Mordechai in Teaneck. My parents moved here in 1960, so I guess you can say I'm pretty much a lifer here in Teaneck. My message to the council this evening is to urge you in the strongest possible terms to explore every legal means possible to put an end to the incessant rallies, car caravans, and so on, which have regularly been invading the streets of our town over the last several months. It is obvious that there are presently 2 opposing groups in our town. One is outraged over its border community in Israel being attacked, abused, raped, slaughtered, and kidnapped on October 7th. The other is outraged over what has happened to its border community in Gaza as a result of Israel's military response since October 7th, which has resulted in whatever the latest casualty numbers are. These 2 groups are not going to agree, and they're not going to come to a meeting of the minds about this. What everyone should agree upon, however, is that this conflict is not going to be resolved in the township of Teaneck, New Jersey, or in any other municipality in this country, despite the decision to pass various ordinances and calls for ceasefires. There is no constructive purpose, therefore, to these ongoing rallies, and the organizers know it. They know full well that nobody in the Jewish community of Teaneck is capable of orchestrating a ceasefire in the Middle East, just as nobody in the Muslim community of Teaneck is capable of arranging for the release of the remaining Israeli hostages. If the goal of these protesters was simply to voice their support for Hamas and the Palestinians, which is absolutely their right, one rally or two at most would suffice. And they would then be sharing their views in other area towns, such as South Hackensack and Cliffside Park as well. But that's not what they're doing. Instead, they keep descending on Teaneck and disrupting life in our town. What then is their purpose in coming specifically to Teaneck time and time again and shouting at our township residents, blocking our streets, harassing our neighbors with vile hate speech? Simple. They want to antagonize and intimidate our Jewish community here. These are blatant anti-Jewish rallies designed to spread hatred and nothing more, and that cannot and should not be tolerated, will not be tolerated. I implore the council to investigate every legal option to outlaw these rallies, perhaps by passing laws limiting the number of protests permitted each year, or perhaps confining them to specific locations, requiring permits, arresting those who do not comply, and so on. And if such things are not in fact allowed by law, I would ask the council to at the very least make a strong public statement to the protesters, making it clear that while legally we perhaps might not be able to prevent you from marching, you protesters are not welcome in our town. State that we as the elected leaders of the town do not want you here, and we ask you to take your hate out of our streets. I have no doubt that if the protesters would come here regularly and similarly provoke members of another ethnic or religious group in our community by rallying outside one of their houses of worship, or if certain social or political activists would parade up and down Cedar Lane every other Sunday, the town's leadership would leave no stone unturned correctly in an effort to stop this behavior from continuing. The same kind of passionate and definitive response from the council is needed here before things spiral even further out of control to the detriment of everyone who resides in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi. Someone else on Zoom, Doug?
Bruce, please state your name for the record. Please unmute. Bruce, please state your name for the record. Unmute. Bruce, please unmute. Lisa Schwartz, please unmute. State your name for the record. Lisa Schwartz, please
Hi,
unmute.
Doug. It's actually me, Ron Schwartz.
Ron Schwartz, 3 minutes.
Thanks, Doug. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen in the council. Also wanted to express my thanks to Dean Kaczynski. Dean, very sad to hear that you are retiring in July. I think I speak for my wife, Lisa, and myself that we think you have been the best manager that we have seen in the 44 years that we have lived in Teaneck. You care about Teaneck, you care about the people in it, and you've been a wonderful, wonderful manager. So thank you very much for your service. And if after you retire, you want to play some tennis, just give me a call. What's been happening in town since October 7th and October 17th, when the resolutions were passed, the divisiveness that has occurred has been breaking my heart as a longtime Teaneck resident. I've seen many, many friendships that have been formed in the last bunch of years within community groups that people have reached out to different communities and have become friends. I've seen those friendships torn apart because of what's happened in town since October 7th, and it really breaks my heart. For those of you who have not been here as long as I have, in 1990, we kind of went through a similar thing. It's different, but there are some similarities to it also. When the town was going through a very divisive time, when a 14-year-old young man by the name of Philip Pinnell was shot in the back and killed by a white police officer. And that incident was followed by rioting on the town green, and a very, very difficult time with groups in town separating from each other and yelling at each other, coming to the council meeting, insulting council members. I think as we did back then, the rhetoric in town has to come down. You have to stop coming to council meetings and insulting council members. It's not helping on either side. I was at the February 27th meeting on Zoom. I didn't see any council member wanting to shut an event down or asking for violence at that event. I saw someone ask a question of a lawyer because a constituent raised the question and she wanted to get an answer. That's all I saw. In 1990, we had community dialogues after the Pinnell shooting. The community dialogues were taking place all over town in synagogues, ethical culture, churches. We sat down and talked to each other about our differences and about our feelings. I would ask that this council begin that process of having some kind of community dialogues, work through the Community Relations Board. Cheryl Hall has been requesting you to have empathy training, but start some dialogues in the community.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks a lot.
Schwartz.
Harry, please unmute, state your name for the record. Carrie, with your hand up, please unmute, state your name for the record. Yes, I'm working on the next one. Natalie Addison, please unmute, state your name for the record. Natalie Addison, please unmute. State your name for the record.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, it's not Natalie Addison, it's Raymond Addison, but she's pretty close. Good evening, council. Doug, thank you for letting me in after these long hours. Mr. Manager, thank you for being who you are. You're a wonderful township manager. We're going to miss you. But you said you're retiring in July, but you didn't say what year. So it could be July 2025. So we'll look forward to keeping you on until then. My condolences, our condolences to the Brown family with the loss of their loved one. Islamophobia and anti-Semitism is it's not condoned, it's not good. We tend to, every word spoken, we seem to attribute it to one of those words. It's not always the same. It doesn't mean the same. So everything cannot be an anti-Semite or Islamophobia concern. October 7th was a travesty, but October 17th was divisive. Words put into resolution when it could have been just understanding that the author of the resolution writer was passionate, but had we only softened and realized what we were saying, might have made a big difference and not have what we're having today. I think that a lot of what's going on in the town, I know a lot of what's going on in the town is not right. There are outside maybe antagonists, but we live in Teaneck. And unfortunately, a little bit of Washington, D.C. has crept into Teaneck in the politics. The council, you have been voted in to represent everyone in Teaneck. We can tell that it is campaigning season from the actions that goes on the council dais. I'm sure that some of the things that you talk about in closed session or in your packets are not discovered when you get on the dais in public, that you could talk to each other before then, rather than making a spectacle of yourselves when you get there to try to shame someone. That's not good. A house divided among itself can never stand. Teaneck is divided, but Teaneck is still a great place to live. We need to stop, smell the roses, do the right thing, have dialogue. Why can't the town council, as someone said, have a townwide dialogue?
Thank you,
One
Mr.
more
Addison.
thing. The person who said Harlem, I think that's not a good
Thank
statement.
you, Mr. Addison.
You're welcome.
Have a good night, sir.
Valerie Levin, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Valerie Levin. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, Valerie Levin, Teaneck resident for 18 years. As always, I want to thank the council for their service. Manager Kaczynski, I am devastated to learn you will be retiring. When I said you are like the mommy to 50,000 people at the speed friending event, I really meant it. We are a better town because of you. Next, I want to thank the health department for finally addressing the empty house on Johnson Avenue, which I have known to be not lived in for the entire 18 years I have lived here. I'm hoping it will not take another 18 years for that abandoned or empty house to get resolved. Regarding safe streets and the two speakers who talked about initiatives to make streets safer for cyclists and pedestrians, I am excited about that and fully support it. But I think every Teaneck resident out there, you have got to stop crossing in the middle of the block on Cedar Lane. It all starts with personal responsibility. And while I am at it, if you are walking at night, you need to wear something reflective so the cars can see you. Speaking of cars, the car rallies. I just echo what everyone else said. I want the town council to start doing something about this. It has passed the public nuisance issue and it's affecting our way of lives. The last thing is I had emailed one of the people on the council for clarification about how the Israel Home Expo was violating fair housing practice, state, real estate law, international law. I am still awaiting a reply from the town council on how the law was actually broken. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr.
Mr.
Attorney,
Schwartz?
Mr. Attorney, do we need to vote on the bill list and whatnot before midnight? Or is that, do we change that law? Do we have to finish the business of the town in terms of the voting on the bill
Consent
list?
agenda and the bill.
No, consent agenda before midnight?
No, there's no time requirement there.
No.
Sorry.
Yehuda Robinson, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Yehudit Robinson. I live in Teaneck with my husband and 4 children who are between the ages of 2 and 10. Since the March 10th protest outside of Congregation Keter Torah, I have been feeling increasingly anxious and unsafe in my hometown. I am grateful to Town Manager Dean Kaczynski, Deputy Manager Tom Rowe, and the entire Teaneck Police Department for keeping all Teaneck residents safe. This past Saturday, my congregation hosted several of these special community leaders for a program of gratitude. Yet, I am deeply concerned about the need for their additional assistance so my family and I can go about our daily routines, including attending synagogue services and walking around the neighborhood. I am also deeply concerned about the overtime fees involved in maintaining order to protect Teaneck residents. The Jewish community has been respectful of Muslim places of worship and gathering. Despite the targeting of our houses of worship by protesters and car caravans, we have not reciprocated this despicable behavior. We need to commit to maintain a civil society and be able to disagree respectfully. When I read about yet another car caravan heading our way, filled with non-residents coming to harass and provoke residents, I feel despair. Is this how it started in Germany in the late 1930s? Why do I need to shelter with my husband and kids indoors until the caravan has passed through our town? Why can't I go outside on a beautiful spring day? How can the town council and mayor help stop these outside agitators? Please acknowledge that the March 10th meeting at Congregation Keter Torah was an informational fair for anyone considering purchasing a home in Israel at some future point, not a sale of property. Please agree to conduct full research of any events under consideration before issuing a moral verdict. Please understand that the irresponsible statements that issued from the town council at the previous meeting created a domino effect which led protesters to paint bomb cars, spray red liquid on people, physically assault Teaneck residents, and desecrate the Israeli flag. In your capacity as town council members, please denounce the horrible comments that have been made to many in this town. While First Amendment laws protect free speech, not everything that can be said should be said. Please disavow in the strongest terms the use of the Nazi salute in Teaneck, as was witnessed at the March 10th protest. The Nazi salute is a horrifying gesture of antagonism against the Jewish community. Finally, please adopt a declaration that all Teaneck residents are welcome here. Despite any differences we may have, we share that Teaneck is our home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss. Anyone else on Zoom, Doug?
Sharuk Awadallah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shuruk Awadallah. I speak tonight with a heavy heart dismayed by the hate directed at Councilwoman Denise Belcher. Her stance on legality deserves thoughtful consideration. Yet the divisive resolution has transformed us into adversaries instead of neighbors. Let us prioritize fostering harmony within Teaneck without importing external conflicts. The presence of protesters is not to intimidate, but to peacefully express discontent. How is a legal, safe car rally driving with Palestinian flags scary and illegal? Why are community members trying to demonize Palestinian flags and Palestine? Honking is done by passerbyers who support Palestine and oppose the genocide. It's crucial to acknowledge that videos contradict claims of non-confrontation by the counter-protesters. Community members speak about protests while conveniently omitting their own involvement. It is crucial for us to confront the reality of our actions and acknowledge our roles in the events unfolding in our community. Transparency and accountability are essential if we are to move forward together. Thank you to one of the first speakers for shouting out AUCC. Speaking of AUCC, there have been community members showing up to intimidate and harass congregates by driving around displaying flags, putting up middle fingers, and shouting obscenities. Like the genocide continuing to unfold in Gaza, this is also documented. Where is the same outrage? My daughter's still scared to go back because she is worried that the deranged man driving a Range Rover will come back to intimidate her. Let's hold each other to the same standards and always strive to speak the truth regardless of who it offends. I find it very interesting that the good and welfare isn't limited to an hour tonight. It appears that we are selective as to when we want to enforce certain time restrictions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good night.
Ryan Harlan Brooks, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Brian Harlan Brooks. I've been a Teaneck resident since 1983. I was in high school with Philip Pinnell. I find it convenient and unfortunate that a lot of people are using Black history and the history of this nation to wax poetic about what's going on now. The truth of the matter is Teaneck has been an experiment in integration, and people have wanted to be in solidarity with one another. But the truth is we have fallen short time and time again. Part of being in a diverse community is understanding there are going to be diverse ideas and different ideas. Freedom of speech and freedom of protest is part of that, whether you agree with the protest or not agree with the protest. As a Black American, all of these ideas about nostalgia for the United States being born in peace when I know that it was born on the labor of my ancestors and their enslavements are quite frankly offensive. Also going back to Philip Pinnell and discussions about anti-racism and talking about outliers is part of the tropes that were used to stop the abolitionists in this country. Every time somebody tried to abolish slavery, we discussed the fact that they were outliers. These are people that you live with. The people that we live with have difference of opinions. The only way through those opinions is to have very deep and robust and difficult conversations, and yes, protests. One of the tenets of white supremacy, not my word, these are things you can look up, is the right to comfort. You are going to be uncomfortable. That is part of living in a diverse community. And we need to face the fact that those discomforts are only going to be allayed by deeper, really sustained conversation and living in an equal society. The truth of the matter about the equity going in Teaneck as a Black resident is that many of the residents that are white presenting and Arab presenting have not been in solidarity with the Black community. And so they have a false understanding about what Teaneck actually is. There are problems here. And as a Black resident, I have been the recipient of those. When we did the protests back in 1988 for Philip Pinnell, I was called the N-word by police officers here in Teaneck. I'm glad to say that the Teaneck police stations have changed the way that they act today, but we need to be in solidarity with one another, but we need to be able to have deep conversations and ask specific questions. Every time I bring up the word racism, I am forced to explain myself. When we have a conversation about different things going around the world, you have to explain your point of view and be willing to have a conversation where somebody differs from you deeply without calling them anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, or anti-Black or racist. If somebody asks me what racism is, I will explain that. We have to be able to have conversations to come up with resolutions that make our town better and allow the diversity to be true, not just on surface level, so we all can be in our comfort. No one has a right to comfort. We have a right to safety and solidarity. Thank you.
Doug, I make a motion to extend the meeting another 30 minutes to 12:30.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Asan Goria. Please state your name for the record.
Yeah, Ahsan Goraya. First of all, thanks for giving me the chance to speak. I can understand, Mayor, I have the solution for your problem. We'll give you at the end. First of all, 1,000 lies, even 1,000 lies can never hide one truth. And the truth is a genocide is happening in Gaza. 30,000 plus innocent Palestinians are dead. More than 15,000 kids are dead. And there are two reasons why people are protesting here, and why it's happening and why they're protesting here. So why we need to stand? We need to stand because of our ethics, morality, and humanity. That's why we're gonna stand. Yes, we condemn October 7th incident, what happened on October 7th, because not because it's what happened, or even it's a lie, but we still condemn that what Hamas did. And why we condemn that? Not, the only reason is that Hamas is a byproduct of Netanyahu. Netanyahu created the Hamas with Qatar money to stand against Yasser Arafat. That's what the fact is. And there are other things. Some of the residents are worried about the overtime the police has to spend about the protesters. So why they are not worried about the billions of dollars which are going to foreign governments to aid the genocide? Why they are not worried about that? And the other thing, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitic. That they need to understand. As some of the fellows, the Jews, brother, they were saying that Israel is a sacred place for them. But for a minute, there was no Israel before 1947. Judaism is the oldest religion, even older than the Christianity and Islam. So where was their sacred place before that? In Europe somewhere, in Germany, in Poland? We don't know. So other thing, and for our Muslim, Jerusalem is a sacred place, and it has been there for thousands of years. And the other thing which I want to say, the people are worried about the kids going out in the park. So why they are not worried about the kids which are dying in Gaza, which are under the rubble? The mom go out to get the bread. When they come back, there are no kids. They are under the rubble. So why they are not worried about that? So I also appreciate the council member who spoke for the against the genocide. We are with you. We support you. And not only even when nobody supports you, but you still did the right thing. And especially when you are sitting next to some cowards and racists, it's very hard to speak the truth. And the other thing, the solution is that we should pass the resolution, ceasefire resolution, and we should stop the illegal sale of any illegal property. That's the solution. There would be no protest anymore. And we should also build a Holocaust memorial, but at the same time, we should also build a Gaza memorial in this town for the genocide in the Gaza as well. My time is over, but I will have more to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We extend. No.
Marcus Max, please unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Marcus. 3 minutes.
I didn't unfortunately get to go either to the previous meeting or to the sale event on the 10th, much as I wanted to go. I was actually not back in the country yet. I was busy liberating Gaza from Hamas, as it happens. So, like I said, I did not unfortunately get to attend the sales event, much as I would have wanted to. But I would like to address the multiple comments made by people throughout tonight that claimed that this was not about anti-Semitism this was only about anti-Zionism and federal law and international law. So they were simultaneously, and Mr. Siegel himself, who brought it up last time and then brought it up again tonight, I was able to see a recording of what he said last time and then tonight live. He said that federal law says that you can't prevent any one group, any one demographic from buying land, which I have no issue with, while at the same time, he quoted international law, which specifically says Jews and or Israelis should not be buying this land. Now, if the person wants to come from a moral ground, which of those two is moral? That you can't prevent anyone or that you can prevent Jews? And this is the point. It is anti-Semitism per se to make a statement of peace depends upon the creation of yet another Judenrein country in the Middle East. And therefore, I would call upon the Teaneck Council to call this what it is, make a resolution to condemn both these statements as well as the violent protests that are happening. And yes, they are violent. They have been caught on camera as being violent, and call them out for what they are, Nazism of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Jacob Gerard, please unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Jacob. 3 minutes.
Hello. My name is Jacob Alexander Gerard. Just want to clarify, I am not a Teaneck resident. If that is not an issue, as I was led to believe. So if I'm allowed 3 minutes, then that would be great.
You've used 20 seconds, Jacob. You have 2 minutes, 35 seconds to go.
Perfect. I am here to talk about all of these things that everyone has said so far. These, such as these real estate sales happening in these synagogues, which is illegal, may I just say, because they are selling stolen land that was illegally obtained through violence, as is evident. Land that was under Palestinian sovereignty, so under international law and also just morality, it was very wrong. And these people have no right to sell this land, which was never theirs to take or sell. And as so many people here tonight talk about, you know, diversity here in the Teaneck community, but they keep saying all these things that really contradict that, if I do say so myself. And it's very disheartening to hear. As for the people speaking up for Gaza and Palestine and all other marginalized peoples, I would like to just give my praise to them. But truly, the amount of people, so many people saying all these horrible things is appalling and truly displeasing. And so I would hope that in good conscience, you would stand against allowing these things to happen and calling for a ceasefire, and to not, you know, hammer down on people rallying and protesting in the name of liberation and peace, actual peace, right? It is truly a horrible and unjust situation happening in Gaza with the genocide, the deaths of so many people, women, children, men, journalists, medical workers, truly just so many names that I could never possibly memorize in a lifetime, but I will certainly try. I will. It is, it breaks the heart.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Michael Rockland, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for staying on so late. I'll make it short. Michael Rockland, you all know me. You heard from a few of my very new friends who are organizing for complete streets in Bergen County. I want to reiterate what they said, and we sent it over to the clerk. Bergen County controls our most dangerous roads, Teaneck Road and Cedar Lane, as well as a bunch of other roads in town. It is critical to the thriving of Teaneck that the county does its part to make our streets safe for everybody, no matter how they get around. And I'd also like to call attention to the few people who are still watching this, as well as anybody who reaches out to any of the council members or anybody else who's here. I, along with a few other people, have been organizing under the temporary name Safe Streets Teaneck to get a community of people who are looking to figure out ways that we can make our streets safer right here in Teaneck, the streets that we do control. And so as council, especially as we head into this budget season, especially as we head into this master plan season, that we really spend a lot of time and effort thinking about how we can make it that our streets are accessible and safe for everybody, no matter how you get around, whether that's by car, walking, or driving. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Rock.
Rejma Khan, please unmute.
Hey Doug, good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, or should I say good morning. Dear Dean Kaczynski, manager, our hearts fell when we heard your announcement tonight. While that is good news for you, we are very much sad and heartbroken to see you go. I'm sure this is the right decision for you and you're looking forward to your next best adventure ahead. So we wish you the very best. Wow, being here tonight at our council meeting has been very disheartening for me, and I'm sure for several other residents who love their town and really value the diversity here. Just listening to tonight's intense speeches, fellow residents talking in angry tones, fearful tones, especially the young lady, Nasia, I really appreciate that you came up and you spoke so eloquently about living here in Teaneck in fear. No one should have to live in fear. I cannot imagine how hateful these last few weeks have been and how hateful these protests have become. There were bad apples on both sides, as I gather. I wasn't at the protest, so I'm not here to testify. I don't know who did or what or who said what. But what this means is that our town leaders have a responsibility. If they're not trying to unite the town, at least they should not add more fuel to the burning fire. I continue to be upset that our own Teaneck high school students who organized a peaceful protest have been attacked constantly, even getting a congressman involved to take on our high school district. I think that's just morally reprehensible. It is a shame that this council fueled all this hate on October 17th by bringing a foreign topic to our town. All kindness and unity has been shredded on our governing body, as was on display tonight. Very sad indeed. In Teaneck, we should stand against every form of hate, whether it's anti-Semitism to fellow Jewish residents, hurling insults, intimidation. This is not peaceful protesting. Whether it is racism against our Black residents, including our council members, openly on social media, and also, unfortunately, in a newspaper operated by one of our own council members. I wonder if that could also be categorized as responsible or irresponsible freedom of speech. By the way, the question posed by our council member to our town attorney, who is yet to weigh in on the topic, the same letter communication that came from our town manager, I think should have really come from our town attorney to tell us what the facts were and just clarified the situation rather than leaving it open-ended and creating so much havoc as it did tonight. Whether it's Islamophobia towards our Muslim residents, hateful speech towards clergy and hijabi women, I don't understand. Finally, let us all remember that even as we continue to wage this war here, innocent lives are lost in Palestine as well as in Israel. When we ask for a ceasefire,
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
we are asking for peace, and
Thank
there
you,
is
Ms. Khan.
no better time to call for a.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sue, please unmute. Please state your name for the record. Sue, please unmute.
He's not there. I'm going to make a motion if we close good and welfare after 3 hours. Am I going to be admonished for that?
You made a motion.
Sounds good. No, actually, I've never said I want to hear from everyone. I stick to my word.
Sue, please unmute. Kate Marsh, please unmute. Kate Marsh, please unmute. State your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Kate. I want to put on record that as of 3 p.m. today, the Al Shifa Hospital in Palestine, more than 80 people were killed at point blank. More than 300 people have been detained and are going through investigations. All of the medical staff were arrested without cause, leaving behind medical patients to rot in their beds. The hospital is being completely emptied by occupation forces, and refugees are either shot, detained, or forced to flee south after they're stripped naked. No one in the hospital has access to food, and nobody has had any access to aid into Palestine since January 23rd. This is part of Israel's plan to intentionally starve the entire population, creating a famine where the UN estimates that 1.1 million Palestinians are at imminent risk of death due to extreme famine. You can't say they're looking for Hamas when it's been every single hospital, every single school, even UN schools. If this is how they get land, it can't be legal to start selling them to future colonizers in other countries. Again, Israel has illegally detained more than 300 people within the last 2 days. Judaism is not the same as Zionism. Many rabbi and Jewish teachers spoke at the rally on March 10th to discuss the illegal sale, and we all watched a Zionist chase the crowd waving middle fingers at protesters. The police had to physically intervene. Israel is not allowed to sell stolen land. And we have to keep bringing this up because in Teaneck, 480,000 of our federal tax dollars go directly to the foreign Israeli military, while our mayor is blocking constituents on Instagram who are asking for a ceasefire. Teaneck needs to condemn this funding for the foreign military with our tax dollars. We need a call for a permanent ceasefire. We have to prevent the next illegal sale of land, and we have to call for a complete arms embargo against Israel. More than 30,000 people are dead within the last 6 months of continuous bombing, and people who focus on October 7th are ignoring the Palestinian massacres of October 8th, October 9th, October 10th, all the way until today, March 20th. Again, we need a call for a complete ceasefire, a complete arm embargo, and we want to prevent the next illegal sale of land. We hope to hear back from this lawyer soon. Thank you.
Lisa Hassan, please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. 3 minutes.
Okay. I just want to thank the board for finally staying on and not cutting short. I just want to also emphasize the importance of facts over propaganda.
Lisa, I apologize. Did you already speak this
It was
evening?
constantly claimed that from the river to the sea.
1 second, Lisa. I appreciate all of your inputs. I would just like to make sure. Give us 1 second, Lisa. Yeah, Lisa, you did speak. I apologize. Everyone gets one time to speak at Good and Welfare, especially when we have more than 50 speakers. And for anyone raising their hand, if you did already speak this evening, it would be most appreciative if you would lower your hand so we have an idea of how many people that we need to get to. Javon Romney Rice, former councilwoman, please unmute, state your name for the record. 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Doug, and good morning, everyone. Javon Romney Rice, over 60-year resident and community servant. And thank you for allowing the residents to speak tonight and not limiting Good and Welfare. Dean and Tom, while I knew this day would come, I am so sad to see you leave. I just want to thank you for your service, Dean, your labor of love for this community that you grew up in and once lived in and called home. It's very unfortunate that things have deteriorated so much, especially in recent months. Mr. Brown, I wish to convey my condolences to you and your family at your loss. Your community continues to stand with you and express our condolences. As been mentioned, last council meeting, a councilwoman asked a question of the attorney. I'm curious as to why the attorney didn't make a statement or answer the question if it was known to be incorrect. Why didn't he address it then? Why wasn't an answer or explanation given? Couldn't that have eliminated much of this discourse? People have suggested that while serving on the DS during a meeting, that people want a councilwoman to Google falsehoods, read text messages, all while looking at the residents in the eyes at a meeting and not ask the taxpayer attorney any questions. It must be said that Black women face, in addition to racism, sexism. And oppression knows oppression. So why are we oppressing each other? Maya Angelou said that each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it, possibly without even claiming it, she stands up for all women. I wish to acknowledge and thank the councilwoman who boldly stood up on behalf of all of us and asked the question for those of us you represent. Your character speaks for you. I am sure there was no slander, there was no plan of anti-Semitism, simply a genuine question that was asked. And I wonder if you ever even got an answer. Thank you, Councilwoman and Deputy Mayor, for taking a stance and representing all of us here in Teaneck. Please do not stop. Despite the hatred, the fear, intimidation, and racism you face, even the plan of attack that was organized tonight, please continue to be unapologetic in your continued stance and service to all, because we stand with you. Thank you to the Councilwoman who revealed your truth on social media, shining a spotlight to the community of the many social injustices, racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia that are very real and present. You rode on the coattails of strong, powerful, community-building women who you now stab in the back and take every opportunity to tear them down. Many of us have worked tirelessly many years to remove isms, condemn hate and Hamas. We have worked tirelessly to build relationships. We unfortunately still have much more work to do. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, hatred paralyzes life. Love releases it. Thank you.
Ms. Romney Rice.
Sherry Ann Eid, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Sherry Haneed. I'm a lifelong Teaneck resident. Thanks for staying late. I appreciate it. It's important for us to be heard. I want to be sure that it goes on record that I agree with my neighbors. We should all feel safe in our communities. And I'm sorry that you do feel unsafe walking in certain areas. I want to share that my daughter, myself, we have experienced bullying and prejudice because of our religion. My daughter was bullied last year in Ramadan by her classmates, by one of her teammates. The way that I chose to deal with it as a parent was to speak with her teachers, was to speak with her coaches, and figure out a way to get to the bottom of it. I don't know how we can move forward as a town if we're not listening to each other, if we're only hurling insults and words that are charged with tropes, like racist tropes and things like this. So I'm not sure how we can move forward if we're not listening to each other, if we are just continuing to say, but what about this? But what about this? So I think we all need to take a beat and listen to each other. Again, if we don't want protests in our town, then our town needs to think about the events that they hold here, especially during times like this, where there is ongoing violence against innocents, most of whom are children. We need to really reconsider having more events like this happen in our town, especially if we don't want protests like that in our town. I think why Teaneck? Because we have these events. A lot of the words that people use to describe the protesters was problematic and filled with bias. Outliers, outsiders, we just want peace. Well, what is peace without justice? So if your peace means my community is not getting their justice, then what is that? It's censorship, it's inequality, and it's not right. And that's why we live here because we believe in that, right? So we need to really check ourselves before we speak, before we use our words. We need to make sure that we're using the correct words, not to be overly sensitive, but to make sure that we are not censoring each other and that we are hearing each other, because without hearing and listening, we're not going to move forward. Thank you so much.
Zoom user, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Aviva. I'm a Teaneck resident. A few speakers this evening mentioned numbers as a justification for their involvement in the hateful protests. The distortion of casualty numbers in the ongoing conflict in Gaza and the implications of relying on information from sources that cannot be trusted needs to be addressed. Misinformation can dangerously skew our understanding of conflicts, leading to misguided responses and policies. The recent events and the numbers reported by Hamas-controlled health ministries serve as a cautionary tale. We have seen claims of over 30,000 casualties. Such figures have not only captured international attention, but have also been used to fuel narratives aimed at turning global opinion against Israel. However, we must ask ourselves, how reliable are these numbers? Consider the story of Ali Hospital in Gaza, which was reported to have been attacked, resulting in the death of 471 individuals. This incident, which was eventually exposed as a misfired missile by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, not an Israeli attack, and the actual number of casualties was significantly lower. Yet this did not prevent the rapid spread of inflated casualty numbers, which were initially accepted without scrutiny. Daniela Plekta, in her piece for the National Review, underscores the pernicious effect of these numbers. She highlights how the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, inadvertently lent credibility to Hamas claims by citing their figures in congressional testimony, figures that the Pentagon later had to walk back. This incident reveals the underlying goal of terrorist groups like Hamas to manipulate public opinion through lies and propaganda. The reliance on figures from the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health by international organizations and media outlets without critical examination underscores a broader problem. When the narrative is controlled by those with a vested interest in the conflict, the truth becomes the first casualty. The discrepancies in the reported numbers where children's death tolls exceeded the total death toll for a given day, or where men seemingly disappear from casualty reports, are not just mathematical errors, they are deliberate attempts to manipulate public perception. The sad truth is that we do not have reliable data on the number of casualties in Gaza. What we do have, however, are clear indications that the numbers being reported are manipulated to have specific agenda. This manipulation is not just a matter of incorrect statistics, it has real-world consequences. As we have experienced in this town, we must be vigilant. We must question and critically examine the sources of our information, especially in matters as serious as life and death. Accepting figures at face value from entities like Hamas-controlled health ministries with their track record of misinformation does a disservice to all of those genuinely affected by the conflict. To respond effectively and justly, we must base our actions on truth, not propaganda. As members of the global community, it is our responsibility to seek out reliable information, to question narratives that are neatly packed, and to demand transparency and accountability.
Thank you, ma'am.
Zoom user with your hand up, please unmute and state your name for the record. Cheryl Hall, please unmute.
Is that me, Doug?
Yes, it is. 3 minutes.
You just made me a panelist. Cheryl Hall, lifelong resident of over 50 years here in Teaneck. Thank you so much, esteemed members of the council and our public servants and Dean and everyone for staying late and letting everybody speak through good and welfare. I know that last meeting you also did the same, so I do appreciate that. As a resident, I want to remind people of something that mental health professionals came forward with during the Black Lives Matter protests or situation. They said that there is a level of trauma being experienced by being Black in the United States. Tonight, I hear trauma from every resident in this township. In fact, I observe trauma in every member of the dais. What do you do in traumatic situations? Firefighters seek help and counseling from maybe chaplains or people that are qualified to do that. So I encourage everyone, right now we are hurting from world events that we have no control over. Please seek counseling for yourselves so that you can lead us. As the chair of ABCR, I am asking every member on the dais tonight before you leave to commit to empathy training. Dean Krasinski is leaving us in 3 months. He has brought us this empathy training. Everyone claims that they love him and they support, and he is a wonderful town manager. Please commit to this. Every single one of you. You have 11 members of ABCR, very busy volunteers that are willing to have these conversations and help heal this town. But we need the tools to do that. We are not trained. Empathy training will help us with trained professionals teaching us. Please, everyone, express your commitment for the record that we will be having empathy training. And then on Thursday, the 21st, I expect that you pass that in the budget meeting. Dean, I'm available anytime on Thursday before 7 p.m. cryo practice. Thank you, everyone. Good morning.
Carrie, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi, Carrie Castillo. Give me 1 second. Thanks for getting back to me. Hi, thanks for letting me speak and extending good and welfare. First, I'm sorry for your loss, Mr. Brown. I'm hoping that you grieve in your own ways. And happy retirement to Mr. Dean. I'm a 22-year resident of Teaneck. The adults in this town need a new hobby. Starting group chats to discuss the whereabouts and dox the private identities of minors who are irrelevant to you, who have limited political and financial power, who do not have access to the same resources as you do, is inappropriate behavior. And it is disgusting that you are okay and have been comfortable with publicly displaying this behavior for the past 5 months. It's not acceptable to intimidate anyone, let alone children. It's not acceptable to flip middle fingers at them and display physically aggressive body language towards them. It's not acceptable to shout racist and derogatory terms to them simply because they do not buy into the misinformation. They, along with other Teaneck residents, are brave to take a stance against an ongoing genocide in which UNICEF has said 13,000 children have been murdered by a statehood funded by American taxes. Many continue to die due to lack of medical help, basic human resources, and are suffering from a famine and no ceasefire. It is also concerning that council members regularly associate themselves with community members and past politicians who display this behavior and have a record of racism, Islamophobic comments, and hate speech. It is incredibly disappointing that Teaneck Council, as a collective, have not called out this behavior yet. Members have time to run a blog, but not do their job in sitting on a subcommittee, block people on public official profiles, and co-publish articles that strengthen white supremacy by advertising best Anglo neighborhoods in illegally occupied territory in efforts to further colonization. Also, there have been 4 pro-Palestinian protests in Teaneck. I'm sorry people are not able to count up to 4. Thank you, Councilwoman Belcher, for encouraging us to humanize those who have been mindlessly murdered. Thank you, and please pass a ceasefire resolution now.
Rebecca
Actually,
Applebaum.
real quick, make a motion to extend the meeting till 1 a.m., another 30 minutes, Doug.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Rebecca Applebaum, please unmute.
Hi, oh, sorry for the glare. My name is Rebecca Applebaum. I live on Sherman in south of Cedar. I debated whether I would sign in or not. Sometimes I want these meetings to end. In the end, I stayed on and I left my hand raised, so here goes. Back in October, I sent an email to the council asking them to acknowledge the loss of civilian lives in Gaza, along with the accounts of the massacre perpetrated on October 7th against Israelis. I told the council that while I was appreciative that they were taking the time to acknowledge the pain of the Jewish community at the unspeakable atrocities that were committed on October 7th, I felt that it was already a week later and civilian deaths in Gaza were growing, and we should mourn all deaths that had resulted from Hamas breaking the ceasefire that had existed up until October 6th. I was angry that night that the council did not add new language to the resolution. It would have been the right thing to do, and I also knew that it would divide the already fragile town if we kept it as is. I speak to, as I call them, the bridge builders in this town often, and we are so exhausted from what keeps happening here. But I'm not angry at the council anymore. I'm not angry at any community in Teaneck. I'm angry at a few individuals and organizations who consistently amplify hate by sharing conspiracy theories, using crude, ahistorical, and inflammatory language to talk about our town, and specifically the Jewish people that live here. The various social media accounts that have said themselves that their goal is to harass and punish our town continue to post things that are not true. And the wider, scarier world of the internet is amplifying these posts. I'm also angry at the AUCC. I didn't want to have to say that. But they are a community center, and I see them amplifying voices of hate. And I'm not referring to speakers that they might host within their own walls, but their public amplification of Instagram accounts knowing that their goal is harassment. This is a community center. Ironically, another email that I sent earlier this fall was to the AUCC because I wanted to find out about their daycare center, their after-school center for my son. We ended up going with a babysitter. Shout out to the Teaneck High School Forum, an amazing resource in our town. But they're organizing rallies to harass local residents, and that is not community. I will continue to use my voice to speak up, as I did to this council and as I do in the various town Facebook groups, to call out people who speak disrespectfully, and I ask that others do the same. If you go to AUCC, speak up. If you send their child to their daycare, speak up. But I should say, no one should go there to intimidate. Do not go and drive around. You should be emailing and speaking to their leadership. We actually looked into the AUCC because my son, who wears a kippah and keeps kosher, it would be easier in a Muslim community center to follow those rules. And I'm sad that that's not how it turned out.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Rachel Kaplan, please unmute and let us know if you were the.
Ready. Yeah.
I just don't know if it's the same Rachel Kaplan. Please state your name for the record. Adam Weissman. Adam Weissman, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're unmuted.
Okay, great. On March 8th, UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk said reports that this week that Israel plans to build a further 3,476 settler homes in Ma'ale Adumim, Efrat, and Kedar fly in the face of international law. Efrat and Ma'ale Adumim are two of the communities that listed in advertisements for the Keter Torah event. But we keep hearing people insisting that no law was broken at the Keter Torah event, that this was just an information event. So let's talk for a minute about puppies. A while ago, there was a business that wanted to sell puppies on Cedar Lane. Now, that's been a no-no in Teaneck since 2018, so they've devised a scheme to circumvent the law. They'd showcase puppies in their storefront, bring in interested people, and then close the sale at their Wayne location, where the sale of puppies is still illegal. Now, one of our current Teaneck council members, then a candidate, recognized this as a scheme to circumvent the law and started a petition, and I quote, "The premise of this not-for-sale puppy store is that it is essentially a showroom for dogs, and then you are sent to their Wayne store to purchase the dogs, where it is illegal to do so. where it's legal to do so. This unethical behavior must be stopped, and Wayne's Puppies is not welcome in Teaneck. Teaneck is not a place dogs are for sale. So why am I talking about puppies? Well, let's take a look at homeandisrael-il.com/Teaneck. You'll find their special expo incentive. Beit Shemesh, price from $4,100,000. Special expo incentive. Eden Hills, price from $1,300,000. So if I may paraphrase our puppy-loving council member, the premise of this not-for-sale real estate sale is it is essentially a showroom for stolen Palestinian land in illegal West Bank settlements and in land stolen during the Nakba in 1948. And then you are sent to purchase the stolen land from realtors in Israel, a country that flagrantly ignores its obligations under international law. This unethical behavior must be stopped, and stolen land sales events are not welcome in Teaneck. Teaneck is not a place where stolen Palestinian land is for sale. Now, I don't know about you, but this sounds more to me like the sort of scheme I'd expect Tony and Sil concocting in the back room of Satriali's than the kind of behavior I'd expect in a synagogue, a place of worship, a place where Jews are reminded of commandments handed down by the Almighty. And, we keep hearing about the audacity of protesting a place of worship. So that leaves me wondering, what makes a place of worship? Could a Hindu temple that hosted a steak dinner still call itself a Hindu temple? Could a mosque that held a pig roast during the day on Ramadan still call itself a mosque? And can a synagogue that violates our 8th commandment, thou shalt not steal, by facilitating the sale of stolen land, still call itself a synagogue? Can a synagogue that violates our 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill, by facilitating the sale of land stolen by murder, call itself a synagogue? 2023 was the deadliest year on record for Palestinians on the West Bank, as they face settler pogroms intent to drive them off their land in order to complete Israel's capture of the West Bank and the ethnic cleansing of this illegally occupied territory of Palestinians. No, it wasn't protesters who disrespected Keter Torah. It was its own leadership who desecrated their own shul, cruelly mocking their Muslim neighbors by hosting a stolen Palestinian land event on the first night of Ramadan.
Time's up, sir. Thank you.
Dwayne Harley, please unmute. State your name for the record.
Good morning, Dwayne Harley. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Been Teaneck since 1970. Want to say congratulations to Dean. Hope you enjoy your time off. Maybe be doing some more exciting things, getting that golf game going. But I just want to make it quick. I wanted to state that I was at the meeting the evening where the gentleman first discussed the real estate event. And I want to say that the councilwoman did not project a characterization of that event. She just asked the town attorney what exactly it was, because the community member had stated that it was illegal. And I think someone who's in the capacity of a town official just did due diligence. It was prudent to ask our town attorney what this event was. So the attacks on this councilwoman, I think, is outrageous. And I do believe that the people that were attacking her needs to give her an apology. Because if we're talking about unity and coming together, that is not the way to get to that finish line. I think what she has done is what anybody we would expect to do. Just ask the simple question. We do have a lot of work to do. We do have a lot of things to come together on. There was a resident who earlier this evening, I heard her said she feels safer in Harlem than she did in Teaneck. And, she's saying that as a way to be not biased, but that is a biased statement. I felt offended by that statement that she said. My father was born in Harlem. I lived in Harlem actually for like 15 years. I feel, that was a statement that was a little bit out of the range. And I think we all need to come together and trying to figure it out, because even when we're not trying to be biased, we tend to be biased in some way. So I just think that we need to kind of really have empathy for each other. I think what our councilwoman was doing, she really was doing what she was elected to do, put Teaneck first. So hope everybody is have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Shanaz, please unmute. State your name for the record.
Hi, it's Shanaz. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. So first I want to say thank you to Dean and Tom. By the way, Dean, you're too young to retire. I know your graduating class, so I'm not sure if this council trained you out, but thank you for your service. I wanted to call in and speak about the traffic patterns I observed on Cedar Lane during rush hour and request that we have turn signals at, especially at Cedar Lane and Palisade Avenue. It is just impossible to make a turn on that street, so somebody can please look into that. However, I feel it's really important to address the elephant in the room, which is racism. I would like to read the definition of racism, which is prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of racial and ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. Now let's see if we see racism in action in Teaneck. This council meeting continues to be extended while some meetings are cut short when there are Black and brown people waiting to speak. The recent article in paper owned by a council member attacks the only colored councilwomen we have. These women are smart, knowledgeable, and are asking the right questions. They are being transparent. The council members who are attacking are not going unnoticed. The constant interrupting by council members when Denise and Danielle speak also does not go unnoticed. Also, the hate that is being presented by certain council members really speaks volumes to your character. The list of racism in action is too long for a 3-minute call. So I hope as leaders of a diverse town, the council members take the time to self-reflect and lead by example. There is a lot more I can say, but this council really needs to get some training on bias and discrimination before you start engaging with public on any kind of empathy training. We're not even there yet. We just need the council to go for some discrimination and bias training right now. So please take that time to do that and take the time to self-reflect. It'll help a lot. Thank you very much.
Deborah S23, please unmute and state your name for the record.
Good morning, it's Deborah Blayberg. Thank you all for staying up late to this wonderful morning. First of all, I want to say congratulations, Dean, on your retirement. You will be seriously missed, and I'm sure you won't miss this. I'd also like to address everybody that's been calling in defense of the councilwoman with regards to her comments the other week. What you all seem to have forgotten, which was clearly stated earlier on this meeting by another resident, that they Oprah'd emails, which means this particular councilwoman had 2 weeks advanced warning about this. She had 2 weeks to speak to the attorney. She had 2 weeks to speak to her other council members. She had 2 weeks to speak to anybody, but instead, it seems they spoke to each other and arranged to bring this into the meeting. So listening to everybody speaking on her behalf is a little disingenuous because she had 2 weeks. So she should have had the answers already and either been able to corroborate what Mr. Siegel was saying was true or debunk it. Who knows? But she had 2 weeks. Let's not forget that. I'd also, before I get to the next point, to remind people that Mamma Mia will be being performed by the Teaneck High School Theatre Department this weekend from Friday through Sunday. Check out, I guess, the Teaneck Board of Education website for details, or the Theatre Department Instagram, I guess. And the next thing I'd like to discuss is people talking about ceasefires. You also seem to have forgotten there was actually a ceasefire on October 6th. Even though Hamas had been sending rockets into Israel continuously, thankfully there is the Iron Dome because the Israelis choose to build things to protect their citizens, all their citizens, be they Muslim, Jewish, Druze, Christian, whoever. They protect all their citizens, whilst Hamas decided to build terror tunnels and enjoy using civilians as human shields. And maybe you should be pleading with Hamas leadership in Qatar to maybe stop whooping it out on their billions that they have stolen from the Palestinian people. They stole water pipes to build rockets. They have tortured these people, but all you are doing is blaming Israel. Maybe you should be looking at the Hamas leadership that were elected, that have not allowed elections for how many years? So maybe when you're sitting talking of ceasefire, you might have forgotten there was one on October 6th. And when you were all screaming for ceasefires on October 8th, Israel actually hadn't fired a shot. They were still dealing with their dead. So I find a lot of these people, everyone speaking, is a little disingenuous. And when you say anti-Zionist, you mean anti-Jewish. Some of you slip up every so often. These people, Jews, Jewish, we hear it. And I also want to very quickly thank Councilman Goldberg for everything she's done for the community. I really appreciate it. And you know I was a big critic, so thank you in public. Thank you.
Bridget, please unmute and state your name for the record.
Bridget Jones.
Bridget, I don't think you got through, Bridget, earlier. Sorry, Bridget.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I thank y'all for staying late for our meeting tonight. But I'm here to say that I'm really I want to echo the irony of hosting a real estate sale of stolen land on stolen land. I want to honor the indigenous folks who still live on this land with us that we stole here in the US hundreds of years ago. And in doing so, to point out the white grievance that is going on amid an ongoing genocide that folks are cheerleading. I'm sorry that I'm losing my link. There are literal children being massacred. 1% of children in Gaza have already been exterminated and annihilated by the Israeli ethno-state. And many of my closest friends are Jews who are risking their health, their energy, their livelihoods to fight this because their own grandparents and family survived genocide. Never again means never again for anyone. And I can't, I want to remind y'all that there were literal children being carried in plastic bags in pools of liquid. I want to remind y'all when you complain about the lack of peace in your town that you are responsible and that history is watching and that you are complicit. I want to remind y'all that a little girl was lynched with her legs shredded. I want to remind y'all that I don't know if y'all watched it, but I watched a little girl's head, her skull, literally be emptied. This is a genocide being live broadcast for the world. And if folks in Teaneck are content to be complicit in it and to literally be selling land to expedite the annihilation of these people, or the opposite, to annihilate people, to clear land so that folks in Teaneck can get rich, hell is hot and it's waiting for you.
Time is up, man. Doug?
Sherwood M., please unmute and state your name for the record.
Hi, Sherwat Mohammed. I'm a Bogota resident, but I have worked and I have participated in a lot of events. I have shopped and have had friends and been a community member in Teaneck. I've often sat and listened to the town hall meetings since October and even previous. And I've debated speaking for a long time because I go back and forth. I've typed out a speech that I wanted to say about the things that I've learned and how I've educated myself over the last few years about the history of Gaza and the Fertile Crust. And, you know, I've really made myself learn a lot, and I've become more in touch with the history of that land, and I'm more focused in my convictions and where I stand. But with some of the things the residents have been saying, I'm just appalled by the vitriol that's been spewed tonight. I hope some people can pull back. I hope there's more empathy, especially from the council members. Deborah specifically, I'm just disgusted by some of the things that you just said. Naomi from earlier, I hope both of you can take a breath. There are children that are dying. There are mothers and fathers that are dying. This is above any of you. This is above me. We're both going home, sleeping in our beds. I honestly think we all could use a little bit more humanity. Mayor Pagan, you're complete, you're completely ignoring the Muslim community in Teaneck, and it's not unnoticed. I hope you can reflect on that as well. I hope to attend more meetings and be able to say the things that I wanted to say, because it was quite, you know, thought out and more eloquent than this is. I'm just kind of taken aback, and I'm very mixed with a lot of different emotions. I'm angry, I'm upset, I'm heartbroken. There's so much I want to say, and I don't want to say the wrong things. I marched with a lot of Jewish people throughout the last few months, and I've talked to them, and a lot of people have empathy, and it's not the things that I've heard the last few
Thank you,
hours.
miss. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Ellie, please unmute, state your name for the record. Ellie with the hand up.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, hello. This is
You
this
had
is
your hand
Leda.
raised to participate in good and welfare, 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. I'm going to read a statement that was sent to a comrade of mine on behalf of the descendants of the Lenape people who were expelled from the land that we call Teaneck. His name is Joe Whittle. He says, "Hi, my name is Joe Whittle, and I am a tribal member of the Lenape and Caddo people. You are standing together in Lenapehoking, the homeland of the Lenape people. I want you to know that I understand Palestine. I stand up for Palestine, and I am praying that Creator will stand us up together in a good way. The reason I am sending this message to you via email instead of standing there with you today is a big part of the reason why I stand with Palestine. I am writing this from my Indian reservation in Oklahoma, 1,500 miles away from Lenapehoking, my homeland, because my family was forced here by ethnic cleansing and genocidal tactics like putting bounties on the scalps of even our babies. Our people know what it's like to have entire families brutally massacred so that settlers could steal our land and homes. These things took place on the land you stand on and all around you. They are the reasons that cities like Teaneck exist, which was named for our Lenape word Utenik, meaning town. This is why I am not here with you today. The ethnic cleansing of Lenapehoking scattered our people into diaspora and open-air prisons in Oklahoma, Wisconsin, and Canada. We still reside there today, and most Lenape people have never even seen our beautiful homelands due to the socioeconomic barriers colonizers imposed on us. We have had to fight for over 400 years to survive and retain our culture, our languages, our sovereignty, and our identities. So even though I cannot be with you there today in person, I stand with you in my heart because I do not want to see what happened to my people continue to happen to the people of Palestine. I do not want them to be little more than a bastardized place like Teaneck or a land acknowledgement 400 years from now. I want them to be thriving and happy and whole and one with the land that made them, Palestine, just as I seek that for my own people in Lenape-Hooking. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From sea to sea, Turtle Island will be free. Wanishi, thank you all for being there today to stand up against indigenous genocide. This was written and sent to a comrade of mine who asked me to read it today, so it can be on the record in Teaneck Council that the reason why we stand with Palestine
ma'am.
is
Your
the same
time is
reason
up,
why
ma'am.
we stand with indigenous
Thank you,
people from
ma'am.
Turtle Island.
Your time has expired. All right, good and welfare is closed, and I make a motion to extend the meeting till 1:30 a.m. All those in favor, please say aye. Mr. Schwartz, would you like to start us off, sir?
Yes, I'll try to make it brief. I'm actually not going to address most of what everyone was speaking about. I'm going to address the council, and I think we need to continue to work on what our rules and our policies are. Having a 4-hour good and welfare is not fair to people like Mr. Yuck, Dr. Yuck, that wants legitimate Teaneck items to be discussed. Instead, we get to hear from comrades from Oklahoma. And I think we have people who aren't on camera, people who come on multiple times, people who are totally offensive and totally lie because they're not on camera or their names are fake or both. I think we need to enforce that as a rule. Cameras on, there's your name, or you're off. Done. Next. No goodbye. You're out. Next. I've always, not always, but of recently when these meetings started schlepping out, I said we have a 1-hour rule, and I stand by what I think we have a 1-hour rule because there's no one right now that can address all the comments we heard. And most people, we don't even know if these comments are legitimate or not. I mean, we learned history about Albania. This is crazy. And we're not going to make that difference, but we're going to make a difference here in Teaneck by talking about things that are of Teaneck centric that we just don't have the time to talk about tonight. So with that said, we've had people accuse us of I've been accused of shutting down the meeting because I don't like to see the waiting list, that I don't know what the waiting list of people are here to speak. So I'm going to hope that we can continue to work on our policies for future meetings. With that said, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I mean, there's no one else left. A lot of new faces, a lot of old time faces that were the first time in this chamber that I heard. There's a lot of repeat customers. You guys should go home. With that said, thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing what everyone else has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Belcher.
First off, I want to say to Mr. Brown, my deepest condolences to you on your loss of your wife, and regarding the anything that the council can do in supporting you and your family. Just know that we're here for you. Dean, I just have to say that 7 more weeks that we count, all the ways in which we can try and convince you to stay, we're going to at least try. Also, I just want to mention, someone had asked about the Affordable Housing Subcommittee. The Affordable Housing Subcommittee has met. In the last meetings, there was a subcommittee report that was placed there. So if you check that, the minutes from there, the documentations, you'll see the details that we have discussed during that meeting. During good and welfare, I just want to say that I listened to all residents. I listened to their concerns and their comments. Asking questions regarding things happening in our town is a part of my job, is what I consider a part of my job. And I take it really seriously. As elected officials, I believe it's so incumbent of us to be held to a higher standard. We are responsible to represent all of Teaneck in the best light we possibly can. As leaders, we cannot take off our council member's hat and put on our social media hat and post and publish divisive comments or articles that in any way promote hateful or racist posts and articles, or that in any way tarnishes the Teaneck brand that we have all come to love. We as leaders don't want in any way to contribute to reasons why buyers do not consider Teaneck a viable place to consider as their home. Nor do we want residents or employees to want to leave. Posting one-sided negative propaganda should not happen by any of us on the dais. If we are going to ever solve for the divide in this community, we as leaders have to make a commitment, obligation to act as leaders. Leadership matters now more than ever. Yes, I wrote the Peace and Unity Resolution with my colleague, Deputy Mayor G. And it had to be written. Why? Because the first resolution didn't reflect all the communities that were hurting within our township. It ignored a hurting community within our township. The Peace and Unity Resolution was an attempt to heal a hurt. I agree that harassment, threats, intimidation is wrong. So is all hatred, to include racism and Islamophobia. Such as also targeting fellow council members and calling them anti-Semitic for doing their job. I will always advocate for peace and unity within our township that I've called home for 40 years. I will always allow for wanting to make sure that we can, all of us can live in peace and harmony. I want to just simply say that when I was sworn in into office on January 3rd of last year, I took an oath of office to the Constitution of the state of New Jersey and to the United States of America to care for and to advocate for all 40,000 residents of Teaneck and all communities within the township. I will work positively to work toward a wonderful quality of life for all communities within our township. I will always seek the truth. I will always seek solutions to problems. That is why I'm sitting here. I will always ask difficult questions that residents want answers to. I will always seek to represent all residents and all communities. I will ask questions. I will always ask questions. That is who I am, and that is who I will always be. Thank you.
Ms. Organ?
Just to go back to the length of good and welfare and the time, to Sharuk and Shanaz, last meeting, Deputy Mayor G asked us not to cut off good and welfare. So we did not last meeting, and we didn't do it tonight either. This had nothing to do with who was speaking or what they were speaking about. But I do think that 1 a.m. is too late to get an answer from your council members. People who come out and speak to us should want answers from us. And you're not getting the right answer at 1 o'clock in the morning. And the people who are up at home watching, or the few of you who are still here with us tonight, you're not getting your answers either. So to me, 11 o'clock is fair. 1 o'clock in the morning is not okay. Everybody has a job, including the people who are here with us. We have a manager, a clerk, a deputy manager, and an attorney and a clerk's office that all have to get up, and Ron, all have to get up soon and go to work. So this is not okay either. And there needs to be some kind of compromise without accusations about it. But that 1 o'clock in the morning while an experiment is not okay to me. 3 years ago, almost to the month, I was in Florida with my family, my husband, Eric, and my daughter, Jamie. And we were with Councilmember Schwartz's family. And we were walking down the street. And a car with 4 men in it, 4 young adult men, pulled up and started harassing 2 very Jewish men dressed in Jewish garb. And my husband, Eric, and Mark jumped in front of the 2 men and had them move away, and then jumped in front of me and my daughter, Jamie. And the men in the car started screaming the most awful things at us and throwing garbage at us and throwing water bottles at us. And this was on Collins Avenue in Bal Harbor. It was a Jewish holiday, and that night my husband posted it on social media. Within hours, we had 100,000 people or more reach out to us. The mayor of Bal Harbor reached out to us. News agencies that week reached out, and Eric and Jamie went to speak on many news shows. I don't remember much of what happened because I scare easily, but they remembered and they stood in front of us. Only because a car with a man carrying a gun that drove around and frightened them did they move away, and the street cameras were able to capture them and their license plates, and they were arrested. And when I got home, I had people from all over town reach out to me to tell me how horrible it was. I had the senior citizen advisory board members reach out to tell me how horrible it was. And I was shaken for a while, and I do shake easily. But now an event like that would just be another Sunday in Teaneck. It would be a day of intimidation. It would be a day of verbal violence. I think that's a newly coined term tonight. This is the reality of what's going on here, and people are coming out specifically to do what those men in the car were doing to us. They're trying to scare us and to cause fear. And it's scary and it's terrifying, but nobody here is going away. And I need to say again, I said this when there was a day of hate back a few months ago declared against the Jewish people in general. If this was any other group, any other race, any other religion, any sexual orientation, any gender, this would not be tolerated, and it would not be tolerated by people who lived in Teaneck. I know I would not tolerate it. And so I hear what the people who came out before are trying to express. This is not what Teaneck should be. To Councilwoman Rice, I understand that there's definitely sexism with women in general and perhaps with Black women. But up here as a council, we need to speak to each other as we're colleagues, as we're men and women of races and religions, and not take that into account. And if we disagree with somebody, it can't be with the stigma that we're targeting them because of race. That is not how a council should run. I wish to say to Lisa Hassan, I was not at the event. I was at work on Sunday, and I do not blow kisses. It was not me. I'd like to thank the police again for everything that they've done in the past few months, but especially on October 10th. They actually formed a thin blue line between protesters, and this is why we celebrate them, and this is why we celebrate that flag. And it is not a racist narrative, and I will always back the police department in Teaneck. To Mr. Hollander, I know you're probably sleeping, but absolutely, Forest and Laurelton needs to be fixed. I know the manager took notes of that. And something that I know will be important to our town that really got passed over tonight because of other things. Pat and Chris and Mike Michael from Bergen Complete Streets. I know you sent your information to the clerk, but we will reach out to you this week because that sounds very intriguing to us. We do have a lot of county roads here. Thank you.
Wow. I would just like to say for the record that I sat here while she spoke, but okay, second meeting in a row. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight in person and on Zoom. On October 17th, 2023, this council unanimously passed the resolution condemning Hamas after the barbaric terrorist attack on October 7th. The resolution stated, whereas the collective life experience of Jews shows that each time Israel is forced to defend herself, it is universally followed by an increase in anti-Semitic attacks worldwide, with Jews being attacked simply for being Jewish, including in Teaneck. None of us ever thought that we would be seeing the world that we're living in today. I am a third-generation lifelong Teaneck resident. My parents, my grandparents, my uncles and aunts, including Senator Matthew Feldman, would not be silent at Hitler salutes, a hateful protest. Yes, when there are chants of Hitler was right, go back to Auschwitz, your hostages are dead, and calling Teaneck Jewish residents rapists, pedophiles, Nazis, terrorists, just to name a few, or as our houses of worship are being attacked, And as our residents are feeling terrorized weekly, like my grandfather before me, neither will I. I will not be silenced in the face of anti-Semitism, and I will not be silenced as members of the Jewish community are afraid and when houses of worship are threatened. I was at Keter Torah on March 10th, and this is the flag that was desecrated that day. This Sunday, Jews in Teaneck and across the world will observe Purim, a holiday that marked the defeat of Haman and his effort to destroy the Jewish people some 2,500 years ago. Queen Esther bravely stood up and defended her people. In the face of extreme danger and risk to her life, she stood up and spoke and saved them. And I still find it completely heartbreaking that it's considered brave and courageous for me to condemn Hamas and support the Jewish community after terror and in the face of the worst anti-Semitism in nearly a century. It seems that this is the moment that I was called for, and I hope that all of our Jewish residents are safe this Purim. The Holocaust did not start with the gas chambers. The Holocaust started with blaming Jews for the economy, with blaming Jews for the result of a war, with blaming Jews for the misfortune of others. The Holocaust started with words. Words matter, and normalizing anti-Semitism puts Jews in danger. Normalizing anti-Semitism is what has forced us to leave country after country, and it has put us in camps and gas chambers. Normalizing anti-Semitism is why we have a place to go, not if, but when our neighbors turn on us, and every day it feels like that moment is here in Teaneck. Let me be blunt. For any elephants that left the room or on Zoom, Jews are not weaponizing anti-Semitism. Telling Jews to watch Sean King is the equivalent of telling others to learn by watching David Duke. Refusing to vote for a person based on their religion is anti-Semitism. Accusing Jews of being agents of the Israeli government is anti-Semitism. Gaslighting Jews, denying war crimes committed by Hamas, denying the Holocaust, not recognizing the pain and experience of the Jewish community is anti-Semitism. Blaming Jews for the policies of Israel is anti-Semitism. Calling Jews Nazis is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is not a difference of opinion, and I want to say officially that I've waited 3 years to say this. I condemn the attack on Councilwoman Organ, and I will always stand against anti-Semitism and with the Jewish community in the face of anti-Semitism. Councilwoman Organ, I am sorry. I was not brave enough to do that 3 years ago. Not being allowed to condemn anti-Semitism is anti-Semitism. On October 7th, Mayor Pagan reached out to me to ask me how I was and if my family was okay and to remind me that he was there for me. My friend Chandra Young joined my parents for Shabbat dinner just the night before. And she has checked on their well-being and of her friends and family in this community for months. And Cheryl Hall has took the time to learn and listen and speak out and speak the truth, both privately at this council and at community meetings and at ABCR meetings. Thank you, and I am proud to call all of them my friends. This community is hurt, it is scared, and it is broken. It is not broken because we condemned Hamas. It is broken because of anti-Semitism. It is broken because of fear. And for those wanting us to get out of our silos, for those demanding unity, fear is not a way to bring people out of their silos. To those demanding peace and unity and not recognizing, accepting, or believing the pain that members of this community have expressed, the fear that has been expressed, to those that promised us peace and unity, and to those accusing Jews of weaponizing anti-Semitism, and to those who denied the sexual violence and murder of Jews, you held all the cards on October 31st. Why did you give them away? In the words of historian Ian Kershaw, the road to Auschwitz was built by hate, but paved with indifference. We cannot stand idly by and allow this to happen here again in Teaneck. Never again is now. Bring them home.
Thank you to all the Teaneck residents who stayed up with us today. I know it was a very long meeting. I am a proponent of keeping good and welfare open so that all can speak. I don't necessarily think everyone expects to hear an answer tonight. I think they do want their 3 minutes to share their feelings, their thoughts on this platform, and I think we owe it to them. This isn't a regular occurrence. It's, I think, one-off when there are contentious issues going on in town. Now, I just want to go on record formally. I absolutely condemn all hateful acts and any hateful speech that has occurred during protests here in Teaneck. This includes the protests on March 10th, as well as the protests at Teaneck High School and all the others. As Americans, we do have First Amendment rights, which protect our free speech, but I strongly believe that these acts of protest should always be nonviolent. They should always be respectful, and they should always be peaceful. I also pray that we refrain from labeling an entire community for the bad behaviors of some. I'm so incredibly grateful for our police officers and our town manager for taking all the necessary precautions to keep our community safe. I want to say that I hear you, our community members who spoke out, who say they are fearful. I am confident in Dean and our police officers that they will take the appropriate measures to continue to keep us safe. My heart breaks for the division that I have witnessed in this town for the last few months. We have a duty as council members to keep all of our residents safe and ensure that all voices are heard. In order to do that, I implore my fellow council colleagues that we lead by example. We have to stop the petty squabbles. We have to stop inciting discord on social media. Instead, let's do the work. If we disagree, let's disagree respectfully. But let's remember why we were voted into these roles and what we are supposed to do. So I ask you all to please continue to support programs like TILT and TLC. They're doing the work. Continue to support the ABCR. They want to do the work so badly. Cheryl Hall has called about this empathy training. I can't count the number of times. Continue to support the resuscitation of Leadership Teaneck. And let's not stop it from happening because of petty issues. This is what it's about, bringing people together for all the right issues. Let's stop being divisive. Let's lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First and foremost, thank you to all of our residents who came out tonight to let us know how you feel about what is happening in Teaneck. I have something that I would like to say to the residents of Teaneck. Over the course of my life, and I'm only 47 years old, I've always found that one of Teaneck's greatest strengths is our diversity, and that no matter what our individual backgrounds might be, that we have always put Teaneck first. We have always been a community that has been able to come together more often than not. And while it wasn't unanticipated that events around the world could impact us right here in our hometown, the degree to which they have has been unprecedented and alarming. On October 7th, our community and the world changed. Our hearts broke in real time as members of our community lost family and friends at the hands of Hamas, which chose to start this war with their actions on that terrible day. Hamas is a terrorist organization that was founded in hate, and Hamas has stated repeatedly that their mission is to make sure that Israel no longer exists by any means necessary, and that cannot be allowed to happen. In addition, there are still more than 100 hostages whose fate is yet to be determined, including 6 Americans who have direct ties to Teaneck and to Bergen County as a whole. This terrible war has resulted in thousands of lives lost, including innocent men, women, and children, to which there can be no other feeling than that of sadness and empathy. I personally look upon my 8-year-old son and see in his eyes an innocence that only a child can possess, who has not yet experienced the full dangers of the world that we live in. And I cannot begin to fathom what it would feel like if I were to ever lose him, let alone during a war. However, I do not sit on this dais and represent Israel or Gaza. I represent Teaneck. And as I have said before, Teaneck has always taken great pride in our diversity, but lately it doesn't feel like the Teaneck that I grew up in. The dialogue has shifted to a polarizing, alarming state. And sadly, right now, it is hard to envision a day when we can all come together again like it used to be, because Teaneck will never be the same. We will never be the same. And I am appalled by the reactions and comments I have gotten from community members and those outside of Teaneck boundaries, especially through social media, because there have been threats of violence made against me. There have been threats of violence made against my 8-year-old son. There have been threats of violence made against other members of my family. There have been threats of violence made against countless members of our community. And there have been threats of violence made against the township. and this has to stop. And just a few weeks ago, a council member's house was broken into, and that too has to stop. While I understand the passion of those who are protesting, I cannot condone violence or threats of violence in any shape or form. And when you threaten my 8-year-old son and my family, it is nearly impossible for me to hear your message. And I denounce and condemn the use of symbols of hate, such as the Nazi salute. Also, because people keep asking me, personally, I believe in a two-state solution, but that is just my humble opinion. I am not an expert in foreign affairs or Middle Eastern affairs, and I am always quick to admit that. But as members of our Teaneck community going forward, we need to find common ground and common bonds to talk to each other like neighbors, like we used to, because we cannot escape the reality that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are at an all-time high, and we must do everything in our power that we can do to protect our neighbors, protect our hometown, and to not add fuel to the flames of hate. And lastly, to the folks on social media who have threatened my 8-year-old son because of these protests, I have taken steps to protect my son and my family online and in person. So I have hidden some messages on social media threatening my family and my hometown. But we can see everyone who is making these threats, and all of those threats have been reported to the police and to the FBI and are currently being investigated. Now, I know it's really, really late, so I'll stop there. Mr. Manager, is there anything you would like to say about good and welfare tonight?
No, I just took some notes about the problem areas and reported them this evening to DPW.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Our next order of business is the consent agenda, and all matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If any discussion is desired by council, that particular item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the amount of the bill list into the record?
Yes, Mayor, and like you mentioned, we have 3 sets of minutes, resolutions 89 through 95-2024, and the bill list in the amount of $9,265,000, $257.74.
Motion approve Schwartz.
Second.
Councilman Schwartz.
On the bill list, yes on everything on the bill list, removal of 24 numbers 869, 1098, and 1181. Those are some advertisements in the Jewish Link, as well, including the abandoned property list, which I think town for sending out.
Jewish Link invoices. And that was an abstain, sir? Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes to all.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
No on the closed session minutes from February 27th, and yes on everything else, but a recusal on the bills list for invoice 39034 from Jordan Miser because it's regarding Wayne's Puppies.
Wayne's Puppies invoice. The whole invoice, though.
Yeah, it's its own invoice number 39034. So yes on everything else on the bills list. And then just a no on the closed session minutes, but yes on everything else.
Councilwoman Organ.
Yes to all.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes to all.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes,
All adopted.
I think we're good to go. Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. Thank you to everyone who stayed up so late with us tonight.